So Hello, SMITE fans, and welcome in to Championship Sunday. We've had a whole week of amazing games coming through to determine the best two teams in each of our regions, and those teams have already punched their ticket to the SMITE World Championship placement round. But now it comes down to a best of 5 to determine who gets the vast majority of that prize pool, $30,000 for the first place team. And that's what they're going to be competing for here today. Agro and Charlie Relli here to break it down. And of course, we're going to be starting in Europe as we have all week long. Kazakhs Fan Club, the SOC contenders, not even in the SEC the vast majority of the time, going up against the top seed in Europe, Elysium. Charlie, it's been an incredible run here for Kazakhs Fan Club.
Yeah, I mean, Kazakh Fan Club, the 4th seed coming into this whole tournament, and they're going to be in the finals here against Elysium. They already lost to them once. They were able to take a set off them, so this is definitely going to be an exciting finals here.
It's going to be unbelievable. This is what you may have missed. We started on Thursday with Elysium taking the 2-1 over Kazakhs Fan Club. It was a Game 1 victory for Kazakhs Fan Club in that set, with Elysium then roaring back for a 2-0 victory after that. Elysium did the same up against Joystick and now are awaiting Kazakhs Fan Club in the best of 5 grand finals. And when we take a look at the bracket, you can see that because Elysium came from the top side, they are starting today's match with a 1-game advantage. And Trelly, as we've talked about all week, Game 1 has been the Achilles heel for Elysium, and they already got a win for it.
Yeah, we've been calling it the Elysium passive sort of jokingly, but they have thrown this Game 1, and the question is, since they already started up 1-0, is this going to be a situation where the nerves are already gone, they can play to their best ability, or do they still have to lose that first game before they can really play to their full potential? Adapting was talking to us yesterday about how it's not so much that they enjoy losing the first game, it's just that they realize what they did wrong, they made the mistakes, and they adapted. So
we'll have to see if that's what they're going to be doing here today. As we mentioned, Kazakhs Fan Club have been absolutely great, but Elysium are the team to watch in this region because they have been dominant throughout the entire phase. And when you've got names like Adapting and Trix Tank, that's kind of to be expected. But I'm getting flashbacks here, Charlie, to our very first desk on Thursday, because I remember saying those two are going to be really good. But it's really these other players on the team, Angry, Terrorim, and Spudio, those without as much name pedigree, that are doing just as much on this squad.
Oh yeah, Angry's been playing extremely consistent as well as Tarum. You can see that I remember this gank was one that came from a big surprise. No sort of teleport, just all the way across the map from the solo lane. Was able to help chase down. But that's the thing. I guess you could say, not the star-studded roster. They have 2 people that have been in the SPL, as we mentioned, but these guys have been playing extremely consistent, and that is something that you want to see out of your lesser players.
Absolutely. They've been really fantastic so far this LAN. I mean, Spudio has been a big key for the success. Feels like ADCs have been a lot of the focus over in Europe. It's been a really fun region to watch that duo lane really compete. And up against Vaporish Coast, you know that ADC is going to have to make some plays. Trix Tank has been doing it as well. A couple of objective steals in that Ganesh game.
Oh yeah, stole the Gold Fury at one point, stole, I believe, just a red buff right in front of 3, and then did end up stealing that EFG. Didn't matter, they still ended up losing that one in particular, but Trix is going to be, anytime there's an objective on the map and Trix is nearby, you're going to have to be watching your back.
Definitely have to keep track of that support, but on the other side, like I was talking about, Vaporish Coast, obviously been unbelievable during this LAN as expected, but it's really been Rapio. I mean, my man should have 2 pentas in this event. Instead, he has 0, but 2 quadra kills with the final kill being stolen from him at the last moment in both instances. It has been really, really fun to watch this Kha'Zix fan club team because it's been Coast, it's been Rapio, Calvin, Sap has been putting out crazy amounts of damage every game. Azriel, their sub, by the way, not their typical starting solo laner, and they're still here in the grand finals, which I think speaks volumes about how well the entire team has been playing.
Oh yeah, and that first set in particular, B. Azriel was kind of just carrying on that tier pick, and now here we are, and we're just going to be looking at Vaporish just popping off so much damage. The Uller in particular, this pick is something that you really need to be watching out for if you're in that duo lane. Coast has been so dominant on it. He's been getting it a few times, but really this last set he just played, he looked unstoppable. I mean, he was doing so much damage.
He was really impressive. Apologies on that. Got my teams mixed up a little bit there. Of course, Bevy Monster was able to take down B. Azriel and Sapin despite how good they were playing. Kha'Zix fan club just a little bit better. I mean, Rapio and Vaporish are the guys we talk about a lot, but Calvin joining in support. Gunter has been a rock in that mid lane, and then Bevy Monster seems to be able to play whatever is necessary in order to get this team ahead. And this team's teamwork, I think, has really impressed me, especially in talking to Coast and Rapio and them saying, look, we were just a couple of guys that weren't in the SEC, and we made a little pickup team, and all of a sudden we started doing pretty well. This team looks like they're on the same page really, really consistently.
Yeah, especially in that last set versus what we were just mentioning. It was insane how well that Bevy Monster and Calvin were able to work together. It was one of those long games where, any little mistake could have cost the match, but the tank dive in particular, it's really easy to touch on these carries that make these big flashy plays, as we mentioned Rapio with the quadra kill, but if your tanks aren't creating that space for you, if they're not really setting up for you, it's hard to do that. So they look so good because Bevy and Calvin are making these sick dives.
Absolutely, and Bacchus has been a big pick for Calvin. That's something that Trix Tank likes as well, as we know, so that could be a point of contention. I mean, Rapio seems to be playing something a little bit differently than a lot of other assassins, playing things like Fenrir and of course the Thanatos that he got that quadra kill on. Those types of picks where adapting is going more for the Hunbats and the Daji and some of the more CC heavy junglers.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big issue as well, as we've mentioned. Adapting has kind of been unstoppable once he gets his ball rolling.
Unbelievable.
That Daji pick, I mean, I haven't seen anyone be able to shut it down. He kind of just, even into the Nike, which is going to be usually a tough matchup there because once you go into the Palace, he just gets to immune it and get a lot more HP. He just looks like he knows everything. He knows exactly what to do. He knows exactly where to be. If you're Elysium, you should feel very confident coming into this match.
I think so too. And look, this Elysium team has been confident all year long for very good reason because they have absolutely been the best team in this region. But they did go up against Kha'Zix fan club earlier in this LAN and took one loss. And if you remember correctly, that was a lot of dual lane pressure in that game for Kha'Zix fan club. We'll see if that's the strategy as we head into picks and bans for game number 2 of our grand finals. Again, you didn't miss anything. It's that Elysium, by coming from the top side of the bracket, is starting up 1-0. So only need to win 2 more games, whereas Kha'Zix fan club going to need to find 3 in order to be the victors in our grand finals here in this best of 5. Elysium in that first pick position. Cthulhu has obviously been a big talking point in both regions, but Heimdall and Uller, no other hunter seem to be playing Uller as much as Coast is right now. And immediately Elysium actually take away the Heimdall instead of that Uller.
Yeah, I was about to mention, if you're Elysium right now, you got to focus the duo lane. If Coast gets off to this running start, it's going to be, I'm not going to say curtains. There is obviously options for outplay, but whenever Coast is feeling good, whenever he's on a god that he's confident on, like the Heimdall, like the Uller, as we've mentioned, and first of all, that Fenrir, that is a respect ban for sure. We have not seen too many Fenrir bans, but Rapio has had unbelievable performances on this character, so we are going to see that being a point of contention as well. But as I was saying, Coast, if he gets off rolling, that is going to be quite the detriment.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's been a primary win condition for this team during the entire LAN. Izanami banned as well by Kazakh's fan club. I feel like they banned that pick a lot, trying to get Coast some more dominant lane matchups so that he doesn't just get pushed in by that wave clear. And it's a lot of target bans here in this game. And what? Geb is open. Odin is open. Yamoja is open. There's a lot on the table now in a high-powered picks and bans, and Geb is going to be the first pick for Elysium. And giving Trixtank, who for my money might be the best god in the game right now, is usually a winning formula.
Yeah, absolutely. Geb is one of those Guardians that you kind of want to play a little bit more passively, though. We've seen him on these Sobeks. We've seen him on these Ganeshes, where Ganesh you should play passively as well, but Trix does not. If you guys have seen Trixtank play, he's a W-keyer. He's a go-getter. I believe we described him as a degenerate play style at one point.
Yep.
And what I was saying is this Geb pick kind of wants to stay back, but you can still get that blink and get very aggressive with this Geb pick as well, as we will see Kazakh's fan club. No surprise there. If Uller's open, first picking it for Coast is going to be it's a no-brainer.
They're going to do it just about every time, so it's Uller Odin, as expected for Kazakh's fan club. But now you've got a lot open. Yeah, Morrigan Cthulhu is a combo that we see a lot of in the SPL. Both open, maybe for the first time all tournament in both regions, because it feels like one of those two gods is nearly always taken off the board. Geb Morrigan Cthulhu is a psycho top three. Like, how do they get this?
I was wondering if they were going to lock it. I would have snap locked it if I had the option to. You're right. This has been banned all tournament, and for good reason. When you see one Cthulhu, that's spooky. When you see two Cthulhus, that's sort of we should leave type stuff. So at this point, we see Geb, Morgan, Cthulhu. That's some of the best picks that you could even imagine right now, but Kazakh's fan club seems to value the fact that they got Coast on this Uller more than that, because they knew these picks were going to be open. They had to know this was their plan.
They had to know, and they decided to go with the Uller Odin Soul. Soul has really risen in the ranks during this LAN, both in EU and NA. I think that we've seen it play really well, particularly in the mid lane. Basket and BennyQ doing it in North America, and now Gunter getting his opportunity here in Europe. And it is a god that I think can actually kill Cthulhu, and that's what we talk about so often with these Cthulhu comps, is who's actually killing him. I feel like Soul's a god that actually can.
Right. If you're going to pick this Uller, you're probably not going to go that chin-sized builds, as we've been mentioning before. The Mace tree is so powerful right now. It's usually full ability damage, so you're going to have some sort of auto attack damage needed to really chunk down this Cthulhu. Soul is going to do it. The Telekind's ring is very potent on her as well, so we can definitely see that getting some use here, as we are going to see that Fafnir being picked. Double ADC Fafnir is nothing to shy away from.
No, not. Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this up against a draft that has Geb Morrigan Cthulhu, but I think Kazakh's fan club is actually like stoked about where they are in this draft. I mean, they give up 3 of the best gods in the game, and gods that synergize really well together at that. But their picks all work so well in tandem with one another. I mean, Odin Cage is going to be a problem for the Morrigan. It's going to be a problem for Geb. It's going to be a problem for the Cthulhu. You've got gods that can actually threaten them. You've got a Fafnir to help you on objectives. I'm impressed with where Kazakh's fan club have ended up. I liked their bans. It forces Adapting to go to Kamazots instead of something like that Dodgy that he's been so dominant on. And then Rapio gets this Thanatos that he was very good on and should have pentakilled them with. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I think Kazakh's fan club might have the better draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have to put some attention to this Chernobog, because there's a few options here. Because right away when you look at this, all I could think about is you are definitely losing pressure to Coast. Uller is going to dominate the Chernobog. There's really no option for a 1v1 in that regard. Your ult is a team fight ult. It's not really used for that. But you could, I guess you could. But point being, the Morgan also has a pretty sick transformation there. If you want to rotate 2 people, you can get 2 Chernobog ults. If the Cthulhu is a very solid transformation, but there's options there as well. So I think I have to agree with you, though. Kazakhs might have gotten everything they wanted here.
Well, look, Coast gets his Uller, and as we all know, this is a signature pick for him, and we could actually go all the way back to Friday, November 10th, 2017, when a young Vaporish Coast did this to Mifflin. This was unbelievable. You might want to notice, by the way, that Mifflin is 1-8 at the beginning of this clip, and bottom of the player damage, Trelly. Not a great RDO jungle game for him. But look at Coast just absolutely dominate the old Obey Alliance squad.
I just got it. This man, he told us he was 12 years old at this point.
We confirmed he was 14,
Okay.
but still very young. Yes.
Oh my goodness, yeah, he looks so small. Look at him in the bottom left, smacking his chest.
Dude,
the confidence.
He's going off. This is my favorite part. Little backstep. Yeah.
Oh, he knew the tail whip was coming.
Yeah,
too.
he had it. Mifflin, when you're watching this back, how do you feel? Watch Coast's face. Actually, I think we got to zoom in here on what Coast is doing. Yeah, Mifflin, give me the breakdown here from your perspective.
Well, sitting in the player's seat, I immediately made eye contact with Coast. He's popping off. I have to look away because he's asserting so much alpha dominance. So I look out towards the crowd, hoping that there's a friendly face, and instead it is a older version of Vaporish Coast, his father, sitting in the crowd, and he was popping off the exact same way. Like, this is a learned behavior from the young Penta kid. Yeah, I'm happy to be a part of history. Just wish it were me. Just wish it were me that did that.
Well, you were involved at the very least. You got that going for you. Look, now adapting, just hoping that exact version of Coast isn't going to happen to him. So you've given him the blueprint at the very least to avoid that. Any chance we get a chance to remind Mifflin of that play. I'm always going to take it. We'll see if he can do it again here this time in the grand finals of the EU Circuit Playoffs. It's Elysium up against the Kazakhs Fan Club. Let's throw it over to J-Mac and Mifflin.
Thank you so much, Agro and Shirelli. Game number 2, first one that gets played between these two teams at the very least, Elysium and Kazakhs Fan Club. The number 1 and then the SOC number 1, aka number 4 seed, coming into this tournament respectively for these two teams. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug bringing you the action in game number 2 of this set. Neither of these teams, it's not an elimination game. They've both qualified to go to the SMITE World Championship placement round, but you always got to dip your hand and maybe try and get a little bit more of that prize pool.
Prize pool, seeding, all important and all on the line here. I'm sure both of these teams want the easiest path possible to actually playing on that world stage. A lot on the line here. I mean, the Devs did a great job highlighting that both of these compositions are incredibly strong. Elysium have a steadfast front line between double Cthulhu or even potentially double Geb. You've got good pick potential. Kamazats and the Morgan both bring a lot of that 1v1 in the jungle. Whereas on the other side, if this goes to a late game team fight, and it might not, as Heavy Monster in some trouble.
Tarum dashes in. The minions are poking out Tarum, but Tarum just needs one more good hit against Bevy, but the health potion is ticking him up, but not far enough. Breathes right on him and takes him out. First blood goes to the Elysium squad, but Elysium want to strike elsewhere. Vaporish Coast gets slammed against the wall, and the 2v2 in mid will stand at a stalemate.
What a way to start off this set. Elysium and Terrorem finding a solo kill before the 1 minute mark. Bevimas are now going to be playing at a deficit, and that is pretty huge. Bevimas was a key point of this Kazakhs Fan Club composition. He brings an attack speed stim to help out your double hunter composition. He's going to be your primary initiator in the majority of these fights. You don't want your initiator a level down a minute and 30 in. This Odin, he's got to bide his time from here on out.
Not only do you not want your initiator down, you don't want a Cthulhu up ahead. Rapio wants to try and make amends to that in a rotation to the duo lane. Has his blink and nice axe against Spudio. Gets the beads out of the hunter and a thunder shot out there just for good measure up against him. But Spudio will be just fine. Rapio does not expend that blink to try and make anything happen in the duo lane. It's all just going to come from Coast and Calvin.
Spudio, no beads, though, might have to concern himself of another rotation from Rapio at any point. And worth noting, Rapio, although playing an early game god, it was earlier this weekend that he decided that the first 15 minutes are all about farm. So this Thanatos still has potential to do well in the late game, even if he doesn't decide to make his stamp known here, but doesn't seem to be the case. Rapio, proactive on the map, moving in towards red.
A red buff potential skirmish here. Angry will go stealth, but
Good
he misses
juke.
the stun up against Rapio. Now with Gunter rotating in, Angry will have to use the beads after the slow, but Rapio is blinked right past. Death Sight slams against the wall, a small little miss hit, but they're still going to go for that chase. A couple more basics needed. One more ability from Rapio if he can get it, but no, the stun from Angry keeps himself alive and deters any further aggression from them.
Great drukes from Angry just to make sure that he does survive, knowing that he can't take that fight much longer considering where's adapting at on the map, invading the speed buff. Rapio, you dedicated a lot of time trying to find the kill onto the mid laner. You are at least able to strip away this red buff, but at what cost? Speed and the small camps on the right-hand side.
Those are gone. Tarum is hit level 5. Bevy is struggling just to get to that level 4, and he really has a hard time even just walking up to this Cthulhu, because look at what he's able to do right back at him. Even Spoddy on this left side getting poked out again. No beads up for about another 60 seconds on this carry. and that's going to be all danger, especially if Rapio can hit 5 before those beats come up.
Curious if Terra may have had potential to solo out Bevy Monster yet again there. Uses the Bird Bomb on the wave to send the Madness available, but why risk it? That's your really safety net in the soul lane. So this Cthulhu, happy with a solo kill earlier on, not going to go ahead and try and take the aggressive play there. Bevy Monster may be thankful for this second lease on life.
Trix and Spudio will just go ahead and clear out one of the Harpy camps, and it'll be the Scorpion in lane done by Vaporish Coast and Calvin. Tarum up 2 levels against Bevy Monster. Doesn't even have access to that cage. Tarum hasn't gone back to base yet to spend up that first blood bounty that he's earned, that he's been able to net for himself. But with that lead, the jungle having a little bit of a lead here, Elysium's right side of the map looking fairly strong here in the early game. Mid, though, Angry just now taking over level 6, where Gunter got it earlier off that red buff rotation.
He has, and neither Gunter nor Tarum have head back to base yet, so some significant power spikes still available on the map. I'm keeping my eyes on Rapio, though. I know I said earlier that he doesn't necessarily need to get involved early on, but he's got some decent targets, especially considering we've got Spudio's beads getting burned on cooldown available right now, but we know if Vaporish Coast has his way, or if Calvin does, a couple hammers or axes could rectify that issue. Angry, no beads for the next 25 seconds. Hovering Death could very well be a death sentence for the Morgan in the next couple of moments.
Rapio, no stranger to not getting involved early. I mean, even yesterday on this Thanatos did no player damage for the first 15 minutes of the game, got involved in 2 team fights, and ended with nearly 8,000 player damage and what, like 6 kills to his name after that? I mean, can't blame the guy if he wants to have to sit back for a little bit longer before he gets involved. We know he's capable of making some big plays, but already down just a little bit in experience. His solo laner a little bit behind here in Bevy Monster, hasn't had an opportunity to finish off that first item yet. Tarum does have Breastplate of Valor now online.
Greater Scorpion on the right-hand side, Forpion, if you would, has been taken away. So now at least one neutral objective should be spawning up pretty shortly, and it is the one on the right-hand side. You better believe that is a active decision from Elysium to try and put the POI on the solo side of the map, considering Tarum has got a pretty significant lead at this point, as well as hitting some nice power spikes, has that ultimate available. Descent into Madness is a unstoppable tool at this point in the game. Sure, Kha'Zix Fan Club composition can deal with it a little bit later on with their auto-attack basic composition from Gunter and Vaporish Coast, attack speed sims from both Calvin and Bevy Monster, but we're 5 minutes in, 6 rather, and those aren't really available as of yet. So if Tarum does make a rotation towards this Pyromancer, man's just going to be a menace.
Even with that first blood, Elysium not too far up in the gold department, only about 300 gold in experience in their favor, but adapting and rotating up towards these back camps as Tarum goes for a proxy farm behind the tower. Rapio gets caught out here. Bevy Monster drops the cage around Tarum, but Trix is here to provide some support. The stone shield is good. The cage has faded away, and it's a double cataclysm out of Trix Tank. Gunter on the run, has to use the beads to get away from the Descent to Madness Cthulhu. A triple leap in from the squad of Kha'Zix Fan Club, and Tarum will be the first one to go down. Rapio credited towards the kill. Bevy Monster still alive and healthy, and will chase away Trix Tank and Angry.
Rapio holds on to the death sight throughout that entire fight, realizing if he doesn't get the last hit, he's going to fall down. Nice target selection does shut down Tarum, and the concern that I had that Elysium might be able to barrel through the right-hand side of the map thanks to this lead Cthulhu, well, that goes unfounded. Kha'Zix Fan Club able to strip one away and bring this game right back to even. Gold and experience largely equalized.
Dumore finished up by Angry off of his last back, so he's got a large power spike immediately out the gate with the Sands of Time. He's got a little bit of cooldown reduction. We can see just in the net worth department, this Cthulhu is still sitting at the top of the charts for his team, but he's not anywhere by a long stretch of the farthest up in the game. Immediately right behind him, hot on his heels, is Gunter in that mid lane, who's been left to solo farm for a large majority of this early game.
Both mid laners have been left to their own devices for the first 7.5 minutes, and only one of them comes out with a lead. It's Angry, now sitting level 10. Gunter, just a couple of moments ago, had that exact same lead in his pocket, but Morrigan has been free farming on the map and farming aggressively, almost similar to how Shinto likes to play, in that he's taking back camps. If his jungler's not there for red buff, he's not waiting. That's his farm, making sure that everything goes down on cooldown. Elysium, they're doing a good job of trying to refine some equilibrium after a small misplay on the right-hand side.
Yeah, no stone unturned, no camp left standing when it comes to these mid laners. They want to get their farm, they want to get to those big power spike items. You see a Spear of the Magus from Gunter. A little bit of lifesteal, huge amount of just base magical power, and some flat pin in the early stage of the game. Can go a long way. But Angry gets spotted out by the ward that Calvin and Gunner have placed in the mid. It's a blink in. Cataclysm only hits Calvin, but that might just be enough. Supernova make sure to zone them away, and in the sky is Rapio. But it doesn't look like he's interested in crashing down into this party. Instead, he'll go back towards the back camps, and both teams will just go ahead and disperse.
Yeah, Rapio heads up into the air just as a deterrent, making sure that Elysium don't stick around any longer in that engagement. Had there been more of a commitment, you better believe he would have been there. But Gunter does a great job peeling out for Calvin with that Supernova ultimate. I'm pretty sure Angry just picks up that kill with a couple of auto attacks and a Dark Omen if that knockup doesn't come through. So Kha'Zix Fan Club slowing down the pace of this one. Still maintaining, or nursing rather, a couple hundred gold in the lead 9 minutes in. But this is EU. We're not keeping our eyes on the first 10 minutes and maybe not even the next 10. It's around that 20-minute mark where these team fights really start to ring true.
Calvin, quick rotation, but an even quicker blink by Tarum gets him away from this Fafnir rotation out of Calvin. And on this left-hand side, Porsche Coast left all by his lonesome, and it's adapting and Spudio to put him down. The bats out of adapting have the damage necessary to bring down the Hunter and put a second kill on the board for Elysium.
Porsche Coast does at least hang on to his bead, so doesn't have to play too concerned once he does rotate out. Does need to concern himself, though, with the one-level lead that Spudio has accrued on the left-hand side of the map. Actually going for the Crusher immediately to Aussie build. He's swinging at this point. Spudio very happy to take some 1v1s.
Bevy Monster over here taking a 2v1 as he was proxy farming on that side of the map. Calvin again caught out here in the mid lane, but he'll be a-okay. Now with Rapio making his rotation to the right side of the map, we could be seeing a 2v2 fight over this blue buff. It's Trickstank caught out inside the own cage. There's a double Cataclysm to keep him alive, but now it's Angry here off of his ultimate. Bevy stunned out as soon as he lands, drops his own shield, but that shield does not have enough health to it. It's Adapting's rotation that puts down the solo laner for the second time and puts the second kill up for Adapting.
Rapio heads up into the air and immediately pulls the ripcord. From his aerial view, notices that 4 members of Elysium are closing in fast on this blue buff, so he leaves. He says, Bevy, I'm sorry, man. You're an Odin. You can't fly, so you're stuck here. Thanatos, though, a little bit luckier, is able to maintain his own life, and Rapio should actually come out very ahead from this, closing up that XP gap that Adapting had created, and instead maybe even pulling a lead. As Angry is shut down in mid. Gunter making it all happen.
He just walked up, and Gunner and Calvin said, why are you even daring to walk up towards us? A quick stun and a Supernova after puts the mid laner in the dirt, and Kha'Zix Fan Club continue to close up that gold lead, dead even in the gold department for both these squads, and that gives Calvin and Porsche enough room on the left side of the map to invade the purple buff, sealing that one away from Elysium.
Now 11.5 minutes in, both neutral objectives available on the map, Gold Fury and Pyromancer. I do not consider Fire Giant something that can be taken at this point of the game, so instead it's only those 2 targets. And taking a peek at Kha'Zix Fan Club's draft, if they're given any amount of time on either, they will not last very long. Porsche Coast, Gunter, both going to be the brunt of the DPS on these objectives, and only made it a little bit better by all those attack speed stems on their side. Good confirmation as well from Supernova or even Death Scythe. I wouldn't say that Elysium's got great steal potential. If it does come down to a coin toss, it's a weighted coin toss favoring Kha'Zix Fan Club.
Kha'Zix Fan Club with that kill on that side of the map will hold that as Bevy Monster again under fire on the right side for going for another greedy play, trying to invade these back camps, but there's not a ton of kill pressure for them because of 2 people trying to fight him on the right side of the map. Spudio up in the sky, gets some vision against everybody to see where the whole team is lurking. And Elysium steal away the Gold Fury off the play from Spudio. Calvin with nowhere to go gets rooted out and bursted as soon as he comes out of that transformation. Angry puts him in the dirt, and now it might be Rapio, the one in danger. Nowhere to go, no beads, no life. Terra puts him down to separate out of Gunter. May just be delaying the inevitable. It's a blink under by Angry and an immediate kill onto him. Another one for Adapting. 3 and the Fury go to Elysium.
Elysium do not care about your weighted coin, Kha'Zix Fan Club. They make their own fate, not only taking the neutral objective, but also 3 lives of the Chaos team. Rapio, Gunter, and Calvin fall down, and they're not done. Pyromancer's next.
Pyromancer started up here, and there's no answer back. We get a nice little perspective out of Spudio. Use the ultimate, stand out, and then as soon as he lands back down, down, just goes with the easy 1-2 combo to steal that Fury away, and then the fight after is just all she wrote. Elysium coming up big in the fight, and look at the gold swing they get from there. Over 2,500 gold that they're able to put up in the lead when they were down about 500 just a moment ago.
Maybe more important is that experience, now 2,600 in their favor. Fights that were already going Elysium's way will only continue to do so from here on out. Kha'Zix fan club, it's got to shift up the entire style of this early game. Instead, now it's stem the bleeding, slow down Elysium, try to find some farm on the map. If you can just not take engagements, that might be the best look for the Chaos team from here on out.
Calvin gets spotted, but the red buff will go to Elysium. Porsche wanting to fight here up against Adapting, but do you want to square up against the Bat, who's already got 2.5 full items online with this Camazotz? The answer to that should be no, but Calvin is willing to at least stop him from going up against his teammates.
He is, and now it seems as if Kha'Zix fan club have done a good job of slowing down this game with no neutral objectives available to either team. Elysium going to have a hard time trying to force out some of these engagements. We could see maybe a mid-tower siege, maybe we see some rotations towards the solo lane. Both of those tier 1s already very low. Fortunately, maybe for Kha'Zix fan club, that the dual lane has already lost that tier 1 tower. I doubt we see Spudio decide to sit on the tier 2, but if he does do so, well, Rapio's hovering very nearby.
Bevy will just clear out the wave. Taram's got one final Totem of Coup. Then he can drop down for his team, and then that objective will be gone and off the map for the remainder of the game. So perfect time for him to grab it is right at the last possible moments. But Bevy is at least going to delay that for a little while, but a leap in place may have sealed the solo laner's doom. Gunter in the mid lane gets hit by the Saprite. Angry transforms. The Saprite goes through for Gunter, but it's a quick chase down with a Bat out of hell from the mid laner. But Spudio's here to steal that kill away from his teammate. Tier 1 tower may be in danger, but Calvin and Rapio rotating in means they will not go down.
Elysium, every single time they see a single member from Kha'Zix fan club on their own, it doesn't matter if you're in a tier 1 or if you're on the way to the tier 2, they are going to chase you out. Elysium demanding that Kha'Zix fan club group up, forcing them to play as a team, and when you're this far behind, that's the opposite of what you want. These inefficient XP and gold splits only going to hurt Kha'Zix fan club. I think I understand the ideology of the Chaos team. Leave Gunter alone. He's one of our win conditions. Let him farm up, get all this solo farm. That's not an option right now, not with 3 people diving.
Coast beads burned away, and he'll have to go back towards his tier 2 tower as his now remaining safe haven. Calvin makes a rotation over to try and relieve some of that pressure on his Hunter. They still want to go for this fight here, or at least Porsche wants to go up to the wave to get that experience cleared as quickly as he can. They'll be able to get that and then go towards the Scorpion to get a little bit of extra help here. But Coast now down his Purification Beads. That relic on cooldown for about another 2 minutes.
Primal Fury going to be spawning in just about 1 minute. So if Elysium are able to, they should head over to the Gold Fury and try and force a fight as soon as it spawns so that Vaporish Coast will be forced to take an engagement without that added layer of safety. Trix Tank headed back to base, has ticked over to level 13, so second relic in the cards here as he levels up the Adventurer's Blade, and it is a phantom pickup. Has his eyes towards Bevy Monsta. Does not want to have to concern himself with these Ring of Spears a little bit later on.
On the opposite side of the board, though, it's Calvin fully maxing both of his relics. Now that he's hit 12, he's not only picked up a Frenzy, but he's maxed it alongside that Sundering Spears, making sure to get max value out of both of those relics. Adapting wants to fight Rapio, but Rapio doesn't want to be anywhere near this fight. He's going to use the ultimate and take himself out of the fight as quick as possible, but that leaves Vaporish Coast all alone to have to leap over the wall to get away. This Elysium team, with this small little 3,000 gold lead they have, they're not playing like they're 3,000 up, they're playing like they're 30,000 up.
And now on the left-hand side, a significant grouping from Elysium. As the Primal Fury spawns up, Bevy Monsta forced to rotate out early, finds Angry in mid, and puts a good deal of damage into him. Trix Tank, though, nearby should be able to keep him safe. Seems like Elysium, they know what the plan is. Group up, head to the Primal.
Primal started up by Spudio and Adapting. It's the rest of the team zoning him out. Calvin, the first one here for Kha'Zix fan club. That'll be enough to at least slow down the burn on the Fury. Calvin gets pushed against the wall, and Bevy drops the cage, but it's a quick phantom response out to get everybody right back out. Descent into madness by Terra, and Bevy Monsta has nowhere left to go. The knock up off the mark, but the Bat out of hell from Adapting puts him down, and a Cataclysm finds 2 from Trixtank. Tarum puts down Calvin, and now Koza's getting crit out by Spudio. A land in from the ult out of Rapio, but the Stone Shield keeps Spudio alive, and Angry puts him down with a stun right after. Elysium pick up 3.
Kazakh's fan club forced to take yet another engagement that they want no part of. Vaporish Coast, buddy, you're too low to be walking up this far, especially against a team that has stealth on it. Angry tries to land the Dark Omen over the wall, but is unsuccessful in doing so. But I don't think he's beating himself up too much. 3 for 0 trade, and the Primal Fury go to Elysium. 18.5 minutes in. Now these other neutral objectives going to be a little bit easier to clear. You take less damage, you deal more. Pyromancer and Fire Giant on the menu at this point. Rapio dead for 12 seconds. Elysium can set up the defensive positioning very easily.
Prior to that fight, it was a 3,000 gold lead and not all that much experience. Now we're looking at a 5,000 gold lead and a 6,000 experience that Elysium has net for themselves, and this makes it even more difficult for Kazakh's fan club to even walk up towards these fights. A stun on Trix Tank, but a quick Stone Shield at least holds them away. Sunder popped up against the tank, and you do see Trix eat quite a bit of damage, but he'll be just fine. He'll be able to go back, but maybe that's just enough of a window here for Kazakh's fan club to take one of these smaller neutral objectives. The Pyromancer started up here by the Kazakh's fan club, already down to half health. Vaporish Coast with 3 full items online. He is chunking through it alongside Gunter.
And it's a Fire Giant pull as well. Kazakh's fan club still have the Frenzy available. They're going for the Hail Mary.
It's going to be the transformation. The AoE curse will be up. Fire Giant already down to half. It's Tarum in the back line to try and stop this. Trix Tank caught inside the cage, but it's immediately off the Fire Giant and already down. Vaporish Coast is gone. Gunner out of the Disapparate, but they're turning it right back around. Tarum is getting low, but adapting. Picks up Rapio, and now Gunner gets caught because the second Cthulhu has finally arisen. Angry with the transformation, grabs 1, and Bevy and Calvin have nowhere left to go. Tarum picks up his next kill and adapting to close it out. It's a deicide off the Hail Mary from Kazakh's.
Kazakh's fan club, I understand completely. You've lost out on the last 3 team fight engagements. Neutral objectives largely going the way of Elysium. I think maybe that Hail Mary play works out a little bit better had they not started with the Pyromancer. A slight bit of trepidation cost them the largest neutral objective on the map. Fire Giant headed to the Order team. They realize how easy it is with 5 members of Kazakh's fan club dead, so they split their attention throughout the entirety of the map. Right side tier 2, that's free. Mid, that's already pushed in. Fire Giant cleared out, and Elysium 15-2. 20 minutes into this one, primed to take game 2 in the series.
And another massive gold swing out of that fight. Another 5,000 gold up that Elysium are able to put for themselves off the misplay out of Kazakh's fan club. Trying to go for that Hail Mary Fire Giant doesn't work out, and now they're staring down the double-barreled shotgun that is Elysium. Nearly level 20 for most of the carries on this team. Spudio just behind. Tarum almost there, but he's nearly full build himself. And a Spear of the Mage is picked up by Tarum for just a little bit of that extra power. Rapio up in the sky, but maybe just a little scared that he might get surrounded by the members of Elysium.
Hey, that's the right call. Rapio has not been given an opportunity to use that ultimate aggressively a single time this game, but if he falls down there, that costs him a bird at least, maybe even more. So just going ahead and losing out on that cooldown to maintain your life is something I can agree with going forward, especially with the 20% CDR he already has built into this build, 40% rather. It is a complete CDR build for Rapio. But Elysium now gets to evaluate how strong their siege potential is. And between double Cthulhu, Geb engage, the damage output of adapting, I think that their siege is looking incredibly strong, but it's more so the dive that I'm concerned about.
No more towers left, and half of Gunter's health bar gone, but Angry's got to use his own beads to walk away from the skirmish. Calvin dives in against Spudio, Tarum, and Trix, and it's a quick rotation by Kazakh's fan club over towards this left side Phoenix to try and defend against the 3 strong. You see Angry sitting around the jungle waiting for his opportunity to jump in. Plenty of optimal transformation targets they could go towards, but he'll team back up with adapting up against Rapio. It's a Blink Cataclysm on 2, but nobody is going to use any other relics on that side. Instead, it's adapting. He has to use the Bat out of Hell, and Angry will close out the Phoenix. That one already off the table. Now it's that fight towards the left side. Calvin transforms, but so does Tarum. Descent into madness and a dive in the back line by Spudio. three of them solo on the side of Kazakh's fan club, and it's Rapio who pops first. Adapting puts down 2 and picks up the double kill. And Elysium poised to take game number 1, but they've got to go through the 3 left on Kazakh's fan club if they want to close it out.
Spaudio low HP, Terram below half, maybe not an opportunity to go for the end right now unless Angry's got something to say about it. Vapor's Coast dropped low, and Elysium, they stay hovering here. 30 seconds to work with for the nearest respawn. Here's the re-engage.
Waiting for that opportunity, and Bevy may have just given it to him. He gets caught out and has to go all the way back to the fountain alongside Vapor's Coast, and that may have just been the small window necessary for them to close out this game. Titan down to half health. Bevy Monta dives in the back line, but the damage output from Elysium is just too great. And they go ahead and break their game 1 curse they've had all weekend, and they take their first official match played here.
Elysium very dominant in game 1, but it's off the back of a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes. We were talking about how good the objective confirm and burn is from the Kazakhs fan club, and they were in this game completely net neutral until they approached their first Gold Fury. They lose the objective, they lose 3 lives, and they lost all their momentum from there.
Yeah, once that Fire Giant started up and it goes down, that pretty much sealed the game for Kazakhs fan club. Elysium take game number 2 of the set. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back right after.
Peace through tyranny. Pathetic fools! There's no escape! Transformers! Let's roll out.
Well, we thought that game 1 might be a little bit awkward for Elysium, but then they remembered it was game 2, and therefore they're allowed to win the game. And boy, did they win that game. Elysium just absolutely dominated Kazakh's fan club here in game number 2 of our best of 5 set. But before we get into breaking that down a little bit more, got to remind you guys that we are doing this Alienware 25-inch gaming monitor giveaway. All you have to do is head on over to the SMITE Pro Twitter and check out the pinned tweet there for more information on how to enter and snag yourself this sick piece of Alienware gear. Again, SMITE Pro Twitter, check the pinned tweet in order to get that information. Aggro alongside Trelly Relly here. And Trelly, I mean, we thought that the objective gameplay here for Kazakh's fan club might be good enough, that they would be able to play around this duo lane, and I think that was clearly the plan, but the right side of the map got so far ahead early for Elysium that the left side never got a chance to materialize.
Yeah, this Cthulhu pick for Terrorum was obviously pretty solid, and finding a solo kill before even level 2 is going to put a detriment in your plans. No doubt Terrorum was playing pretty unstoppably here. Even at this point, you have, I guess it was just the leveling order that Bevy Monster chose. He didn't really have exactly what he needed to get out here, but it just rolled him off to a bad start. Even besides that, though, the Kazakh's fan club was able to really come back from that, and then it was that first Gold Fury where we really saw the big throws, where Spudio had that clutch steal.
That steal from Spudio was absolutely massive. And then speaking of massive, how about Terrorem in this team fight? Stopped them on the Fire Giant, created space, still ends up living. He and Adapting were able to really put in the damage this game at 11 KDA for Adapting, which is always a winning recipe. And oh yeah, Trick Stank on Geb. Maybe we don't give that away? Maybe?
I think there's a few things on this draft that we probably shouldn't give away. I think, again, Kazakh's fan club really valued that Uller pick. They were willing to give away a lot for it, and it just did not end up paying off here. Maybe you could make the argument that Gold Fury was just too much of a snowball, but I don't think there was much really to touch on that Kazakh's fan club did well after the fact.
I mean, 8-0-6 for Adapting. They ban away 2 of his premier gods in the second phase, and then he does this to you on Camazotz, which is never a great feeling. 5-1-10 for Terrorem, and Spudio 1-0-8, though, of course, not showing up on the scoreboard. That clutch Gold Fury steal that really changed and made sure that Kazakhs wasn't going to be able to get back into this game. I think the biggest concern here, though, Trelly, is Bevy Monster on this Odin. 0-4, took that solo death early. Rapio only 3,000 player damage on the Thanatos, never really got involved. This right side of the map for the Kazakhs fan club really struggled in this game. And when you want to try and be playing around your duo lane, the right side needs to be able to stay afloat, and that just didn't happen in game.
Exactly. When Bevy goes down early, Rapio really can't look for any farm over there. The whole side of the map is pretty much owned by Adapting at that point. When you're against Elysium, the solo lane has to at least be even. If you're going to be down by there, again, Rapio can't really do anything on the Thanatos pick, especially. It's one of those gods where you really need other people to be able to dive with you. You have to get those low thresholds. You have to get their HP down, and they just really couldn't get anything going. The Thanatos pick is never going to work if you can't get that ball rolling.
Let's see what adjustments Kazakhs fan club is going to make as we are ready for game number 2, picks and bans. I mean, this team got the duo lane they wanted. Gunter had a pretty solid game on the Soul, got that kill onto Angry in the mid lane with some help from Calvin, but the rest of the map just could not keep up, and we think we saw that pretty clearly. Kazakhs fan club in the first pick position now. So theoretically, if they were to go the same direction in picks and bans, and by starting with the Aphrodite, that signals they could be the ones with the Geb this time around.
That's true. If they value it, I think if they do still put that same stock into this Uller pick, it's going to be difficult because they're definitely going to give Elysium 2 things now instead of the 1 that they could pick here. And again, that Geb is going to be a high point of contention. We do not want tricks on that. If you've seen how much he's done, even if they were down, they couldn't find anything. These shields were just too crucial.
Exactly. Those shields really good. And then Trickstank's damage also very high in that game for what it's worth. 9,000 player damage on the Geb, as it's an Izanami ban once again, similar to what Kazakhs fan club did in the last game, and similar to what they did in the last game. Elysium take away Gunter on the Tiamat. So now is where the adjustments could be made. Do Kazakhs fan club go back to what I believe was a Loki ban in this spot? And they do not. It's the Morrigan instead. But now Elysium has to make a choice. Do they want to give up the Geb for an Uller Odin trade, just like Kazakhs fan club just did, or did they learn the lesson for Kazakhs fan club?
There's also that Cthulhu that could be first pick
Yeah,
if they
true.
so choose. There's a lot of options here. This is one of the benefits of that first pick position, and they are going to ban the Geb away. They decide that giving them Geb would be too much. I think I can agree with that. And Kazakhs goes for the Odin?
That is the last pick I thought they would go for. The last pick. Because there's no world in which Elysium goes Cthulhu Odin. right?
You're definitely right, and we already know they value that Cthulhu, so they're gonna. I'm assuming if they don't pick it right here, taking the Uller away from Coast already, and there's the Cthulhu. If you're Elysium, you got everything you want.
Got everything you wanted. And Bevy Monster gets back the Odin, which you hope will do a little bit better, but it's in the exact same lane matchup that he did not do very well in last time around. I am floored by the way that these picks and bans have developed in game number 2. I think, Kazakh's fan club just take Elysium would have first picked the Cthulhu, right? 100%.
Yep.
100% they would have done that, I think, in my mind. So all you do is give up Uller by going first pick and give them the opportunity to get the final pick of the draft, which is usually very, very valuable. Maybe a bit of a mistake here for Kazakh's fan club, but their adjustments are still there to be made. They go with the Nike this time around. This was banned from them in the second phase last game, something to get the ball rolling a little bit more easily for Rapio.
I can see that being a little bit effective here, especially if you're trying to trade with adapting. Obviously, he's okay with last picking his god at this point. He took a lot of bans last game. Didn't really matter.
Nope.
We've mentioned this many times. Adapting's god pool is extremely deep, and now you got tricks on Bacchus instead of Geb. I'm not sure if that's much better.
No, you're probably not feeling that much better about it because this is the type of god that Trickstank typically does very well on. We head into the second ban phase. I mean, I assume Kazakh's fan club are going to be taking out some of these junglers from adapting, but Daji still on the table, Hunbat still on the table, the Kamazats that he just slammed you with, Loki still available. They elect to go Loki first and foremost, but adapting's going to have his pick still of this assassin tab, and you feel like he's always going to be able to find something very effective.
Oh yeah, the Daji is one of his favorites, and he played it into this exact roster, into this Nike pick as well, and did phenomenally. I mean, if you're Kazakh's fan club, the Daji has to be at least in the back of your mind. It is going to be taken away there because,
Smart.
Again, they've lost to it already. But here's the thing: you just lost to that Kamazats. What answers do you have for that at this point?
Not a whole lot. Kamazat's one of those gods that it's kind of hard to shut down anyways. You kind of have to hope that he doesn't just hit everything, and adapting hit basically everything last time around. And as expected, he will get the final pick. This is what this Elysium team likes to do, let adapting see the whole draft, and then pick one of his gods. And it's Merlin for Angry in the mid lane, a god that he has done very well with historically.
We're seeing a Horus Hover, a pick that we have definitely not seen this tournament, and I have not really seen the value. But I guess it is going to be a lot of CC. Maybe it's to get out. You can always use that as an escape from the Cthulhu ult. I guess if that's your option, you come back after when the Descent of Madness is done. I guess if that's the value they see, they're still hovering and thinking about it. I think they should definitely think about it. If they have a plan for this, it looks like they do. Maybe it does bring a lot of duo pressure. Horus has a lot of early CC. Both of his 1 and 2 ability are going to bring a lot of this lockdown in that lane. It's good against the Bacchus. You can stop the Belch there as well. And adapting is going to last pick that Fenrir.
Yeah, Fenrir seems pretty good here to me, Trelly. I mean, Odin, no CC immunity. Horus does have CC immunity, but locks himself in place to use it. Hachiman and Soul are brutalized food. They just don't have options to get away from you in that regard. The Fenrir pick here for adapting looking pretty strong. But on the other side, I mean, a kill lane in Hachiman Horus. Do you feel like this duo lane for Kazakh's fan club needs to get kills in the early game for them to have a chance?
I mean, I do think they need to get kills. I do. But against Uller Bacchus, how do they even find that? I mean, there's going to be so much CC, so much burst, as we've mentioned. The Horse is going to bring a lot of lockdown for the Bacchus pick, but Trix is going to find a way to find those flops regardless. And I think that last game where we talked about Kazakh's got everything they wanted, I think Elysium got everything they wanted in spades.
Yeah, I mean, Merlin, Fenrir, 2 picks that Angry and Adapting have played a lot of in their careers. The Cthulhu once again for Terror, and we shall see what happens now as we are down to a do-or-die situation for the Kazakhs fan club. We'll see if they can get the reverse sweep started here in game number 3.
It's going to be a big shot for them to try and get this here. Elysium up 2-0 in our best of 5 series. Kazakhs fan club need this one, or they're going to get sent with a second place seeding in this tournament and get the lower half of that prize pool. But there's one team that can do it. It's a team that is taking games, at least off of the top seed. The number 4 coming in this tournament, the number 1 at the SOC, and a pickup team at that has been looking impressive here this weekend. But Elysium seems they've got the gas going.
A lot of the tools that Kazakh's fan club bring into game 2 are the exact same. Double auto attacker composition. You still got the Odin to boost your attack speed, as well as Ring of Spears just being a disruption tool in the late game. One of the major differences, I think, has got to be Rapio on this Nike jungle. It's pretty decent in the early game. You're able to engage relatively easily. You've got a good deal of survivability, and Rapio is a player that has shown a propensity to like to play a little bit more passive in the early, but Sentinel Zeus might be just what he needs to empower him to play a little bit more aggressively.
Trixtank with the aggressive flop in, immediately gets the belch against Calvin, puts them down a little bit critical. They'll have to go under the tier 2 tower just for some safety. That match potential aggression that the Horus Hachiman puts out here, well, that Uller and Bacchus can do it right back to him. Spudio already chunked away. Trixtank with a double belch and a double belly flop will hold them off of a Porsche. Ko still wants some extra fights, dashes in with that EI Jutsu, but immediately recognizes he might have to walk away.
These aggressive trades from Elysium in the dual lane are a byproduct of that relic selection from Trixtank. They realize, Spudio and Trix, that they can trade out their HP because Meditation is just going to top you right back off. So it's Calvin and Vapor's Coast now on the worst end of that engagement. At least maintaining the blink is Calvin, and Bede's still up for Vaporich. So there is a heavy kill potential now that the majority of sustain is lost to Elysium.
Trixtank and Spudio will take the safe path back into the lane, especially Spudio. He'll walk all the way around, but Calvin wants some aggression, but misses the dash, and may have sealed his own doom. The belly flop, the hail of arrows, and the leap in from Spudio and puts him down with the axe. First blood goes to Elysium, and Vaporish could be the next one up on the menu, but he'll wisely walk away.
Unfortunate. Calvin tries to get aggressive, misses out on that fracture, and loses his life for his efforts. That's 2 games in a row now where Kazakh's fan club lose an early first blood in the laning phase. Last time around, it was Bevimatsu on the Odin and solo. This time, it's the Horus, and another aggressive pick that you do not want falling behind early on. Now this Horus has to play a little bit more passively in the lane, but despite all that, he still is level 3. Trixtank just now ticking over, so maybe the farm not too far behind for the order side support.
Rapio trying to make some waves on the right side of the map, but Tarim, now that he is level 3, level 4, has that dash available to him so he can quickly get out of a sticky situation. Spudio chunked down half health. Calvin again wants the aggressive play, but he gets bull trued immediately by the axe toss out of Spudio. No dash up for Calvin, except for that third ability, the heal comes out. So he has some way of getting back to safety, help out his teammate, and most importantly, help out his own life.
Elysium, though, all they have to do is just bide their time and wait for this first back. Spudio going to have that Jotun's Wrath online very quickly as a skirmish erupts to the right-hand side. Adapting takes a good deal of damage, but that should spell the end of it.
A leap in by Rapio and a leap over the wall by Adapting. Gets the Fenrir out. Gunter being burned down by Angry on the Merlin. He'll be sitting around a quarter HP, but he'll be able to just fine on this soul. Instead, it'll just be Rapio continuing to put some pressure in mid to alleviate some of the pressure that Gunter had put on him.
Looking at Rapio's relic selection, it's an early beads as Vaporish Coast drops down to about 75% HP just from the Wombo combo of Trixtank and Spudio. Rapio on this Nike jungle would have very much have liked to have been able to pick up a blink, but that threat of Ragnarok from Adapting is just enough to force the defensive relic purchase, meaning that Rapio, well, he doesn't really have that ability to just walk in a lane and engage.
Trixtank does not care how much or how little mana Spudio has. He is just willing to slam his body, slam his life out there just to put any amount of pressure back against Vaporish Coast. Level 5 now on the Bacchus has access to that Intoxicate. Now he may not have solo kill potential all on his own here, but if they stick around and Spudio makes his rotation back in the lane, that could be an easy kill for this duo.
Especially considering he just hits a massive power spike. The Jotun's Wrath available now. Blink in from Calvin just off the mark with the fracture. Trixtank able to avoid it with the belly flop this time around. So Calvin losing out on a bit of that kill pressure. Blink going to be down for just over 2 minutes. And Spudio, well, he's benefiting from it. Walks back in the lane, still gets to maintain his beads, has Jotun's Wrath, has the 1v1 potential over Vaporish, and realizes that Calvin's going to have to work a little bit harder if he wants to engage.
Spudio very wisely sitting so far back as he knows that Calvin is still there because of that ward that he had dropped down. Knew that Calvin was still sitting inside the jungle, hadn't walked back in the lane just yet. So instead, he'll get to watch as the wave falls down, gets to come right up to him, so he gets a nice and easy clear to himself. He'll have some extra help now that Trixtank has come back to the lane. They'll go purple buff for purple on that left side of the map. And in the mid lane, it's Adapting, grabbing those right side mid Harpies, Angry hugging the wall. That way he can get the extra credit for the experience and gold to split that out. And back in the duo lane, Trixtank in the jungle, hunting for Vaporish Coast on his own, but the belch is off the mark. Calvin gets it off against Spudio. The axe toss hits a minion, so Calvin may have just been spared because of that one minion.
I was surprised originally to see the purple buff trade from Elysium. I thought they had great pressure there. They have the power spike. They realized Vapor's Coast had not head back to base yet, neither had Calvin, barring that first blood. So Elysium, if Spudio moves forward just a little bit to slow down that purple, Trix was not far behind. Could have been an opportunity to try and utilize that lead early on. A little bit of a freeze in the lane from Elysium here, but realizing that Vapor's Coast is actually headed back to base, decide to push that wave into the tower, trying to strip away as much farm as possible from Kazakh Fan Club's ADC.
Calvin is still sticking around that left side just because Trixtank has not left the lane except to go back to base himself. Gauntlet of Thebes picked up by both supports, but Trixtank already has a very slight lead in that department. 21 stacks up, but adapting, hunting for Bevy Monster. The leap is down, and that's an easy call for adapting to go in by himself. But under that tier 1 tower, not willing to commit to going up against this Odin, and with the bead still up, that'd be an easy burn if he goes to the Ragnarok. But now it's Spudio in danger on the left side. He'll leap away. Rapio, an aggressive dive under the tower, the barrier, not going to push him back with the ultimate and the damage in. Calvin wants to commit under the tower. Spudio with no mana and very little health. He's going to be able to walk away. Calvin goes down to the final shot of the tower.
Wow.
Trixtank and Angry rotate over to help out and take down Vapor's Coast. But with Gunter here, the slow off the stellar burst, and it doesn't even matter because adapting over the wall helps to take him out with Trixtank. Quick beads out of Gunter off the Ragnarok, but he gets pulled back in by Angry in that arcane stance, and he's just delaying the inevitable. Adapting's the one who takes his life.
Young Kenneth had never had an easier rotation in his life. Kazakh's Fan Club overzealous in their aggression, walking to the tier 2 tower. Calvin, your damage output was not enough. Spudio, credit for that kill, and then easy rotations from everybody else to find themselves a couple across the board. 5-0 for Elysium 7 minutes in.
Spudio comes up big in that fight. He keeps his life. Sure, loses the beads, but whatever. Look at the benefits that Elysium is able to reap from there. 2,000 gold up and levels across the board. We get a nice little perspective of Angry rotating to help take down this fight. Between him and Trixtank, they're able to absolutely shred through the health bar of Rapio, and then from there, it's all easy pickings, especially with the help on the rotation from Kenneth.
Man, that was a fast rotation from Angry as well. He was there the moment that Rapio was leaping out of the tower, the moment that he was needed, already ready on the counter there. Kazakh's Fan Club now have to, yet again, similar to Game 1, play on the back foot. 2,000 nearly gold down. It's all about slowing down the pace of this one, but they still do have that same level of objective burn capacity as they did in Game 1. So, Vapor's Coast, Gunter, given any opportunity around these Greater Scorpions, might be able to take those away, or the Gold Fury if the Scorpion is cleared out by Elysium. It's an engage from Trixtank on to Calvin. He's in some trouble.
Calvin able to dash away with the help of that Protector Surge, but it's Rapio again wanting to fight on this left-hand side. Dives in up against Adapting, but Adapting's got the Ragnarok to get the beats. Sentinel Zeus, and there's nowhere for Adapting to go. The damage from Calvin is enough, and a fracture in seals the deal for Spudio. Rapio picks up the credit for the kill, and they finally are able to get their team on the board. 2-5 now for Kazakh's Fan Club.
Great turnaround. Rapio, good, phenomenal decision-making to leap in aggressively there. I thought he was dead to rights on his own, but still maintaining the beads after that entire engagement on the left side tier 2 tower. Means that Adapting gets baited forward, uses the Ragnarok aggressively, and loses his life for it. Calvin able to get that fracture back up. Chain CC too strong, and Vapor's Coast able to deal a ton of damage with that ultimate. Kazakh's Fan Club may be down, but not for long and not that far. Only about 100 gold separating these two squads.
Bevy Monster clearing out his solo side, where all the action last time was to keep Bevy Monster down in the solo lane. Now, all that action is sprung around the dual lane, trying to keep Spudio and Trixtank as low as they can, but they still got a 1-level lead up over Calvin and Vaporish. Angry has maintained about a half level over Gunter for the majority of the last 5 or so minutes of the game, with a Chronos Pendant online for this Merlin. That 20% CDR benefited by that item means that he's going to be able to spam out abilities as often as he wants to.
He will be able to, but it's not just experience leads for Elysium. Kazakh's Fan Club have found a couple themselves. Rapio about a half level up on Adapting, who's been sitting comfortably at 10. Adapting just now ticking over. Calvin as well has been able to close up that gap with Trixtank. This game, 10 minutes in, as close to as dead even as possible, which is wild considering the pacing that we've seen so far. Elysium, you'd have expected to have built themselves up a massive lead, considering that 3 or 4 for 0 trade just a little bit earlier. maybe a neutral objective could be an avenue forward for the Chaos team, but Calvin just peeking his head on the right-hand side dissuades adapting from pulling out the Pyro.
Well, the Forp was dropped earlier by Elysium, just adapting alone was able to grab it. Now they steal away one on their side. Calvin gets a fracture against Angry, but it's immediately traded in kind by Trixtank. Some damage from the belch, the belly flop just off the mark. And these supports, they are out for blood, man. Every opportunity Calvin has had, he has been going for these fractures. Hit or miss, he's going for the commitment to try and get his team going.
Both supports going for early thieves and then immediately transitioning themselves into damage items. Shillelagh now for Calvin, and Trixtank going down the penetration tree. Could be a Spear of Deso, could be a Divine Ruin, or it could be a Gold Fury for Elysium.
It could be a kill for Kha'Zix fan club. Spudio has to use the beads to walk back away, but now that there's 4 members of Elysium on this left-hand side, Vapourish Coast doesn't have many other places to go. Calvin used the ultimate to get himself out, and just in time, he'll be able to get out. Elysium with that strong rotation over. They start up the Gold Fury and then realize that Spudio might need a little bit of help. Once they're able to push the dual lane out, they can go right back to the Gold Fury. But look at Gunter peeking his head across the wall. That alone is enough to shake Elysium in their boots and make them walk away from the objective.
Elysium learned their lesson, the one they taught Kha'Zix fan club in game 1. No need to go for these risky neutral objectives when there's steal potential on the other side, and Gunter has certainly got that in spades. Trixtank hiding around the edge here. Might have been spotted out by Calvin, but he's got his eyes on Vapourish.
Vapourish dashes away, but Calvin's going to get stunned by the belch. Belly flop after is good, but Trixtank now down to half health. Calvin and Vapourish will be able to walk away. Calvin, again, playing very aggressive up on this horse, and that's exactly what you want out of really both of these supports. Bacchus and Horus, they're all about that initiation. And time after time, we are seeing these supports try and start fights. Whether they're winning or losing those fights, it has been a start up here by these two players individually throughout the entirety of this game.
It feels like this game is teetering on the knife's edge. Just somebody waiting to open up the doors, waiting to pull themselves in the lead. It is dead even still. 13 minutes in so far, but we haven't seen these solo laners rotate out as of yet. It hasn't been a true 4-on-4 or 5-on-5 engagement around these neutral objectives. One of them going to have to break those floodgates shortly. And it's Kha'Zix fan club grouped up aggressively in the jungle now, looking for an opportunity. Calvin spots out a Greater Scorpion, trying to find the steal with the updraft, but thinks better of it once he sees how aggressive Trixtank is starting to position and starts to fade himself away. When a game is paced out like this, J-Mac, we have to evaluate which one has the superior late game, and that's an easier task, easier said than done, rather. I think that Elysium might still have favor, considering Cthulhu plus Uller. Kind of hard to argue against those two picks, but Kha'Zix fan club's composition is so cohesive.
Ooh, Trixtank takes a little bit of shred there from Gunter's Supernova, caught him in multiple ticks. Raptio trying to push Angry away, hits him with the barrier. Angry wisely uses that flicker to get away, and Adapting, who's now under pressure at his own back camps, has to leap over the wall. So Kha'Zix fan club, even being down in some of the previous fights, they're starting to take some more, have netted themselves very, very minorly here up a gold lead. Maybe with this Pyromancer it's enough to help them out, but Tarum Descent into Madness will pull them off the objective. It'll be a quick reset by Kha'Zix fan club, and now the rest of Elysium are coming back to the fight. Trixtank after his back, now at nice and full health, and Adapting at full health even despite the rotation previously. But look at these supports. It was the Divine Ruin by Trixtank going for his power, but instead of the traditional Blackthorn Hammer that we've been seeing, an item that at one point on its initial release was the hottest thing on the market for just about any physical user to buy in the Sledge, but now we don't see that item as often here.
No, it still has good stats on it. The passive going to give you a good deal of protection as well, but it has been a little bit outshined in the past. Maybe, Calvin, kind of leaning on the HP stat stick. Sledge still certainly good, but I agree that Blackthorn is the new flavor of the month. Calvin maybe going to look towards that a little bit later on, but if he does so, we'll be sacrificing a good deal of protections in the build. I like that micro play from Tarum to blink in immediately onto the Pyromancer. Trades out not only his relic, but his ultimate for time. He wants to make sure the Kha'Zix fan club aren't able to drop that objective low, so instead engages when it's out about 50% HP and creates the space for Elysium to rotate back in. Kazakh's fan club don't stick out the engagement. I think had they hovered for a moment, they would have had a significant advantage considering how many resources Terram had already used. But instead, it is a reset back to neutral. But it feels like Kazakh's fan club just playing with a little bit more momentum right now. 1 level lead for Rapio in the jungle, and it's all the aggressive positioning from the Order side.
Starting up the Gold Fury, Bevy Monster here at the fight. It's going to be a few seconds before Terram can get in. He's in the mid lane. Bevy stunned out. Gold Fury started, but Gold Fury leashed with enough members of Elysium walking forward. Now, with Terram here, it'll be a full 5-on-5 around this objective if these teams wish to go for it. But it doesn't seem that they want to go onto this objective with everybody around. Not quite secured on their own secure for Kazakh's fan club. But Rapio still wants some action here, adapting in him, standing by in this duo lane.
Whichever team decides to pull the Gold Fury in a fight like this is going to be playing in a disadvantage. When the game is as dead even as it is, the objective effectively acts as an unofficial 6-man for whichever side isn't fighting it directly. So, as of now, Kazakh's fan club have vision advantage on the Gold Fury pit, but Elysium have positioning advantage on the left-hand side. Vaporish Coast may be privy to this 3-stack of Elysium. Plays a little bit further back, but that's not going to deter adapting. He's still hunting.
Leaps in, gets the brutalized, and immediately cancels it right after. Bevy Monster gets caught out. Used the Ring of Spears and a Supernova from Gunter to zone them away, but adapting has not given up the fight. He'll have to use the Ragnarok to get away now that 2 are chasing him down. A 5-man group up for their Harpy, and now a 5-man group up around the Gold Fury. The ward is cleared out, and the Gold Fury pulled. Elysium, by being able to send Bevy Monster back and burning away his ultimate, may just be the call that they need. But again, with enough members of Kazakh's fan club here, Elysium don't want to risk going for the objective.
Elysium actually had Trix Tank utilize that meditation to resustain after that small skirmish, but still weren't confident enough to pull the objective. Blink in from Calvin, using Fracture onto Spudio, does force out the beads from this Uul, but Egg is still available, so Spudio not completely high and dry at this point. This game has stagnated in the kill department. 7 still, 17 minutes in. But the gold has been trading hands. It's only largest deficit, about 100 either way. You can see it in the charts. Experience dead even as well. Neither one of these teams able to find a foothold to push them further, to propel them into a lead. But it just feels like one pick is all it's going to take to open up this match.
Quick belly flop away by Trix Tank to get him out of the damage that could have come from Bevy and Calvin. He's able to get by from that Fracture. And instead, now it's the junglers in the solo lane just clearing up some farm. Rapio is winning this trade out, gets the Ragnarok out of adapting. A little scared of the dive potential from this Nike. So that'll be an ultimate down from adapting. His beads still down for another 75 seconds. That's going to be a relic and an ultimate advantage that Kazakh's fan club have in the jungle.
If Rapio connects that leap and adapting had not used his ultimate, likely would have cost him his life. So I understand the safe play, but an unfortunate loss for Elysium's jungler, losing out on one of their best CC tools so far. And we have not seen too many impactful Ragnaroks as of now. The beads on the side of Kazakh's fan club have largely been safe from Elysium. Nobody quite able to burn them consistently in these engagements. Trix Tank might be able to do it with the burp stun, but that's not really all that consistent considering how many tools Kazakh fan club has to stop it. Feels like Calvin's always just hovering nearby with that Fracture, making sure that Trix Tank can't be that menace that he wants to be.
I'll be again a 2v2 in the dual lane just to clear out the wave, and now it'll be Bevy Monster against adapting, who's just getting some own free farm on this right side of the map. Terram still level 16. He's been getting farm elsewhere across the board. He's been sitting around this mid lane for quite some time, just allowing adapting to get back in this game and get that farm that he needs. It is a Berserker Shield that he picked up for his 3rd item after a double mace. And Terram now with a Bulwark of Hope and a Cloak tier 1 to give him a little bit of extra defense.
Yeah, I like this pickup from adapting. Normally Berserker Shield is something that has fallen by the wayside, but a little bit of Bruiser item stack here going to make him able to stick around in these engagements a little bit longer. You've already got the Seething Howl to boost your power and lifesteal output. As an aggressive grouping from Kazakh's fan club on the left-hand side, trying to surround Spudio inside of his tower, but another equally good rotation from Elysium, adapting, and Trix Tank just make sure that really Kazakh's fan club have no way forward into that tier 1, which results in yet another net wash on the map. Both these teams constantly jockeying for positioning around these neutral objectives. And this could be it. Gunter in some trouble. Disapparate is able to walk himself out of there. But Gold Fury started, Elysium burning it quick.
Okay, Forest Coast is here to try and go for the steal, but he's not going to do so. Elysium steal away their own Fury. They're able to walk out, but adapting low. Rapio with the Sentinel of Zeus only finds Spudio, has to use the Aegis, and Spudio turns around to throw out some damage. Rapio can tank up only a couple of shots of that tower before it starts crushing through the shield. So Elysium get the objective, and they get out.
Rapio holds on to the Rend, waiting for Spudio to use his axe, and Spudio realizing that the axe is the only thing keeping him alive, does well to hold on to it. So Elysium able to work their way out after the neutral objective, but that's all they're able to secure for themselves. And on the other side, Kazakh's fan club should be able to take this Pyromancer and bring this game right back to even. Elysium, though, steal!
Can walk up and just grab it all by his lonesome. Gunner in the Disapparate, and his primary safety is now at the board. He's only got the relics to his name, and he's going to have to use them fast. Aegis is good, but delays the inevitable. Terum and Adapting pick up the first 2 kills of the fight now. Calvin stuck in the middle of 4. Has to leap over the wall towards the mid lane to get out, and with just that small little play, the steal of the Pyromancer, Elysium are going for the fire.
Second verse, same as the first. Kazakh's fan club fumble on a neutral objective and now have the entire game teetering on the edge. It's Bevimonsta in first.
Goes in, gets the cage, locks Spudio in place. Spudio will have to leap over the wall. Fire Giant is leashed, but Calvin is the one they've turned their sights towards. Adapting, grabs him with the help of his mid laner. Bevimonsta leaps away. The Fire Giant with a full reset here. Bevy at least buys some time for Kazakh's fan club to delay them. Now with Vapor's Coast here, steal potential is still up. But Trix Tank is too low to be able to remain here tanking this one. Fire Giant down to half, and it's Adapting holding on to it, but Adapting himself is starting to fall low. Fire Giant getting dangerously low. They're able to grab it, and with Bevimonsta leaping in, that may seal his doom. But Vapor's Coast at least can pick up Adapting for their trouble. Terum all by his lonesome. It's a double kill for Coast.
Vaporish Coast ties up his cape and says, Elysium, you have to continue playing perfectly. You must continue to do what you can, because he's going to strip away Fire Giant from 2 of your members, but 3 core hold on to it. Angry, Trix Tank, and Spudio, and those are some great targets to maintain the fire buff. Trix Tank to tank up those objectives, and Spudio to remove them. I think that Elysium, after this 30-second respawn from Terem, are in a great position still to start stripping away some of these towers. Every single one still available to Kazakh's fan club, and every single one a gold cache on the map for Elysium to take away. But phenomenal play for Vaporish Coast to just teeter the edge one little bit, one step back in their favor.
Really forcing Elysium to have to play that objective perfectly. If they take any longer, Adapting dies to the Fire Giant or Trix Tank dies to the Fire Giant, they recognize they need that all-in commit and go straight to it. But with 3 of them, the only ones now to have it, and a respawn now for the members of Elysium. The question is, where will their first tower choice be? They got the pick of the litter. Every single tower, as you highlight, is still up for Kazakh's fan club to defend. The question is, though, Mifflin, do you think they put up a soft defense or maybe just a hard defense at some of these tier 2s?
Tier 2s, you can definitely put up some form of defense, at least a heat check Elysium, and make sure that they are expending some resources before they approach your Phoenixes. Tier 1s, though, a foregone conclusion. Don't walk into them. They're not worth anything. The gold that the Elysium are going to get from these are not too significant. It is curious to see Elysium grouping up on the right-hand side. This play tells me that they're looking for a gambit of towers. They're not concerning themselves with the birds just yet.
It'll be 4 on the right side for Elysium, 4 for Kazakh's fan club. They left the junglers over towards the left-hand side, but Elysium don't want a full commit under the tower. They've sent Trix Tank to go and deal with Rapio while they let the rest of the team handle what's on this right side of the map. But again, they're not really full committed to going for this dive just yet. They're splitting themselves up, waiting for these minion waves. It's only a few key members with the Fire Giant. They do have Spudio, which can start burning down these objectives very quickly, these towers. And now with Adapting, rotating over, and an initiation from Trix Tank and Terum. The cage drops down, but that does not help Gunter. He gets shredded out, and Adapting picks Bevimonsta up and brings him right back into the fray. Quick leap away from the Odin. At least saves his life for a little while longer, but how far are they willing to commit for this dive to take down the Odin, to take down Calvin? It's the Phoenix. It is the call as far as the distance that they will go. Adapting picks up Rapio. It's a 4 swing for Elysium, and that could just be the game and the set.
It should be. Bevy Monster does not have a lot left in the tank, and Elysium 5 strong on the Titan.
Adapting low. Bevy Monster goes in and blocks as much as he can against Angry and adapting. The Titan is doing some work, but Bevy Monster doing even more. But that work may not just be enough. Finds Trix tank and looks for adapting. Spudio's getting low. The Titan is also falling down. Angry gets bursted out. Bevy Monster ends with a triple kill, but that triple is just not quite enough. Elysium, they break their game 1 playing curse, and they close out the set with a 3-0 over Kazakh's fan club.
Elysium, man, these guys are so hard to deal with. They've been dominant all year, and they continue to do so in the SCC playoffs. They are your champions from EU. Congratulations to the King and all of his boys.
Champions in the regular season and champions in the playoff. A huge congrats to Elysium. We'll see them and Kazakh's fan club at the World Championship placements with a big win up here for Elysium. We're going to go ahead and take it to a break, and then we'll come back to the desk to close out our first set.
Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand. I'm back again like flu season. I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a I don't care. Did the by my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get him, I got him, I told him it's nothing. In the discussion, all them feelings, I throw all my pain on percussion. The disgusting. I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you almost spotted the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty, talk about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now. I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'ma spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the skies the proof. You could just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been duck dog, getting in my new merch, color duck sauce on the new couch with my Chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat, get the out of my face. Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
Elysium established their dominance with an exclamation point here in game number 3 and complete the 3-0 sweep up against Kazakh's fan club. It was an incredible Cinderella run for the SOC representatives, but ultimately the number 1 seed in EU comes knocking, and it's time to answer the call. Elysium complete their dominant phase with the victory. Aggro and Trelly here to break it down for you. And Trelly, I gotta say, Kazakh's fan club impressed me because that game I thought was over 5 minutes in when when Elysium got that 4-0 on the red buff. I was like, all right, I guess I don't have to watch the rest of this. All of a sudden, it's a tie game. It's close. It's 200 gold lead for Elysium. Kazakh's fan club working their way back in, but ultimately, this team just too good.
Yeah, they had some flashes of greatness there. They also had a lot of dropped opportunities. One where I believe Calvin dove the tier 2 and just did not have enough damage and just died to the tower at that point. There was a lot of good things going for them, but it's just unfortunately, this Elysium roster does not make many mistakes.
They just are too clean with it. In this duo lane that we spent all the time in the world talking about Coast and Calvin, it was really Tricksank and Spudio that were able to make it happen this time around. I mean, those two were absolutely fantastic, adapting all over the place. I mean, I feel like I've been saying it all week, but it's because he's been everywhere this week. I think adapting and Tricks, these two veteran leaders, really stepped up for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it before, but this team didn't deal too well with the Fenrir as is. Brutalized bait was all over. I mean, as a soul, you really never want to try to get 3. You have no way to stop it, as we said. And besides that, Terram had a really nice Titan defense, 1v5, tried his best, but it was just, as you said, these veteran leaders, Tricks and adapting, just absolutely stomping, diving as far as they could, and it was just too much.
Ultimately, Kazakh's fan club come up a little bit short. Bevy Monster, for what it's worth, did have a much better performance on the Odin this time around in comparison to game number 2 of this set. 3-0-2, still not enough to topple the top dog in Europe. Elysium conclude a year that we thought that they would do exactly this, be the top team all year long, look nearly unstoppable, though teams did, of course, take games off them they could bleed, but ultimately always made it through to the end. And they are your champions of the EU circuit playoffs here in phase number 2. But their year not done by any means, Charlie. Now they've got to prep for that world stage.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see how this Elysium roster does compete against some of these SPL teams. There's always been some talk about how these guys, they were in the Pro League before. They've got some championships under their belt. They should be able to compete at this league, and we know that they can, so it's going to be very exciting to see how they fare up against some of these SPL teams.
Always a ton of fun. Very fun indeed. Elysium get the victory, and one of the big parts of it was Spudio, their ADC. He's joining us now for a post-game interview. Spud, thanks so much for taking the time. What do you think, how big of a deal do you think this 1-0 advantage was? Because you guys had struggled in game 1s in this tournament up until that point. Do you think having that game in hand really helped you today?
Yeah, I'd say so probably. I mean, we were just struggling to get off the mark in some of the sets. I think we drafted a little bit poorly in like the game 1s previously, but I don't think everybody would have mattered because I think we were pretty on it today overall.
I'll say, I mean, that first draft, you guys top 3'd what? Geb, Morrigan, Cthulhu. I think that's probably a pretty good start to how that set went. What were the biggest adjustments you needed to make, though, up against Kazakh's fan club from the first time you played them on Thursday until today?
I wouldn't say there were any massive adjustments, just sort of refining the picks and bans to make sure we were comfortable with what we got, and we thought they drafted quite poorly today. Like, we didn't expect to get what we got in the first game especially.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Overall, now you're coming out the top seed in this tournament. You're looking forward towards the world stage. What do you think you need to focus on improving on before that placement stage begins?
I think mainly our objective play. I think today was a lot better, but I think that's something like an area we could improve on for sure. But we're pretty confident going into it.
How could you not be? You guys have been great all year long. Very excited to see you play against the best of the best. Congrats on the win, Spudio, and we'll be seeing you at the placement stage.
Thank you.
I tend to agree with him there, Trelly. I thought they drafted a lot better today. I think that was a big difference maker for them. And as he said, that objective play, which has at times plagued this team, a lot better here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, their picks and bans look great, and I think another point is that the enemy team, Kazakh's fan club, I don't think they really had the grasp of what they were letting through. And Elysium, they should have been pretty happy with what they got, and it sounds like they were. They're going to have to look forward to those picks and ban strategies up against these pros as well.
I think so as well. Let's take a look at overall what the schedule has been for this event. I mean, it's been a ton of fun watching these European teams compete, but Elysium, the inevitable ends up concluding with them winning in the grand finals. Kazakh Fan Club with a great run, and Team Joystick also playing very, very well. If we take a look at the bracket, you'll see that Elysium was absolutely dominant here this week. A 2-1 over Kazakh Fan Club, and then the same over Joystick. And then with that one-game advantage, converting that into a 3-0 victory over Kazakh's Fan Club. But a very competitive week here in Europe and in North America, for what it's worth. Europe was a lot of fun to watch. It had their own little individual meta start to form, and that Heimdall pick was really the one that I noticed that was really valued here in EU. But overall, a great games in Europe.
Yeah, it seemed that this team Elysium seemed to get better as the week went on. As we've said, they make these adaptations. They really just, after a game, they come back, they unwind, and then after they think about it, they're able to really just dive in and see what this team does and see what makes them tick, and they can come back very strong. And as we saw, a 2-1 into a 3-0, very different, even despite staying up one game, a 2-0 if you want to call it that, but still, very dominant performance.
That's what the best of the best do. They play the best when it matters the most, and that's certainly the case for Elysium. And with that, that concludes Europe in our competition with them, but we still have North America, and we can take a look at their schedule to see what you're ready to see. It's Sleekness up against the Winter Dogs. Sleekness, this team, the number 4 seed, not a lot of LAN experience across the entire team, if any. And they have come in and they are undefeated so far this weekend. And they are now up 1-0 in the best of 5 already, is because they are coming out of that winner's bracket side. Winter Dogs, though, they have really bounced back after a tough Thursday up against the Sleekness squad. 2-1 over the Artisans, 2-0 over the Hoofs, and now poised for revenge up against the team that knocked them down to the loser side.
Yes, Sleekness is already 2-0'd this roster, but we spoke to Kierme yesterday, and he said that he is very confident. He said that they've made the adaptations. They're ready for this matchup, and they think it's going to go a lot differently than it went earlier in the week.
I can't wait, man. This should be really fun to watch. Both of these teams playing absolutely wild picks. Ao Kwang, Assassin's Mid for Winter Dogs. I mean, who knows what we're going to see in this final matchup of the weekend. It should be a lot of fun, man. Sleekness looking undefeated. We'll see if they can keep that streak going. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with NA.
So, you got a special day planned?
Yeah, it's like a 3-day festival that only happens once a year.
Where is this place?
These RGBs are crazy.
That's the sun. What did you say this event was called?
Welcome to the SMITE World Championship.
SMITE. Isn't that the game where if you die in the game, you die for real? Why is everyone dressed the same?
New team jerseys?
Something's not right.
What?
SMITE pro players don't go outside.
Excuse me. Why do you all dress like that?
We follow the path of Kleena here.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Hello.
You can't move.
You can't queue.
Come on!
You can't be. Oh no, I totally can.
Oh. Can we turn off his comms?
Wait, they're not banning him from SMITE. They're banning him from life.
Game over. Cleaner, huh? Well, call me Mr. Cleaner, because I'm about to wipe the floor with you.
Rated PG-13.
Welcome in, Smite fans, to the North American Grand Finals here at the Smite Circuit Playoffs. Aggro and Mifflin here to take you through what should be a phenomenal set up against Sleekness and the Winter Dogs. Should be a lot of fun. Sleekness, the number 4 seed out of the SCC, undefeated here this weekend. It's been an incredible run for them. And on Thursday, they took down this same Winter Dogs team, Mifflin, but a lot has changed since then.
A lot has, man. And the Winter Dogs have fought a hard-fought battle throughout the losers bracket to rejoin Sleekness here in the Grand Finals. But I don't know, dude. Sleekness, they're playing like men possessed.
They've been unbelievable. They started off our entire event here on the North American side with that 2-0 over the Winter Dogs, and then they 2-0'd the Herculean Hoofs, who then subsequently got 2-0'd by the Winter Dogs, and that's how we've ended up back here in the Grand Finals. But because Sleekness is coming from the top side of the bracket, that means that it's a 1-game advantage for them in this best of 5, and as we just saw over in Europe, that 1-game advantage can make a huge difference.
It really can turn a best of 5 into essentially a best of 3 if you're able to take 2 straight. You're given a buffer, so you don't have to concern yourself with game 1 nearly as much, but every single match matters. It doesn't matter that you come up with a 1 lead. I'm sure Sleekness would love to take the first actual game of the set.
Getting off to a 2-0 victory, or 2-0 start rather, would be a difficult mountain to climb for the Winter Dogs. Needing 3 in a row would be difficult. But, I mean, both these teams have played at really, really high levels, just maybe not at the exact same time. Sleekness has been resilient through early games and then also dominant in early games at times. They've been able to weather some storms while still being able to turn around and get things going in the team fighting phase. I don't think there's been a part of the game that they haven't shown that they can dominate in.
But we got to talk about the 2 stars, don't we? When you're talking about Sleekness at this particular event, it's Oath and Dude Man Bro 429, or his new nickname, Dude Man Goat 429. And as he said multiple times, do not forget the 429 when you put his name in your mouth. These guys have been dominate throughout the entirety of the weekend, in particular, because I have to, contractually. I'm going to talk about the jungler, Oath. I came up to him in the studio a little bit earlier today. I said, man, where was this play during the regular season? And he looked me dead in my eyes. He looked up and he said, Mifflin, I've had the top kills in the SEC all year. I've been here. You guys just have not noticed. And clearly, upset about it, has made a show this weekend.
Yeah, he's made sure no one else is going to miss anything else he's doing because, man, he has been red hot. And this dual lane, I think, is the right place to bring it up. Dude Man Bro 429 and Quig have both been really solid so far during this LAN. I mean, this dual lane has become a legitimate win condition for Sleekness.
They have been. Quig, though, I've got some couple concerns for finals. I don't want to see ESET support again, man. I know they won that game. I know it was clean. But he was like 0-7. Sure, lightning rods.
And they were
damage.
using everything on him.
Fair enough. Man. Look, all right, you tell me.
Uh-huh.
You've got a competitive career, I guess, if you want to call it that. Would you have liked to have had anyone play ESET support on your squad?
Did you see my support? I love Chach, but God knows he wasn't hitting spirit balls. Are you kidding?
Catch a stray, bro.
Are you kidding me?
Come
What do you
on.
mean? You lined him up for me. It's not even my fault.
I guess so. That's on me. Yo, Chach, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Chach, from both of us, I suppose. Sleekness has been doing it with some weird picks and bans that have made it look really, really fun, and a big part of that has been their coach, Renjaru. He's standing by right now with Dave for an interview.
That's right, Renjaru, coach of Sleekness, standing by with me for the pregame interview. First and foremost, thanks for standing by with me. What is going right for you guys this weekend? Look, you're the 4th seed coming into this tournament. You've beaten the top teams in this tournament 2-0. You've kind of made a big run here for yourselves. You're in the winners bracket with a 1-0 lead. What's going right this weekend?
I think it's a little bit of like Quig's picks.
Sure.
Like he's really playing picks that like no one else is playing. He was like hitting up the rank queues on the Smurf, just like practicing things, and it's working well for us.
Yeah, ESET support, I guess, is the new age look. Quig, I love giving him a shout out. I want to pick up where the desk dropped off a little bit there. Oath. Feels like Oath is playing kind of out of his mind here this weekend. Do you love giving, strategy picks and bans wise, giving Oath the aggressive playmaking style jungle picks?
Yeah, I don't want to like go into like too much detail about like how we draft, but like we basically just make sure he's on a god that he's comfortable on.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just like an animal in
He's
land.
been playing well this weekend. Thanks to a lot of your strategy, I'm sure this Sleekness team looking good. 1-0 advantage here in the grand finals. I'll let you get back into the player booth and get ready. We'll get back to the desk to start this one off.
Yeah, I mean, Dave's absolutely right. It's been a large part due to this duo lane and these picks. And as Renjaru just said, Quig, whether it be on Circuit, ESET, whatever it is, he's looked really, really strong. I think Winter Dog's likely going to try and take some of those picks away.
That's so unlucky, man. I'm just talking about how I don't like the ESET. Renjaru blows up my spot during the interview.
Well, that's why he's coaching the undefeated team.
I suppose so, and that's why I'm casting. Right? Those who can't cast, and that's where I find myself. Look, I can't argue that Quig's performance has not been phenomenal. But I don't know, man. Maybe put him on a Geb or something.
Yeah, Geb's open. Good luck trying to find a Geb in the open slot because, man, that god has been dominant in the few times he has been let through. On the other side, the Winter Dogs, this team has been doing it a little bit differently, but in a different way that Sleekness is doing it differently, if you're following my drift. It's been Assassin's mid the vast majority of the time for this squad. And Sybil on this Ares, I mean, you want to talk about support dominance. I couldn't believe that the Hoops were willing to give Sybil Ares as often as they did in their set. He shouldn't get it here.
Completely agreed, man. Even J-Mac called for it mid-set, like, hey, start banning this Ares. It's been that dominant. He creates so much space. He's able to put himself in positions that I would argue, if it showed up in like one of my casuals or rank game, I'd say inting, but somehow just squirms his way out of there and sets up so much for his team. Sybil has been a standout performance, but it isn't just Sybil that makes up the bulk of this squad. You brought up those assassins out of mid. Benny Q been having a great weekend.
He's been really, really strong on different picks too. It's not just the Tsukiyomi in the set. Of course, he's played Sol, he's played Morgan Le Fay. Huge. But the Tsukiyomi's been the standout for him. I don't think there's any doubt about that. He has just consistently found these massive piercing moonlights that have made huge differences for the squad. On the right side of the map, Aquarius, feel like he's only playing Guardians. It's been Cerberus, Cthulhu, and Sobek, I think are his 3 picks for the weekend. And he's looked very, very good on all 3 of those. But I wonder if that singularity on where he's going only to that Guardian tap could come back to haunt the Winter Dogs.
I'm not sure that it will because of how the Winter Dogs have been approaching that phase of the game. The laning phase has largely left Aquarius to his own devices, and what are the best gods to put on their own? Speaking from experience, things like Jing Shen, things like Cerberus, these Guardians that can just sit in lane, they soak up farm, and then they eventually rotate into a team fight and act as a secondary support.
Bro, imagine if Season 2 DeWorst had Cerberus and Cthulhu.
It would have been over, bro.
It would have
been
curtains
for the league.
Curtains for the league. There's no doubt about that. And Aqua's making it look that way right now with his play. Kirmi also has been a big key, I think, to this Winter Dog success. I mean, playing with an assassin in the mid lane is going to change your role as a jungler, I think, in the way that you two have to interact together. But I thought that the synergy between Kirmi and Benny Q has been really impressive.
It's, hey, you blinking in? Me too. Let's get in there. And it's worked out mightily well. Benny Q has been setting up from a range as well. I mean, when you talk about set, sure, it's that all-in engage, but Skewer is also a long-range slow, as is the first ability from Tsukiyomi. So Kirmi just waits for that poke to ring through, and when you got a half-health mid laner standing in front of you, it's pretty easy to find some of those engagements. The Winter Dogs have been consistently impressing throughout this weekend.
They just always seem to find a way, and let's see what happens in the picks and bans. This one should be awfully interesting. I think that this is maybe the picks and bans segment I've been most looking forward to this entire week, because Sleekness and Winter Dogs, as things have gotten weirder and weirder and they've gotten more and more comfortable pulling out these weird picks, I think it's going to change quite a bit.
We'll see if those weird picks get addressed immediately in the bans, and it seems like a couple have. Sleekness take Ares off the table. No way. We're going to let Sybil keep performing on that pick, and Circuit on the other side, that one's targeted directly towards Quig, and why stop with supports there? There's that meta one we were bringing up just a moment ago, Geb, taken out.
But doesn't it tell you a lot that Sleekness bans Geb themselves? In first pick?
They don't want it. That's exactly what it means.
That tells me a lot. And if I'm Winter Dogs, I'm going, okay, sweet, let's put that one in the memory banks. And when we are first pick, they're operating with 2 bans because we won't ban Geb. And if they can't play it, then they have to ban it.
But Sybil has been performing so well on aggressive picks. It might not be that he's incapable, but it doesn't fit the style of draft that they're electing to go for. Does Geb really scream to you Sleekness?
Yeah, kinda. Dude, Cataclysm chunks you for like
okay, yes,
a
Cataclysm's
quarter of your health.
nasty, but it's not how Sybil plays. He's not going in there and dealing damage, crazy as it is to say, with Ares being his signature. It's all that CC burn. Sure, Geb brings it, but Geb doesn't bring that same level of displacement that Ares does. I would almost argue, and this is wild, I realize I'm out of pocket. I'm going to say it on the desk. I wouldn't be surprised if like Sybil brings out like Da Ji. That's how much he like really likes pulling people.
Yeah, him and Quig, man. Quig really willing to do some weird stuff as well, as Winter Dogs have already taken away his Circuit. It's triple support ban onto Sybil now, as it's Ares, Geb, and Terra taken off the board here by Sleekness. Whereas Winter Dogs looking at that duo lane, Dude Man Bro has gotten this Izanami ban from him multiple times during this LAN. It's one of the top bans against them, and for good reason. He has been phenomenal on that Izanami. And the Winter Dogs now trying to decide what they want to ban. I mean, Odin's still open, Cthulhu's still open, Ullr's still open. Somehow I have to say contractually that ESET is still open. I mean, there's a lot here on the table.
There is, and we haven't even talked about the Tiamat, some of these other very highly prioritized Guardians like Sylvanas, Khepri out there as well, the Morrigan, but instead it is that Cthulhu taken off the table.
You know what I would take here? I'd take Cerberus.
You take Cerb?
I do. I think I give Cerberus to Chronic, and I force, if they want to play a Guardian in solo, I think the difference between Cerberus and Sobek is really big. I think Cerberus is significantly better.
I agree. Cerberus not only going to have multiple targets of AoE CC, so you're not just using Pluck and burning one set of beads, it's multiple, but also can hold his own in the lane very well. But this is what I would have likely have taken in that first slot. The Morrigan is such a strong individual pick. It opens up your composition so much. Now if you can find some great team fighting tools, you'll have two pieces. You've got great 1v1 potential. Morrigan has proven to be a lot safer than I think a lot of us had expected throughout this year. Should have been allowed to free farm more often than not. This is a pick that's very hard to argue against right now.
And look, if BenQ wants to play Assassins in mid, if he can get the Morrigan, he gets all the benefits of playing an Assassin in mid without any of the drawbacks. So this does make sense, certainly, from Sleekness. But Winter Dogs now have the option of snagging a couple of picks. Loki has been big for both of these junglers during this LAN, so wouldn't be surprised to see a Loki prioritization on either end of the jungle matchup. Both Kirmi and Oath have been very strong on it. It is Cerberus for Aqua, as expected. They have top 2'd this god or Cthulhu nearly every time. But that means that Odin might not be going to the solo lane, but it doesn't mean it won't be getting locked in, because it will for the Winter Dogs. And I've got a guess on where that's going. Support.
It could go support, it could also go jungle, but I am also hedging my bets towards that long lane. But this feels like to me now Sleekness are in a position to take one of their signature picks, the Loki that you had highlighted. But it's a Nike and a Hachiman hover here. If Nike gets locked in, has flex potential both into the jungle and into solo. But I'm surprised to see Loki not get at least looked at here. If it's not taken by Winter Dogs in this third pick, you're probably just banning it out.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little surprised. But it doesn't kill tanks that well, and all you're seeing right now is Cerberus Odin, and those are gods that you don't really kill that well. And now it's a Heimdall pickup here for Wowie for the Winter Dogs. This is a pick that he has gone to. I think it got banned from him in that second phase of the Winter Dogs versus the Herculean Hoofs. So Heimdall instead of the Loki, maybe getting some insurance against the Loki.
Yeah, that might tell me that the Winter Dogs won't be banning it out themselves. So if Sleekness want to, they still have it available, but then it's a Loki ban. All right.
Yep.
I've gotten emotional whiplash now multiple times trying to figure out which way these teams are going. Renjaru, the coach of Sleekness, said, we're not going to give away too much here. I thought they'd already given away their strategies by playing throughout this weekend, but instead, this is almost a completely different look at this squad.
Yeah, very different look for them as they do take away the Loki. And 2 support bans, don't get confused, with the Kuzenbo and the ESET. Those are targeted.
I hate that you are right in saying that.
At Quig. And now, truthfully, I don't know what Quig is going to play, because I think we've only seen them for 4 games. So he's been able to play a lot of Circuit, ESET, and he played a lot of Kuzenbo during the online phase. What's next for Quig? And I don't expect you to know. I certainly don't know. I don't think the Winter Dogs know. I don't know if Quig knows quite yet, because he hasn't locked it in. It is that much of a wild card now.
But there still are like standard Guardians that you can expect to get taken out there. Yamoja still available. You could go towards things like the Khepri, but here's my stance, Aggro. If this event is scripted, Quig's taking Nox. That's all I could come up with.
We saw a Nox yesterday inexplicably, and I will be No, it wasn't good, Dave, off camera. It wasn't good that I didn't realize your mic wasn't live until I've already answered your question. No, it wasn't good. Thank you very much. Sleekness now with 2 picks as they've got to figure out what Quig is going to play and what Oath will be locking in. It's Bacchus there. And that's a traditional Guardian. That's, that's a Guardian.
It's traditional insofar as this weekend and this weekend only. We hadn't seen Bacchus until this point.
And only in Europe. This is his first pick in NA.
So, untraditional, I think, is maybe the right way to take it. Sleekness, though, have themselves an incredibly aggressive draft. Nike and Bacchus have the same level of engage. It's a leap with a knock-up that has range damage to follow it up. Dark Omen, while a long-range poke tool, only going to help the burst damage of both this Nike and Bacchus. But Nemesis on the tail end, you got double ultimates there if you want to transform with the Morrigan. This is a all-in composition from Sleekness. They're not looking to take elongated fights. They need to win off the rip.
Need to, because this Odin cage, I think, is going to cause them massive problems. I mean, Morrigan, Hachimon, Nemesis all really struggle with that Odin cage. This Erlong Shen pick, I've been wondering, where is Erlong? Because if this guy, if it's all about your 2v2 fighting and how well you can win your Assassin 1v1, Erlong dominates most Assassin 1v1s, I think, including up against Nemesis, because you have so many ways to interrupt that shield. I really feel like this Erlong pick has been absent for no real reason, and finally Kirmi takes it here for Winter Dogs, and I think it's perfect up against what they are up against.
I think that Erlong almost falls off the exact same time that Mannequin Scepter did. Now that Bumba Spear seems to be the flavor of the week for junglers, it helps you out a lot, and it helps Erlang Shen out a lot in his objective clear, but you've taken a significant hit in your early game damage output. You don't have that same ability that we saw from players like Layers during the playoffs, where he just walks in the mid, blinks in, turtle forms, and autos you thrice, and you're dead.
I think Erlong still kind of does that.
He still kinda does
like
that.
Maybe 4 autos instead of 3?
It's like 5.
Okay,
all right, and that's nearly double.
Nearly double, and you're still dead. What options does the Morrigan have when she gets blink knocked up?
Well, are we level 5?
No.
Not much.
Yep, not much. Erlong puts you in a position where you have few options frequently, and that's what that character does very well. Who do you think is going to take this game 2 here in Mifflin between these two squads?
I like both of these compositions a lot, but when you're evaluating a game 1 situation, when you're playing with essentially cold hands, first match of the day, I think it's a lot about ease of play of composition. It's something that Inbound brought up during some of his death segments. And when you're talking about ease of play, Winter Dogs have it. That is a pretty easy to execute on composition. Heimdall, incredibly safe in lane. Your engage is one note in that it's going to be a blink-in giant circular ultimate, either Stygian Torment or Ring of Spears. And then once you're given the opportunity to look at these objectives, you've got burn potential. Auto attack jungler, auto attack mid laner, and a hunter. I really do like this Winter Dogs draft.
I mean, Winter Dogs have been phenomenal all land long, save for that first set up against Sleekness, and I think a big part of it has also been Aquarius out of that solo lane, his Cerberus, his Cthulhu. Both of those have been dominant, and I feel like we've seen a ton of Nike. The Hoops were prioritizing it top 2 basically every single draft. I think Nike has underperformed from what my expectations were, but teams still seem to be going back to it.
I mean, she's just a consistent pick. Nike, to me, is one of those, hey, we want to pick your god here. What do you want? Oh, I don't know what their draft is just yet, so get me something that I know is just going to be able to perform. And Nike, with that secondary HP bar, thanks to the Sentinel of Zeus, the ability to disrupt backlines regardless of who the backline is very nice. And, well, Rend being a disarm up against a triple auto attack composition, probably going to find some value.
Probably going to find some value. We're waiting to get into games, so appreciate your patience. These players getting locked in and ready to go here in studio on the land. This Nemesis pickup here for Oath, Susano, Loki, those have been the kind of picks that he's been going for. Nemesis, a slightly different look. Do you think that this is still a hard carry type of jungler that he can do what he's been doing?
I think so, especially with how the itemization has changed for junglers recently. Now you can go to that serrated edge in like the second slot on Nemesis, Jotun's Wrath very early on. You're hitting your power spikes relatively quickly. Nemesis in ages of past was, all right, I'm a late game win condition. I'm going to be a chainsaw similar to Kali. That is no longer the case. She now can utilize those auto attack cancels, the double dash, the slice and dice, all for early game pressure. But who is the ultimate target going to consistently be for Nemesis in these team fights? It's not as if there are immobile, large targets. It's not like there's a Jean Kui or anything else, Cthulhu on the other side. Maybe you're trying to shut down this Cerberus when he blink and engages, but then he's leaping away. Maybe you're trying to shut down this Odin. He can walk through his own ring of spears now. This Nemesis ult, I'm going to be very curious to see how he applies it in the team fight.
Certainly the Soul isn't the good option. Slow immune whenever you start using Disapparate, so I agree it could be problematic trying to find the right target. target here for Oath, but it should be a lot of fun, man. This game 2 between Sleekness and the Winter Dogs. Can the number 4 seed continue to be undefeated here in the grand finals?
That's right. Make no mistake. This is a 4th seed versus a 1st seed, but flipped. Sleekness in the winner side of the bracket. They have the 1-game advantage going into the North American Grand Finals of the Phase 2 circuit playoffs here. Both of these teams qualified into the SMITE World Championship placement round, all that sort of fun stuff already. This is about bragging rights, prize money, and walking away a land winner. And right now, Trelly, Sleekness have been playing the brand of SMITE that you'd be betting on them to walk away winners.
Oh yeah, they haven't dropped a set all week. They've been looking phenomenal, and like we said, this Nemesis pick for Oath, that's going to be pretty sick no matter what. He was usually playing those late game hyper carries, you know, barring like the Susanoo, of course, but Nemesis can be pretty sick at any point in the game with the, again, the way Myth said, this itemization of the junglers right now.
I'm not sure. Has Sleekness dropped a game all weekend? I mean, they've won every set they've played, and for a while we had all these 3-game sets, and then we get a Sleekness set, and it'd be a 2-0. And then we go back to all the 3-game sets, and then it'd be Sleekness, and they'd get a 2-0. It just feels like everyone is playing the right SMITE at the right time. Oath, we already discussed on the desk a little bit. You discussed the Nemesis pick here. Oath, one of the kill leaders in the SEC throughout the year, despite the 4th seed for Sleekness coming in. Oath has been playing a consistent brand of SMITE, but Quig, Dudeman, Bro, turning it all on at the right time. That said, we have to heap praise on the number 1 seed coming into this tournament, and that is the Winter Dogs. Suffered a loss to Sleekness earlier on in the weekend, but this is a Winter Dogs roster that has found consistent success over the year, but they've got to do it in 3 games here, already down 1 game here in game 2.
Yep, they definitely have a solid roster to do it. Benny Q has been playing pretty phenomenally this week as well, but this time going to be pulling out the soul. He hasn't been shy of these mages, but we've just seen more success on these assassin mid lanes like the Tsukuyomi.
Right.
And the set, of course, so we're going to have to see how this...
What a world we live in.
Right.
That's where we've seen the most success. Tsukuyomi mid, set mid, but the soul is somehow one of the weirder picks that Benny Q himself has pulled out this weekend. But I think tried and true, right? I mean, the soul pick is something that we've seen. Big damage numbers and potentially some counterplay to some of what Aggro talked about with Oath and those sorts of things moving forward. Solo lane matchup feels like it'll be quiet between a Cerberus and a Nike, but Trelly, I think adding the Morgan in here for Sleekness is where the solo lane really gets exciting, because we've seen plenty of Morgan plus Cthulhu. We've also seen plenty of Morgan plus Nike.
Oh yeah, and double Nemesis is definitely going to be a strategy as well. If they need to, the Odin cage could be used by Nehu as well. If you're Nehu right now, you pretty much just have a bag of tricks. No one really knows what you're going to whip out at any time. As we mentioned, the Nike is pretty good get out of jail free card because of that big Sentinel of Zeus shield you can receive. So if you're Nehu right now, you're pretty much just waiting to see exactly what you need, but I'd be surprised if we don't see that double Nemesis. We're looking at a very tanky comp here for the Winter Dogs. They really effectively have 3 tanks if you count that Erlang jungle.
Good point. That's something Nehu's going to have to keep in mind. Making the right transformation. You know, sometimes you get into a spot where there's one Morgan transformation, you want it all game long, and your choices are easy, but depending on the situation here, you might want the double Nem. Could be an opportunity for double Nike in some of these team fights, so we'll have to see how Nehu is able to adapt to that moving forward. Looks like a Doomorb start for Nehu there out of the mid lane. Feels somewhat standard for what we've seen on Morgan up to this point. And then a little lifesteal for Benny Q there on the other side. We wondered how this Erlang Shen would itemize. Still Bumbuzz as a starter item there. And the desk discussed, Trelly, that Kirmi does have the potential early in this game to find some action in this 2v2.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nemesis is going to have some struggles trying to fight an Erlang Shen this early, of course, because of, as Aggro said, there's a lot of ways you can interrupt that shield, and that's pretty much Nem's only strong suit in the boxing match right now. You don't really have any sort of itemization that's going to help you out in that regard, so you're going to want to shield as much damage as you can, get that heal back, and then slow and try to chase. But with Erlang, you don't really want to do that. I would say that Oath does not want to take these 1v1s in the slightest, kind of look for these ganks, and already Sybil is looking to try to find a cage over here as Kirmi helps him out, but looks like they are none the wiser. They're going to back off and just let that one go.
What do we think about Odin in support? I feel like we had a conversation, and I'll hold this thought, because 3 have made their way over to Aquarius. First ult of the game from Oath. Stygian Torment out from Aquarius, but there is simply too much. Tower shot, no good. And Nehu will live on, and it was a Nike transformation early on. There was just way too much onto Aquarius there, and first blood over to Sleekness.
Exactly. If you're Aquarius there, how do you prepare for that? You don't know what's coming. You know the Nemsol coming. BennyQ is going to come over and try to get that blue buff down for his solo laner who just got ganked. But if you're Aquarius there, what can you really do? You don't know what the Morgan's going to be transforming into. You just got Divine Judgment by the Nemesis, and then big Nike shield and makes that with 1 HP. Really no sort of counterplay there. Once you leap, you pretty much sealed your own fate. But we can touch on this Odin pick a bit. I do kind of appreciate it more in the support role, because when you're in the solo lane, you can't really use that shield of the cage effectively, because you're only in that 1v1, maybe the 2v2 when the junglers appear. But when you're in this support, you can go mid lane, you can come over here and ult back into the duo lane if you find the jungler. There's a lot of different options here. The supports just rotate a lot more freely early game.
I guess that's always the give and take, where maybe solo lane you might be able to itemize differently, but you get more active earlier on in the game if you're in that support role. So Sybil, definitely want to keep your eyes on in the early onset of this game, after Oath has already made his mark on the right side. And Nehu grabbing that first blood. You know, again, first blood, Mifflin likes to say it, first blood does not a lead make, it's what you do after that. But a nice little uptick of gold plus a Doom Orb. You could see more rotations out from Nehu, getting that Doom Orb online first.
Oh yeah, Nehu getting that first blood is going to be huge. No way he could have finished that Doom Orb, and then otherwise, now he gets all this movement speed every time he clears the wave. When he's in that stealth, he's going to be even faster at this point. So if you're Aquarius, you're going to be holding those leaps and warding up. If you're over here in this duo lane, you also got to be watching out, because you never know what's coming. One more thing we can touch on here with that Odin pick, when you are in the support role, no one likes to start Phantom, because when you see Odin, you're like, he's in the solo lane, we're not going to see him for a while. In the support role, this is where no one's going to start Phantom. You have a lot more freedom with your cage, as opposed to if he was in the solo lane. You can wait till level 12 to pick up that Phantom. No one has it right now, and that's where Odin's going to be most effective.
Right, so you need to see Kirmi
just like that.
Sybil doing this. Cage onto Oath. Judgment out, but yeah, no chance there. Kirmi getting active alongside Sybil. Quick blinks forward, finds a stun, but a nice double taunt from Kirmi, cancels it out. All the damage finds its way in on the back end, and Sleekness is able to even up this engagement. Sybil with the jump out of the backside uses his last bit of mana and just a bit of HP on the other end, but BennyQ rotates through. Wow, he's got the ultimate, and this looks like a big one for the Winter Dogs. It is a multi-kill swing over, and BennyQ's got 2 of them.
That's exactly what you want to be doing if you're Sybil right now, looking for those early cages. Absolutely shuts down Oath, and then Nehu thinks, oh, I'm big, strong Nike, I can take this fight. Once you transform back into the Morgan, you're getting absolutely chunked by that Supernova out of BennyQ. Beautiful play out of the Winter Dogs here, and it looks like Chronic is trying to make something happen, because he does have a bit of lane pressure over there, but that rotation is going to lead to nothing. But BennyQ 2-0 off of that, and probably already building into this Stone of Fall build that we've seen him try before. The Bancrofts into Stone of Fall is going to make this very difficult to kill as well.
And I love, look, Trelly, you're spot on there. You said, look, Sybil early in this game can get active. We know what Erlang Shen wants to do early in these games, and it's both of those two starting off that fight. And so it's right on time for the Winter Dogs in both of those power picks. And what's important here, I think, is that it affects a lot of the map. That's a big ultimate out of Oath. Kirmi, no chance. And just tries to back in an uncomfortable spot. That's one of the quieter kills you'll see. Might be sneaky important. That gives a kill over to Chronic, gets Oath back on the right track after a tough fall down there in the mid lane, gets another assist on board. And so this Nemesis has been active early.
Oh yeah, if I'm Oath right now, I'm pretty happy with how I've been playing. I'm a little upset that I have 3 assists and no kills.
Yeah, it feels bad.
But besides that, he's been getting very active. Gets caught up by the cage once. You can't really, well, nothing you can do about that one. Just try to position yourself better next time. But he's not going to let that keep him down, as we just saw. Found Kirmi at those backs there and is going to make him pay. Sends him right back to base. Still no kills on the board for Oath though. 3 assists, man.
Could be another one here for Sybil. 3 assists for Sybil. Lots of damage out of BennyQ from the mid lane, but the ultimate is already gone. Dude Man Bro able to kite backwards. Nehu in the stealth. That's a massive double stun from Quig, and big damage from Dude Man Bro on the other end. Easy as you like. Nehu rotates through, in and out of the stealth, grabs a kill, and Sleekness will not let off the gas anywhere on the map. This one a little bit quieter than what we just saw on the duo lane side. This will be the chase over from Chronic. Does not have the Ren, does have the blink. Blinks exchanged. And by the skin of his teeth, Aquarius will live.
Aquarius had Mystical Mail there. If that blink was a second off, he would have been put into combat and not be able to make it. But I want to touch on Dude Man Bro. Can you see exactly how much he held that dash right to juke the Supernova? He was stuck in the cage, broke himself out. It takes a lot of patience there. A lot of people might have panicked and tried to juke around the cage.
I'm a lot of people.
Oh, I might have done the same exact thing, but this man on LAN, as we've been talking about, Dude Man Bro 429. Do not forget those numbers.
Nope.
Perfectly played.
Perfectly played, and a chance now to not only survive, but maybe grab something. Kirmi takes a lot of damage, but will walk on out. It feels like, look, you know, in some games this weekend, we've seen high pressure on one side of the map, and the other's just been left quietly. It feels like everywhere on the map right now has been affected. I mean, Aquarius, the only one without a kill or an assist on the board, but where has that brought us? Gold, nowhere. Experience, slightly in favor of the Winter Dogs here. And so both teams feel like maybe they're at the point now, Trelly, where anywhere on the map is fair game. A little bit of an experience lead in the mid lane for BennyQ, a little bit of an experience lead in the jungle for Oath. Outside of that, with 7 kills on the board, we're even 10.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm still surprised Winter Dogs were able to find that triple kill, but the thing is, if they do not play off this Odin pick right now, that is where they're going to start falling behind. How they are doing it, Kirmi cannot be the initiator here. Sybil is going to have to find these big cages and initiate these fights. Kirmi has to kind of stay back on this early lane pick. You don't want to be the first one going in, and I do like how they're getting active here on this Pyromancer. No one's even close, so this is going to be a free objective for the Winter Dogs.
Winter Dogs take this one cleanly. Can you answer with the Gold Fury? That's the question for Sleekness.
No one's even close to the Gold
no
Fury
one's
now.
Close by. I wouldn't say slow, but it's not super fast. BennyQ's not going to be able to get in range. I was just holding my breath. See if that Supernova could make something happen, but the answer is no, so immediately traded out. Gold Fury for Pyromancer. Sybil not happy with that exchange, with his 2-level lead, and that's where some of that experience lead we talked about is lending itself. 2 levels for Sybil over Quig. Searching, and why not, right? I mean, we've talked plenty about this Odin and the need to be active and look for plays like this. You got a 2-level lead. Maybe you make it work. This would be a solo ult onto a Bacchus that could jump out. And so Sybil a little bit more patient. Double Intoxicate on the back from Quig. Taunt in from Kirmi to cancel it out. The cage is down. But Sybil immediately chooses to leave. That's a bit of a separator here in this fight. Both carries were locked out of the engagement. Jump out from Quig, jump back in from Nehu, who becomes the Nike once again. Sybil is left all alone, and Dude Man Bro happy to send him into the grave. But it's a rotation in from both of the solo laners, but one of them is here quicker, and that's Aquarius. And Kirmi gets the kill set up by his Cerberus out of the solo lane. Nehu in and out of the stealth looking for the stun, won't find it. Big slow from Chronic. And that'll be the return kill for Sleekness.
That's a huge rotation by Aquarius, making sure he gets there
damage
before, but this fight is still going on, and Dude Man Bro is looking for Wowie.
Oh, but Dude Man Bro won't have the damage. Chronic will. That's a double. And we are brawling here 12 minutes in. Winter Dogs being chased underneath the tier 2 towers. Aquarius grabs the double kill. Knock up from Chronic. BennyQ left disapparating away, and this is chaos. And I feel like we're dead even there. It was a 1-kill lead for Sleekness going into that fight. Remains a 1-kill lead for Sleekness coming out.
Aqua still has a lot of damage here, and the Mystical Mail is ticking away, but they are not going to fall. That just started with a crazy engage. The solo laners made it all the way over to this fight. Aqua getting there first was crucial, because I think if Chronic was there on time, that would have went a little bit more in Sleekness' favor. Aqua was able to pick up 2 kills there, put him down from that gank now. He's sitting 2-1, level 13. And I want to touch on Sybil. Already has Relic Dagger. These blink cages are going to become up a lot sooner now.
Yep.
And now there's no objectives really to be contested. You're not pulling an FG at 13 minutes. So this next Fire Giant, that is where we're going to be seeing a lot of these cages come through.
Sybil hasn't shied away from it. Now you can do it more often. Quig on the other side. Different look at his build. Sovereignty into Bulwark of Hope. And maybe, Trelly, you talk about Bacchus and how, you know, the kit is simple, but it's effective. But it's also, you know, sort of the same rotation. You belly flop in, you get the stun, you drop an Intoxicate if there are enough people. After that, you might be a good target. Maybe Bulwark of Hope early on in this build gives Quig that extra bit of survivability to keep playing aggressive.
I do love the Bulwark pickup here, and if I would had to think, I would think Pridwin would be the option to go next. You have no sort of CDR right now. Bacchus does have some pretty long cooldowns, but Dude Man Bro is going to get blink caged already, trying to break himself out.
Talk about CDR. Sybil throws the cage down once again, but we've seen this. The cage goes down, and then there's nobody immediately there for a follow-up. There's no big fight happening here. So a low investment ultimate there maybe from Sybil, especially when we've talked about the CDR and the ability to get that ultimate back up a little bit quicker. But look at a purple buff there from the Winter Dogs, unsuccessful, and Dude Man Bro will grab that one. Chronic uses his jump out. There's a little damage from Aquarius there, and there's a lot of damage in the mid lane. Blinks in, BennyQ disapparate out. Sybil has a little bit of mana. Not sure it's enough to jump away, and it's not. Jumping in is Quig, and Oath finally gets a kill on board, but Kirmi has been on points with the taunt so far this game. This is another one that connects onto a target here out of mid. Dashes forward, knocks up Nehu, who immediately transforms into the Nike, grabs the health shield, and heads on out. It is a one-kill fight for Sleekness in the mid.
Aquarius over here lurking. He did make the rotation because Chronic could not, but it looks like that's going to be it. Supernova was a little bit off the mark there. BennyQ does have a lot of damage in this build, but Nehu, the option to turn into a tank right now is absolutely huge. You think it's a squishy Morgan pick, and then boom, you have a Nike. Like we said, that Sentinel of Zeus is going to make sure that you really can't focus this Morgan out right now. That Gold Fury, the Oni Fury, is about to spawn in. It's going to be a huge point of contention here, but BennyQ is level 15, has a level up on Nehu despite how well he's been playing.
Now here's the thing. We've maintained equity in the gold department, though, as well. We talk about level leads here and there. Still one in the jungle for Nehu, a couple for BennyQ. Was a 2-level lead for Sybil and support. That is now shrunk down. And so you're talking about these minimal level leads. I mean, 2 isn't minimal. That's the largest in the game right now. But gold is a non-factor. Gold is literally dead even between these two teams. So itemization-wise, we're at a pretty even spot going into it. Yeah, you don't often see 38 blinking up and down on either end. And so we'll call that even going into this next fight. That said, Trelly, the Winter Dogs were happy to take the Pyromancer just for free a second ago, trade it over to the Gold Fury. You wonder if that strategy changes or if the Pyromancer is still a worthwhile trade, maybe positioning-wise. Winter Dogs feeling like the left side of the map is a place to fight.
Oh yeah, they're already looking at this purple buff. Chronic has made the rotation over. This tanky Nike pick is going to want to be by this Gold Fury right as it spawns. Aquarius is here too. We're going to be looking at a 5v5, assuming that Nehu walks over from the mid lane. And Winter Dogs are going to pull this Oni Fury already. The cage is going to be the initiator, unless Aquarius wants to blink in first.
Could be a big fight with things as even as they are. One sweeping fight one way or another makes a big difference. Oni Fury is half HP. Quig lets out the belch, but the Stygian Torment pulls 2 back in. Sybil is absolutely evaporated in the back line, and Quig finds a huge knockup on the other end of this fight. The Winter Dogs are scattering into the wind as Sleekness have delayed the engage. They've turned it around, and they've made the Winter Dogs run for the hills. It's 2 for now, looking like 3 around the corner as Kirmi de-transforms Rend on the other side, but once again a blink will save a kill from Chronic, and that is a massive re-engage from Sleekness. You get 2 kills and you'll grab the Oni Fury.
Quig makes it out. He was absolutely dead. Hits a 3-man knockup into an Intoxicate, and then no one could look at him. They were too drunk. They had to walk away. Quig just walks out the back. I mean, once that Intoxicate went through, he should have been toast. Sybil gets absolutely destroyed by the Divine Judgment. I mean, once you get that Nemo, you're not...
That was nuts.
Yeah, your protection gets stripped away, and I think they just thought they had a lot more damage at that point. It was just a perfect engage by Quig. It looked like it was a bad situation. He got picked up by the Cerberus ult, and then he just turns it into, this is what we were talking about with that Awelix pick. You pull Bacchus into your team, you're setting up a lot of CC.
And Bulwark of Hope.
Yep.
Makes its worth there towards the end. He had a sliver of HP, but more than he needed to get the ultimate off, get the belly flop off, turn that fight around. And now it's become a trend. You know, 1 or 2 cages on the back line have kind of fizzled out. There hasn't been great follow-up once or twice. Now it feels like Sybil has consistently been getting someone in the back line in that cage. But Oath has just kind of been hanging around, and Final Judgment's him, and they delete him and then move on with their lives. It feels like there's been great answers from Sleekness. How are you going to answer this, though? There's a Cerberus between your entire team. The Cerberus will pass by like a ship in the night as the Pyromancer picked up by Sleekness. Sybil is here, and Sybil will not steal it away. Stun on a Chronic as a bit of a parting gift. But now both objectives and a team fight over to Sleekness. They've built up the biggest lead we've seen so far this game.
Yeah, I would say that Sleekness has a pretty sick strategy right now of once we're trapped in the cage, this is our cage now. They're going to ult Sybil. They're going to take him out of the fight first. Now Quig hits that level 12 threshold. A Pridwin is online like we thought. And now there's a Phantom. You do have the Phantom if you need to get out of the cage. They've been breaking it very quickly already. Dude Man Bro's got a fair bit of attack speed with the Aussie and the Crusher. So they've been breaking that cage. Have not really seen too much engage with it since they all ticked over that level 12 threshold, and now they have a big lead here. Not huge, it's definitely not massive. The Fire Giant is still going to be a team fight, not really a give-up scenario, assuming that everyone knows what's up. But you just have to be careful because Sybil has been getting deleted, and if your engage relies solely on this cage, he's not going to live to see what happens after the cage.
Right, and you have to look elsewhere then. The Stygian Torment was good, but you weren't able to kill those targets immediately afterwards, and so you can see the thread that the Winter Dogs might want to follow after the cage becomes an engage issue, but didn't quite work out in that last team fight. 20 minutes, I mean, we're right in Fire Giant territory here, and Sleekness could be eyeing that as the big objective. Kirmi, Wowie also in a spot now. Both of them have chin size, so you're looking at Tank Shred, and maybe those two builds, you know, you get Crusher, Stone Cutting, chin size, Crusher, Aussie, chin size. This double Nike composition maybe feels a little worse against that itemization.
I was just about to touch on that. I mean, Sybil has the Sunder now. He's got Relic Dagger. He's constantly going to have 2 Sunders up. I see 2 Nikes on this team constantly. If you're just getting rid of those shields, Nike gets a lot less tanky. Chronic and Nehu. If I'm Nehu, I'm probably thinking at a different selection at this point. If Sybil just saves those Sunders for the shield, it has gotten a little bit less potent. The Sunder was nerfed a bit, but it still is going to be a big chunk of your effective HP that's gone right now. So if I'm Nehu, I'm probably maybe thinking, you know, maybe I can go for the double Nemesis now. Again, we do have Aquarius blinking in as well as Sybil. We already see how fast Sybil gets deleted. That is a big level differential, though. Level 18 to 13. I think Aquarius is a bit tankier than Sybil.
Just a bit.
Either way, the Divine Judgment is going to make sure that both of them are a lot squishier.
Right, one of them eliminates a member of the Winter Dogs. A second one gives you what you'd think would be a 5v3 swing in a fight immediately. So that's something for Nehu to consider for sure moving forward. Still some other frontline options if you're considering staying tanky for Nehu. Spectral Armor is there for Aquarius alongside the Prid one as well. So if Dude Man Bro is left untouched in some of these fights, as the Hachiman has been at 3, 1, and 4, the crits from the Wind Demon. A little bit quieter here. Looks like we're starting to roll towards another Fury / Pyromancer fight. Of course, the Fury will be up a little bit quicker. But the way Sleekness are positioning now, Trelly, they have their eyes on the right side of the map here. Aquarius uses his jump, but
could be an engage.
I think should have it up, but jump down, Stygian Torment mitigated out as well. We're moments away from the jump off cooldown, but the immediate follow-up is there, and that is just a simple overextension. You don't know where Sleekness are, but they know where you are, and they grab a kill right at the FG.
I'm guessing that was how they planned it. Gold Fury's about to spawn, so Aquarius thinks they're probably grouped around Gold. He's just going to jump on the wave. Big mistake here. That Gold Fury might not be their point of contention. This FG is probably where they're looking at here, but they don't want to pull it. Even with the tanky Aquarius gone, they still don't feel confident. We see the pings. It looks like the Primal Fury is going to be where they're looking at now.
It looks like Tower, Primal were the 2 places I saw those pings. And at least the direction we're starting to see the group here for Sleekness. I mean, maybe it makes sense. You know, it's a swing for the fences. You go for the FG. There's some steal potential there for the Winter Dogs. You lose that fight, this game is right back to even. This is clearly the safer play.
I got to agree with you there. At this point, you already have the lead, and they're going to be trying to look for Chronic over here.
Chronic is going to get pinned in place, and what happened to one solo laner might
Sunder
happen to another.
misses.
Sunder number 1 misses. Stun not in there. That's a great cage. Locks in 2, and now Oath might be on the menu as well. Chronic will jump out, and he will survive. And Oath, who came in to help out his solo laner, ends up being the one to go down. And the Winter Dogs don't make the same call. They immediately get a pick, and they immediately pull the Fire Giant. But Quig is here. Nehu is as well in stealth. Benny Q stunned, loses half of his health bar, but it's a jump in, immediate transformation into the Nike. And a knockback from Wowie. But look at the health bar shred. Dude Man Bro, it's around the back, and now it's his ultimate that is now missing. He grabs a kill nonetheless as he dashes on out and away. Benny Q is still alive in this fight, and he is still dealing the damage. Quig will jump on over the wall, and it looks like a 1-for-1 trade after the Oath pick is what we've got. The Winter Dogs delayed on the FG.
They do not have the Supernova available, so they can't really pull this FG. Benny Q is pumping out a lot of damage, but no great secure. Chronic is already back as well. That could have been an FG pull if that went a little bit worse. This all started because Chronic was a little bit overextended when they go for the gold. Oath comes in, tries to help them out. He gets stuck in the cage. Chronic gets out, and then they turn it into a fire pull. I'm sure they're pretty happy with the picks, but Doomambro and Wowie are down. Without these hunters, they aren't going to be able to pull it anymore, despite having a lot of DPS out of Benny Q. That was a good turnaround for the Winter Dogs.
Yep.
They're only down about 4 or 5K roughly at this point, so there's still going to be a 5v5 at this FG.
That still shows you, you know, despite a 4 or 5K gold differential, having that one extra player in those team fights is enough to counter out a lot of the gold discrepancy here. The decent rotation into that last fight from Dude Man Bro. His ult did a whole lot of damage, unfortunately. On the other end of that, there wasn't much to be had. Both teams are going to start posturing around the Fire Giant pit here. Pyromancer never got taken. This one will go down quickly for Sleekness. Ward coverage in from both teams, so you'll have somewhat of an idea of what's happening here. Doesn't seem like, Trelly, we're trying to roll the dice on one of our solo laners being too far out on this. You know, I think both teams pretty lucky that the Fire Giant didn't end up going down one way or another, and we get another look at a 5v5.
Yeah, it seems Oath's 2 deaths have both been to this Odin cage. He's going to have to position himself away from Sybil at all times, like we've said. He wants to go in after the fact, after the jump, ult Sybil, and then turn on this Odin pick. But right now, if Oath is getting caught in the cage beforehand, it's not going to be exactly how he wants to play this fight.
And I'm curious, because Quig is the one who has the Phantom. Is that a weird judgment call? Because what you want to do as a Bacchus, right, is blink, belly flop in, whatever. It feels like Quig is away from those cages some of the time, unless it's going to happen right around here, where Quig can find some value in the Phantom, maybe. Supernova down, Betty Q is gone, and he is the first death here in this fight. Stygian Torment finds a whole lot of nothing, and the Winter Dogs coming up with the same on the back end of this fight. Jump in is huge once again, and Nehu will shut down Wowie. Dude Man Bro's got a double kill. Sybil, the last one alive, and he will remain alive. How does Sleekness position? It's back to the FG.
This is another initiation by Quig that's just absolutely flawless. He goes in, he gets these huge knockups for his teams. He's got no sort of damage built. He's not doing the damage himself, but what he is doing is CCing them. Benny Q gets absolutely deleted off that because Oath gets to the backline off the CC. They're playing so well together as a unit. It's because these tanks are able to make this space, and Nehu being a pseudo tank as well, he's been the Nike every single time.
Yep.
And Oath is now looking to strip away their jungle. They're not letting him get any sort of morsels to come back in this game.
No, absolutely not. It's Odin at level 15. Of course, that is a support Odin. 2 levels down to Quig, who has been impeccable in these fights. The damage charts are pretty telling as well. And I think, you know, there's plenty of value to this Erlang Shen pick, but second to last on the damage charts. Feels like, Trelly, Erlang Shen is not immune from having games where you're just kind of largely ineffective, where it's difficult for you to find the engage and the freedom to auto-attack down your targets with a build like this. And I feel like Kirmi has been countered out more or less.
Yeah, I would say the desk touched on it pretty well. Without the Mannequin Scepter, Erlang doesn't see that same early pressure that he used to. And now looking at their team comp, I mean, Erlang, who is he really able to kill? Maybe they picked it just for the 1v1 potential, but he has not got to 1v1 Oath ever. The one time they fought, Oath picked him off at the back camps when he had no idea he was there. And then you can't really knock up Nike. She's got knockup immunity pretty much all throughout her kit. Bacchus as well can just immune the knockups. And you're not getting these 1v1s versus the backline because they are just they're playing so well. Their positioning is flawless. So Kirmi not looking too hot on this Erlang pick, but I think it's more because the draft doesn't favor it.
Right. It's just been an awkward positioning issue for Kirmi throughout this game. It feels like Oath on the other side, if he's dropped his ult on the right target, you know, he's done plenty of damage, 14,000, but dropping the final judgment onto somebody tanky or a target that your team can turn to feels like all that Oath has been worried about, and he's just been alive, and with this ability-based build has been able to do plenty of damage on the other side of it. And so that is one aspect of this game that has felt just fine for Sleekness. But we get a little bit later into the game, still 5 Fire Giant buffs for 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Everyone outside of the supports is level 20, so XP meaning a little bit less. Quig has the ability to upgrade that starter, and so that's going to be a difference going into this fight. And so Sybil, a little bit behind that, will be able to upgrade his here shortly. Almost fully 6-slotted, though, or is Sleekness. Emperor's Armor for Chronic. You don't often see that, but that might help out with some of these sieges.
Yeah, I'm looking at these builds here, and Sleekness is just pulled so ahead in this draft. Nehu with this Ethereal Staff is going to be also pretty crucial. Quig already starting with the Blink onto Kirmi. It looks like they're going to go for a double Phoenix Siege.
Oath gets stunned, but what's happening here in the mid lane? Double Nike is what's happening. Dude Man Bro into his ultimate. That avoids the Stygian Torment. There's just way too much jump back in from Sleekness. But Chronic is left alone. 2v1 in the mid lane. That means it's lopsided for Winter Dogs on the left. Surely you're winning this fight, right? No, Sleekness feel just fine in the 4v3. Oath and Quig around the backside of this engagement, and they are on the Titan. They're going to force the Winter Dogs back into their Titan room. Dash out from Oath. You've still got a minute left on this Fire Giant buff, and you've gotten both Phoenixes considered a Titan siege, but really what that did was pull the Winter Dogs back and open up the left side Phoenix.
Oath is really just a wizard in the jungle. He knows exactly how much DPS he can put out. We saw him on the Ao Kuang pick. Instead of helping his team with the Phoenix last time, he just went for the Titan. He has Bumba Spear. He has true damage. Same thing happens here. This time Quig's with him. They win that 2v1 in the mid. Then they just go to Titan. They don't even go help. They knew their team could win the 3v4. Maybe they didn't know. Either way, you start looking at the Titan. Everyone's got to back off. You get both Phoenixes for free. Now you get to reset, and you surely have full builds. But look at this. Winter Dogs are trying to chase them out.
Whoa, maybe trying to catch out Sleekness on a reset. Backing in a bad spot. I admire the look. Not much else has been going your way over the last 15 minutes or so. So maybe a play like this could be going your way. I don't see any wards on this side of the jungle for Sleekness. I mean, you are wondering, right, where the Winter Dogs are. Unfortunately for the Winter Dogs, Sleekness are just going to the other side of the jungle, and all of those backs will get channeled. Dude, man, bro, the closest to being on that side of the map.
There was no buffs available. They had no reason to go. The purple's
That's a good
up
point.
now.
I want to go all the way to my purple buff.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Benny stole the red buff. They saw him do it. Now they're like, all right, why we go that way? The right side is where we're looking at. There's a tier 2 up. There's a Phoenix. If they wanted to set up an ambush, it should have been a speed buff.
Great point.
Yep,
Great point.
They tried what they could do. It didn't work out, and now they might get ambushed at these back camps if they are none the wiser.
Oh, it looks like maybe Sybil
here we go.
channels his shield and his jump. Oath in. Big fight here that could give Sleekness game number 2. Sybil is melted away, and that has been happening all game long. Stygian Torment, it's great, but there is nobody else in range. Dude Man Bro's got a double kill. 2 Phoenixes are already down. Sleekness can smell the 2-0 lead in this set. Kiermy's got something to say about it, though. That's a taunt back through with the 9 turns blessing, and Benny Q drops the hammer onto Nehu, but Oath immediately back in with Dude Man Bro will give Kiermy a short, sweet taste of death as wow. He dashes back in towards his fountain, and Sleekness storm into the Titan room, and they are considering, they are looking, they are hoping that game number 2 goes in their favor. Benny Q and Wowie will have something to say about it. A burp out from Quig and a shield out from Chronic, and there is too much damage, there are too many numbers, and Sleekness take down Winter Dogs in game 2.
Looking absolutely flawless there. Maybe just one dropped ability in that whole fight. Sleekness, just a dominant performance. They know exactly how to do it, and they get it done. The objective play was flawless as well. I can't praise this team enough. They are the 4th seed in this tournament,
That's crazy.
And they are just doing everything they need to.
The Sleekness team is the epitome of playing your best Smite at the right time.
Exactly.
Right? Where all phase long. I mean, struggled is a fine way of putting it. You've had a hard time against some of the top teams. You've beaten some of the bottom teams. You just skirt in to these Phase 2 playoffs. And now you're beating effectively everyone. This is the number 1 seed in Winter Dogs. That's down 2-0 now in this best-of-5 finals. Felt like Oath. I think you can highlight anyone on Sleekness, but I think Oath with those final judgments, the Nemesis pick, was really a thorn in the side of the Winter Dogs.
Yeah, it seemed that they put a lot of stock in this Odin pick, and they knew exactly what to do with it. Oath says, give me that Nemesis last pick, and I'm going to Divine Judgment him, and he's no longer going to be a factor. After that, we break the shield and we run you down.
My goodness. Oath was tearing apart Quig, or tearing apart the Odin, rather, in this game is what it felt like. Game number 2. Over to Sleekness, 1 game away from a sweep here in the North American Grand Finals. Can they get it done? You got to stick around to find out.
Cinderella story continues for Sleekness. They are still undefeated and now just one game away from being the top seed coming out of this tournament and being the victors of the NA Circuit Playoffs. It's been an unbelievable run, and it continues here with a critical Game 2 victory over the Winter Dogs. Mifflin, now the Winter Dogs forced to go into a reverse sweep situation, but we'll break that down in just a minute. Beforehand, I've got to let you know that we got a pumpkin carving contest going on. You can carve your own Smite-themed pumpkin and put it into the official Smite Discord server as long as you do so before October 29th at 11:59 p.m. or Eastern. I assume that's p.m. I don't know. You can enter your chance to win some gems or a gift card. Remember, you can join by going !Discord in the chat or discord.gg/Smite games. So, Mifflin Winter Dogs did a lot of things well in that game. I thought that they started to turn the fight there with a last little pick onto Oath by that Fire Giant, but ultimately this team fight from the Sleekness continues and continues to be too good.
Yeah, that's on me for bringing up ease of play, right? Of course, Sleekness is bringing hot hands into this one. Oath may have gotten picked in that last team fight, but what happened for him to get in that position? He was deep in the back line. He'd already dropped 2 targets down to below 50% HP. He'd used the entirety of his kit, and he'd created space for Dude Man Goat 429 to do what Dude Man Goat 429 does, which is a lot of damage and a lot of last hitting. It just felt like Sleekness in the early game were picking their engagements a little bit better. Every single time they rotated out, every single time Chronic specifically rotated out, it was a numbers advantage in the mid lane. They'd dive deep onto red buffs or into the tier 1 tower, find a pick, back up, and then by the time Aquarius got there, the fight was either already over or the fight was so overwhelmingly in favor of Sleekness that it was a little bit too late. I thought that Oath would take a little while to hit the ground running on this Nemesis pick because he didn't really have the greatest targets for his ultimate. Not the case. He didn't care about the slow. It was just about the damage. This Nemesis was playing a pure burst style, and then Sleekness routed every single team fight, separated these engagements. There's no reason Dude Man Bro 429 should be able to walk behind
That is psycho.
an entire engagement.
That is psycho positioning.
That was the first clip we've seen of it, Aggro. It happened 3 separate times that game.
I know. He's playing like a man possessed. I can't believe what I'm seeing out of Dude Man Bro 429 because, look, let's call a spade a spade. He struggled heavily. That's still being too kind, I think, for how his SCC join started with the Sleekness squad. He is now unreasonably carrying games. 9-2-6 for him. Chronic was fantastic on the Nike, 3-0-12. And then Oath, the Shining Star, as well, 6-2-12. I mean, the whole team making it work. Quig got all of his Gods banned out. How about 0-2-12 or whatever it was with 9k damage and 31k mitigated on the Bacchus?
Hey, late game Bacchus is just going to have inflated mitigated numbers, man. Chug is such a good ability. But Quig, obviously, being a little bit glib, he's earned his respect here, 0-2-16 for the support of Sleekness. These guys are so strong right now. I was talking to Meerkat in the lobby a little bit earlier. He said, yeah, Sleekness were bad. They were trash at the beginning of the season, his words. And they said, all of a sudden, they got really, really good. Almost a similar trajectory as some of these SPL guys, the Solar Scarabs, but finding a little bit more success in their individual leads. Sleekness, I don't know how you stop them, man. They're playing their own style. They're not necessarily concerning themselves with the standard meta. Traditional Smite knowledge be damned. They don't care. They're going to play their game, and their game looks really good.
And they're winning. Let's see if they can complete the perfect weekend. Now just one game away from walking away from these circuit playoffs undefeated and holding their heads high as they head into the placement stage. Remember, both these teams are making it to the placement stage. It's money on the line, but it's a lot of money on the line. The winning team gets $30,000, so you definitely want to make sure you're finding that victory. The Winter Dogs this time around in that first pick position, and immediately they ban away that Morrigan. We didn't really talk about Nehu that much during the breakdown, but that's a fault of ours because Nehu played very, very well.
He did, and not only is it the Morrigan banned out here, but we're going to keep in line with these Ares bans. They do not want to let that pick through, so Winter Dogs have to look elsewhere for their first pick selection. Izanami joins the ban column as well, so ADC pressure going to have to be earned this time around, unless Uller makes it through. And, you don't really have to earn it. Bladed Arrow does it for you.
Yeah, you certainly have that option. Winter Dogs in the first pick position this time could try and change things around. I mean, Cthulhu being open could change things for them. It's a Nike ban, taking Chronic off of that, so 2 picks will have to change for Sleekness at the very least, based on these bans alone. And in this spot last time, Sleekness banned away Terra, trying to keep Sybil off of some of those great picks that he's really demonstrated so far during this LAN, and they're going to continue trying to keep Sybil off balance.
I think that's the right way to go. Sybil being the standout in just about every single one of Winter Dog's sets up until this point means that you've put a giant target on your back in the grand finals. So has to go a little bit deeper into the God column here, but Cthulhu, a god that was banned out last time around, makes his way through. Descent into Madness, great team fight tool, has decent laning phase, not the best. Winter Dogs, they might have to dedicate some of their resources in the early game to making sure this Cthulhu doesn't fall too far behind.
Odin is open. Remember, that's what Sybil played last game, but didn't end up working out too well for the Winter Dogs, and Sleekness now has the option of going that pick for Chronic if they so choose, as he's going to have to change up his selection. Serket is open, though, I was going to say, and this has been Sybil's tried and true, or excuse me, Quig's tried and true, and it is an Odin pick, we assume, for Chronic, and Serket locked in, we assume, for Quig.
I love this. It's a great answer, both of these picks, that is, to Cthulhu. Serket applying that true damage in Descent into Madness means that you're stuck there, you're taking damage consistently while you're transformed, and if you are lucky on Sleekness, not only are you stacking that Serket ultimate, but you've also got him trapped inside the Ring of Spears. Barring a Phantom, Descent into Madness just gonna kind of fall by the wayside if that's the case. What's the response on the other side? Winter Dogs hovering Tsukiyomi in this slot. This is a pick that BennyQ has benefited from greatly in the past, goes towards a more standard ability style build, wants to utilize Soul Eater very early on for sustain in lane. But maybe more interesting is this low-key selection. It's a pick that you and I thought would be a little bit more contested in game one. Winter Dogs, they're back against the wall. They go back to the Trickster God.
Wow, and they don't go Tsukiyomi alongside it. I mean, I really thought that has been the combo of the Loki for Kirmi, the Tsukiyomi for BennyQ. They decide to go the Hachiman, and I think that this is out of pure respect.
Hold up.
Huh? So Iset mid, or Serket jungle, Iset support.
I can't believe that we have to evaluate this whatsoever, right? If we're talking about what might just be the best possible outcome, it's Iset mid, Serket in
I think
support,
Nehu plays it.
Odin in solo. But we can't just say this is the best case scenario. I think we have to evaluate history. And if history's any indicator, that Iset's headed for support.
Yeah, I think it's certainly possible. We shall see as Sleekness take a look at BennyQ's God Pool. They ban away Persephone first, which is interesting to me. It's also interesting, I think this Hachiman pick is a call out on to Dude Man Bro, that you've only played Iza and Hachi this LAN, if memory serves me properly. Show us something else.
He had a Heim game, I believe. I could be wrong.
Maybe he played one Heim game, but
just one.
It's certainly been more of the Iza and the Hachiman. Show us something different. And no Tsukiyomi ban from Sleekness, or Set for that matter. Iset typically pretty good against these diving assassins. You drop Circle of Protection, you wait until they come to you, and then you're chilling. And Winter Dogs also not sure where this is going. Go with a Discordia ban.
So they're calling the bluff. They're saying that this is likely headed for
Serket
Quig.
jungle,
Yes.
Iset support.
That's what they're saying. But that means that you're going to be, well, struggling a little bit to find some mid pressure. Like, what are you taking into mid now? It's not going to be a standard mage. Persephone a pick.
Well,
that
you
they
just picked
decided
Dude
to
Man
ban
Bro's
out.
pick here, right?
Yo, of course.
Or not.
Bro, I'm so sick of trying to figure out what Sleekness is doing, man.
I'm sure Winter Dogs are saying the same thing.
Dude, can we get a camera on Winter Dog's coach? He has got to be sweating bullets right now as Merlin gets locked in. There's your mid laner. You've got great objective burn potential, and you've also got the most weighted coin toss objective secure in the game. As long as circle protection is up, you can't lose objectives. It is just blanket misplay.
And it's mostly base damage too. So going support
Yes, sir.
Iset doesn't really matter that much because it scales based on the damage that happens inside of the circle. So you can build full tank Iset and still secure objectives.
You can. God, I hate that we're coming up with good reasons for this Iset to head over to support. Sleekness have themselves another wacko Mickey Mouse composition, and it's just going to work for them,
I'm just so surprised, like, how much value do you get out of counter-picking a whole draft as an ADC?
Pretty low.
Pretty low.
Unless you're going for, like, another out-there pick. Like, maybe right now, looking at what we've got from Winter Dogs, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Artemis selection unless something here is something that counters out what Artemis brings. Maybe you're trying to do that, especially as you highlighted. It's an ADC that he's not super comfortable on this weekend. He wants to wait a little bit longer. Now I don't want Artemis because their dive just got way, way better on the side of Winter Dogs.
Wukong mid.
Sleekness could go towards the Heimdall if they're worried about this dive potential, and it's something that has a good layer of safety.
Yeah, I feel like Heim could be
No
good.
shot. That's the safest hunter in the game. That's
or
just
Jing.
it.
Jing is a really good pick here up against the Cerberus, the Wukong. Their knockups don't really matter to you anymore. But Charybdis also.
Charybdis invalidates Assassinate. Well, you go down, it's like an instant disapparate.
You have to beat it, but yeah.
You do have to beat it. He also invalidates Stygian Torment. Hachiman can't hit you with the cavalry charge. I like Charybdis as long as they realize the same thing that Zapman realized, the only other person to have played Charybdis at a competitive level, is that it's not your job to carry the game, it's only to play safely, but instead it's a Cupid lock-in. And looking at Cupid into this composition from Winter Dogs, I'm not sure that you needed to wait on your pick here. Nothing really screams Cupid to me. Cupid's ultimate doesn't work against Hachiman. It doesn't work against Loki. It might as well not work against Cthulhu. You're stopping the 72 transformation from Sun Wukong, but Somersault Cloud's going to get you out of there literally every time. Stygian Torment, really decent up against this as well. I don't love the Cupid pick here.
Neither do I. And Wowie plays this pick a lot. This is like his signature pick. So if there's anyone who should know the Cupid-Hachi matchup, it's the other guy that you're playing the Cupid against. Little surprised that this is the direction that Dude Man Bro 429 has gone, but you know what?
Dude Man Goat.
I'm sick of questioning it.
Why am I thinking about it?
Why am I thinking about it? They haven't lost yet. It doesn't matter what they
really haven't lost.
It hasn't mattered. Like it does. Had they had one comp that you go, yeah, that all makes sense. Probably not.
No, you're right. They've
So here we
always
are.
had one Mickey Mouse pick, at least one.
ESET support, Merlin mid, Serket jungle, Odin solo, and Cupid ADC for Dude Man Bro. On the other side, the Winter Dogs, they go Wukong mid, and we haven't even touched it, which is how insane this draft has been. Of the Warriors in mid, Wukong, low cooldown poke, pretty decent all-in, some safety. How do you like it?
It's got good wave clear. Jinkubang does additional damage to minion wave. We know he likes going towards the Soul Eater, so should have a decent stat stick early on. Decent escape as well, so if you're worried about the gank potential of a Serket and an ESET, and you do need to be worried about that between a silence, a stun, a taunt, and another root essentially from, well, Serket's ultimate. I think Sun Wukong is safe and will survive the early game, and that's the only reason you really ever go towards Sun Wukong is his level of safety. But if I had my choice of binary scale, do you want a Sun Wukong in mid or not, I'm going not. And that's just it.
Look, I mean, this is their style, though. They go with these options, and they've got good magical damage at the very least between the Cthulhu and the Cerberus, right? They've got enough magical damage to make you actually think about building something.
But it's not burst magical.
No,
except
it's
for paralyzing spit.
Yeah, it's whittle. You know, you're getting chunks, but not a whole lot besides that. I will say that as a mid laner, among the mages that I want to play against warriors or assassins, Merlin is like near the bottom. I feel very unsafe. You have no built-in sustain. You have
Arcane Stance doesn't work.
Arcane Stance just doesn't work against him. I think that Nehu is going to have a potentially tough matchup here.
He could, but he's got so much safety built around him. Oh, you're getting Dove, Circle Protection on your feet. Now you're taking less damage. You're getting a burst heal on the tail end. Oh, you're getting Dove, Ring of Spears. Walk through it, man. You're just fine. If Nehu is going to be the target, and he will likely be the target throughout the duration of the early game, he's got a great composition built around him. And even in the team fight phase, he's going to have healing coming his way from this Cupid. And that's just about it for the Cupid in my mind.
What a way to potentially end the LAN. The Winter Dogs now, their backs against the wall. We shall see if Sleekness is going to continue their undefeated streak. They have been unbelievable so far here this weekend, and they're trying to do it with an unconventional composition. What better way to go into a Game 3? Let's see what happens. Can Sleekness keep their undefeated streak alive and walk away from the LAN squeaky clean?
Who knows? Look, fellas, we got to be used to this at this point, right? Sleekness have just been playing these styles of composition all weekend long. They've been winning with this style of composition all week long. It is ESET support, it is Serket jungle, and it is Sun Wukong mid. Trelly, take your pick, man. Let's break down something here. Maybe we start with Sun Wukong mid. We already know what we got out of Quig's ESET support here. Benny Q not one to shy away from some unconvention in the mid lane. And he'll do it again here with the Warrior start. Quig, though,
he's already dead.
Been bad. It's a double stun, but it's a dash out from Dude Man Bro. But it's first blood over in the mid lane. Nehu has already gotten first blood onto Benny Q, but the immediate answer from the Winter Dogs here in duo.
Didn't Myth just say that we only pick Wukong for the safety? Benny Q getting first blooded before the minions even meet at this point. Oh boy, yeah, if you told me beforehand, I would have said Sleekness 2-0, no doubt. But looking at these drafts, I'm seeing a lot of weirdness on both sides, but this speaks to how Sleekness likes to play. I mean, they have they have Quig on that support, and already we got the gank coming over. No, they're gonna
a little telegraphed. Looks like Winter Dogs are able to spot it out around the corner. So Nehu's got first blood, and we got to kind of see how that happened. Benny Q at level 1 didn't stand much of a chance to a lot of the damage there. So a 1 level down Quig reaches level 2, but Wowie and Sybil will take over to level 3 here soon enough. Won't shy away. I mean, it's clearly not what you want on this pick, because the last time we saw Quig on ESET support felt like was able to just silent spirit ball, run it down every single time, and that was working. Now you got a 1 death in the back pocket. You got to consider your engages a little better.
Yeah, Quig's just going to have to play a little bit safe here until he finishes what I can only assume is going to be the Sovereignty in that slot, and then he'll be able to play a little bit more fruitly. But Benny Q starting Blink. Not even beads into Oath's or Cat. That's why he died once, and he might die a few more times. I mean, if they just look at that aggression towards this Wukong without any beads, he's not level 5 yet. It's going to be very difficult for him to survive. He's probably going to have to use that Somersault Cloud every single time he gets taunted. And he won't even live it for a while. He's going in the Transcendence route like he did last time, probably into a Soul Eater. It's going to take him a while to get those stacks online. I mean, if you pick Wukong mid, I'm assuming you really want to get ahead early, as Myth was touching on, and he just did not do that.
Yeah, I think we got to flip around the question. I'll wait and see if Sybil's able to steal away the purple, which he's not. Into a Merlin. Let's kind of negate the first blood here. They're both at least at level 4. Nehu's still going to do more. So we'll get a little power online early. Hits level 5 before Benny Q. Is this a lane that normally you would expect Benny Q and a Sun Wukong to be able to exploit up against a Merlin?
Oh, of course. I mean, if you can close the gap and get to the Merlin, he's going to die every time. But, I mean, that's probably why he picked up the Blink. He probably thought he needed to do that. Kirmi is level 5 here.
Assassinated in from Kirmi, and there's damage onto Nehu on the other end. Oath, rather, not level 5 yet. And so we do see a 2v2 in mid. This one fizzles out just a bit. Assassinate down from Kirmi, so that'll keep Nehu alive for a little bit longer, but Bede's also gone. And so maybe a worthwhile trade for the Winter Dogs there in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm sure they're fine with that one. Nehu's Bedes being down. He did get the first blood bounty, so he is the one that they want to take down, because he doesn't. You do not want that Merlin pick snowballing, especially with this dive here. I mean, if Wukong can't really get up into the cloud, if he dies even before then, his utility is just completely shot at that point. So you don't want Benny getting behind this mid pick, and you definitely don't want to be giving Merlin any more kills than he already has. Oath finally level 5 here. Sybil's going to find a beautiful Blink ult.
Got the Stygian Torment down, but also got Bedes out of Quig. Dude Man Pro able to hold on to his. He was not caught in the Stygian Torment. I admire the look there. Look, Sybil's got his level 5. Wowie's got his ultimate there as well. Dude Man Bro, Quig, they're both still level 4. But now it's Fields of Love down. And there's also Oath on this side of the map, who also has his ultimate. Jump in from Oath, and everyone gets out alive. And actually, big damage returned by Wowie. So you see the mindset there from Sleekness. Catch Winter Dogs off guard. Just doesn't work out.
They had a lot of chain CC to trap in the Fields of Love, but Sybil just had way too much to get out there. And of course, Oath was a little bit off the mark, had to blink and then dash, which is just too much to expend. You'd think Serket's got a lot of movement and still was not able to catch them there. Quite unfortunate in that regard. But if you are looking at these builds here, there was a lot used there. The dual lane could still be a point where you could look at these ganks. There are some relics down, and Sybil did ult. And here we go, another engage on Nehu, and no way. No way you're living that without your beads.
Yeah, no chance there. Kirmi assassinates in, and Nehu falls. Maybe even with beads. That's a tough one for Nehu to survive. He's able to finish off the Doom Orb. But maybe that's exactly what you need. First blood goes to Nehu. Benny Q a little bit behind. You get beads earlier on. Maybe if you're this Loki, you try to put some pressure onto this Merlin, give Benny Q an avenue back into the lane.
Yeah, I would argue trying to get Benny Q back into the game is definitely a high point, but getting a kill on Kirmi is even better at this point. We've seen him really pop off on this Loki pick. We've seen Oath pop off on it, but right now it's in Kirmi's hands. 1-0 for the jungler of Winter Dogs, and he is going to have to look active elsewhere. Again, that dual lane could be a pretty solid point. Quig does have the Sovereignty online, so there is going to be some shared protections in HP 5 in the own right, but there is still a lot of damage that Loki can put out right now. We just got to see where he's going to turn his attention to.
Yeah, Quig's going to feel nice with the Sovereignty. You're playing around the rest of your team, everyone inside the circle of protection, Sovereignty, keeping you safe up against Kirmi, Benny Q, Wowie. Magical damage, I think, a important topic of conversation here. The desk had talked about it. I mean, you know that Cthulhu can do big damage numbers. Sybil can there as well. Is there enough, though, from the Winter Dogs where Sleekness need to start considering some magical defense at some point in this game, or between Kiermy, Benny, and Wowie, are you stacking physical D and just leaving it at that?
I think you're all right here. I mean, Aquarius and Sybil both are going to be putting out a lot of damage already. Some big engage, and no way Quig gets out of there. Just too much damage. That Sovereignty's not enough, and he had 3 more seconds on the beads. And like you said last time, I don't even know if beads would have kept him alive there. Just kind of caught out.
Better that they were down, so he doesn't have to use them again, right? It avoids the temptation of sending the beads out, what would have otherwise likely been a death either way. So now, this Loki's starting to heat up a bit. This is what you need momentum if you're the Winter Dogs. Keep it rolling. Look, you get a kill on the left side of the map here. You're able to get the Scorpion. You're able to put pressure on this purple buff. You got to keep this ball rolling because, look, all weekend long, this Sleekness team has been running with every ounce of momentum they've gotten. They've 2-0 every set they've played. They're up 2-0 in this best-of-5 finals. I think it's important that you look at this as one game at a time, right? If you're the Winter Dogs and you say, we've got to win 3 straight games, it seems more of a daunting task. You got to focus on the game at hand. At least doing so for now are the Winter Dogs. This is what you need to see from Oath, though. You want to win this set 3-0? You got to get back into games like this where the Winter Dogs have taken the advantage. Benny Q up into the Somersault Cloud. Down he goes. And you'll take that. Oath uses his ultimate. Benny Q uses his. He's able to somersault on out just fine.
Pretty sure if Nehu lands that one, he probably dies up there once the last breath goes off. No sort of healing up in that cloud, and that chunk might have just ticked him over. Unfortunate there, just a little bit off the mark. But I think, as we were touching on a little bit, I want to go back to it just for 1 second, is that they do have a lot of magical damage on this team with these 2 Guardians. Even though it is Guardians, Cthulhu's going to be chunking. Cerberus with the Ghastly Breath has the Prot Shred. They're going to be doing a ton of damage with just them 2. Even the Mystical Male is going to be ticking over a little bit of magical damage as well. So I don't think they have to be too worried about the overwhelming amount of physical damage they have, because they have a lot of damage in their own right. The double Guardian comp is not shy of magical damage.
Chronic already agrees with that a little bit. Runic Shield for him first and foremost. I'll help out in lane up against this Cthulhu. Gold Fury is up here. Plenty of burn for Sleekness with Merlin. Feels like that's always a topic of conversation we bring to the forefront of the conversation. The ability to take down these early game objectives. This is a similar play that the Winter Dogs have run a couple of times here. Stygian Torment's no good this time, but Assassinate sure is. Oath sends Kiermy back. Spirit Ball from Quig connects onto its target. You need Nehu to find some damage in this fight. Fields of Love will help you out there as well. Silence from Quig is good. Heart Bomb does not stun onto Sybil, but he is so slow, solo. And Sleekness will grab their second kill.
That was a beautiful CC chain there. Sybil just, I don't know if I wasn't quite sure if the ult was off the mark or if Quig was able to wing gust out of it. I didn't quite get to see, but either way, if that ult does hit, that probably would have went a little bit differently there. Stayed a little bit too long. I think that Kiermy's probably pretty lucky to be alive as well. He was juking around in that stealth for quite some time. Nehu is going to be making the rotation, just trying to help get the blue buff here. And I do, Aquarius was able to steal it away even after the mid laner comes through. And he's just going to look to proxy at this point. He's going to stop back. He's blinking in.
Whoa, could Nehu be in some trouble here? There's plenty of damage from Aquarius, but you've also got Benny Q waiting in the wings. That is a cage down from Chronic. Aquarius lives with a sliver of HP, and he will live on with a sliver of HP. A massive turnaround in this game as Benny Q has gotten a couple of kills. Aquarius under some threat from Chronic. Blink forward, shield is out, fear is out there as well. And Aquarius will do it again. Has Chronic paid for his transgressions with his life? Yes, he has, and it's a 3-kill swing for Benny Q.
That is exactly what you want to see if you are the Winter Dogs right now. 3 kills to this Wukong. If I'm Nehu right now, I'm punching the air. Look, he's already building a breastplate. He knows how much physical damage is about to be diving him. Benny Q already hit level 12, 2 levels ahead. He has Blink. That was his only downfall. He didn't have beats. Now he's got beats. How are you ever going to live this as a Merlin? You're definitely not. Full Jotun's Wrath is going to be finished. 30% CDR. I mean, this is a big swing in the favor of the Winter Dogs.
Yep. That's a tough play from Chronic. I mean, you see a low health target in front of you. Your eyes get a little wide. You want to go in. This game has not been going in your direction. You want to make a play to turn it around. It just doesn't work out for Chronic this time. Luckily, we've mentioned it plenty. Sleekness have that they need to win 1 out of the next 3, so they've got some room to play with. It's not a finals losing type of mistake there from Chronic, but you can't let the mental start to sway too bad when the games aren't going in your favor. And this one is not. We were largely even through the first 15 or so minutes of game number 2. This is a different story here, Trilly. 5K experience are the Winter Dogs ahead. 2,500 gold ahead as well at the 10-minute mark. You know, far from game-ending gold lead, but strong enough that the Winter Dogs probably feel like they can do as they please on this map.
Yeah, if we're Sleekless Night right now, you're not probably looking at what we did wrong, what are we looking at next game. I don't think you're that far down just yet. But Cure Me. Hold on, I thought he might be looking for something in the stealth there, but you're not really giving up on it yet. No Gold Furies down at this point. They still have plenty of chance to come back in this game. However, I do think that Winter Dogs have kind of figured their way around this map thus far. This blue buff is going to be here, and it's going to be a 4v2 with this blue.
Yeah, we're doing it again. Aquarius descends into madness, and there is just way too much for Oath to deal with. Chronic is going to have to jump away. And there's a lot of damage to be done underneath this tier 2 tower. Chronic's learning it the hard way as he bought enough time, though, for the rest of Sleekness to rotate in the backside. Nehu's got some good damage onto Sybil, onto Kirmi as well. Quig has already used the ultimate from E-Set. BennyQ transforms, flaps on away. And so one down. That's Oath, who has not had a comfortable game on this circuit yet up to this point. A kill is always something you'll take here if you're the Winter Dogs.
Yep, he's got 40% CDR now. That Pridwin shield has been finished, so that is going to help out a ton. The Circuit still has a lot of value in this game. This just, to me, when I saw the Circuit locked in, it didn't seem to me like that Oath pick that we've been seeing this week. We see him more on these hard carries, but now he's going to be more of a CC bot. Still lots of damage on the Circuit pick, no doubt. Probably building into a Void shield there because they do have 4 physicals at this point, and they want to try to get rid of some of that damage. So I think this could be one of those options where you just want to stay alive for a bit. Sleekness not probably trying to contest too hard. Just stay back and get that farm online. Maybe try for a late game fight, because at this point Quig is essentially non-existent, and he is level 9 at this point, even with the other support, but his damage is just nothing. The Sovereignty is not doing too much. He's just a CC bot as well.
If I'm remembering correctly, when we saw this E-Set support earlier on, I think Chronos Pendant was somewhere in the build there for Quig. I'm not sure you can afford to build that just yet with the way this game is going. Worth mentioning, and you know, the desk talked about it as well, a lot of base damage on that Circle of Protection. So, despite a lead for the Winter Dogs, if Quig is up and has Circle of Protection and is close by to an objective, that's something Quig will probably feel fine walking into and trying to steal away. So, the Winter Dogs have to consider how they want to fight around these objectives while this E-Set is around and has the ability to steal, because those are the types of avenues, steals, objective steals, little mistakes like that can get Sleekness back into this game. That said, if you keep doing this, just being obnoxious on the right side of the map, Chronic is going to be a non-factor. Assassinate right on out of the cage. That's a second. Somehow feels like more than the second death of the game on a Chronic. This is a good pull, though, from Sleekness. You got to complete this objective. The Winter Dogs close by. Wowie finds some auto attacks in there, and Sleekness do take down the Gold Fury. But the all-important task is getting out alive. Sybil has something else in mind. Lots of stuns connecting onto the Cerberus. Pull back through from the Stygian Torment. Can you get Gold Fury +1? Yes, you can, and Sleekness strike back.
Sleekness knew exactly what to do there. They knew Kirmi and Aquarius were both over there in that right lane. They pull with the Circle of Protection. BennyQ might be looking for Nehu here. I think he's going to be just fine in that regard. But either way, they knew exactly when they could get aggressive. They knew how they would be able to pull that. It was a 50-50, but with Circle Protection, it's never really a 50-50. Like we said, unless you misplay, that's a guaranteed confirm on that objective. So Winter Dogs are going to take the Pyromancer, but Sleekness still being able to find these objectives and get a little bit aggressive in that sense. They got Sybil as well, despite being this far down. It's a huge win for them.
Yep. Of course, gives Sleekness some help, but also takes the Gold Fury away from the Winter Dogs. So that's not an avenue that the Winter Dogs will be able to expand their lead early in this game. And the icing on the cake, of course, getting a kill onto Sybil by the end of it there. BennyQ had a hot start to this game, a 3-kill swing on the right side of the map. Everything has kind of slowed down since then. Transcendence fully stacked, Jotun's Wrath into the Soul Eater as well. Soul Eater was very popular when Sun Wukong solo was popular. Hasn't seen much play outside of that. Once you get these kind of double stacking items there, Trelly, Transcendence plus Soul Eater fully stacked, this Sun Wukong, that's already a problem, is going to feel a whole lot worse for Sleekness.
Oh yeah, once those items are stacked, it's going to be full cooldown, tons of damage. I can only assume Benny's going to build into a Heartseeker. He's going to be even chunking tanks at that point.
Yeah, why not?
The whole point of this pick is to be able to dive the backline safely. You're not a typical mid laner. Merlin cannot do this, so Benny's going to have to make them adhere to his play style, which honestly is how Sleekness even got to this point. They've been making all these other teams trying to kind of change how they play and play to their style. This game, it is all about the Winter Dogs. Despite that one goal fury we just saw, it is pretty much just with them driving this game and playing however they want to. This blue buff invade has been very popular, and it's coming right back.
BennyQ with a 3-level lead over Nehu on the other side. It's going to rotate to the right side of the map. That is a lot spent onto a Sun Wukong that is able to get into his ultimate anyway. Aquarius up into the Descent into Madness. Circle of Protection is through. That'll give Chronic a nice heal. Sybil immediately jumps in under the Tier 2 tower. But the Stygian Torment canceled out. Sybil locked into place and taken down. But in the backline, Kirmi has evaporated Oath. He has turned to dust. And the Winter Dogs able to at least return a kill. This Loki is a serious issue. We have discussed BennyQ plenty. Turn your eyes towards Kirmi on the Loki. He might do it again. He's stuck around. Avoids the stun. He's got a lot of damage onto Quig. A pull back in from Nehu, but that's bot time for BennyQ to walk on in. A good silence from Quig keeps his mid laner alive. He might pay for it with his life, but the Spirit Bomb is there. Nehu now chasing down Kirmi, who has overstayed his welcome. Stun from Chronic on the other end. Nearly a big play onto Nehu. And Kirmi, you put that in a team fight, and Sleekness has died 9 times by the time Kirmi ends up going down there. He wasted so much time. Does give up his life, but he nearly turned around to kill her too by the end of it.
Kirmi was playing insane right there. The 5-0 Loki falling is a big deal, though. That shutdown gold is going to be huge for the side of Sleekness, but the fact that he lived that long and almost killed Nehu, if Nehu doesn't have breastplate, 100% that's a death there. So good play on both regards. In fact, Quig had a very sick silence on the 72 transformations to make sure that Nehu got out once. He almost let it slide by dying there. Either way, I think that Winter Dogs still have their lead. You know, that wasn't too awful, but Dude Man Bro making the rotation to get the Fields of Love ups on Sybil, kind of CC chain him underneath that tower. That is exactly how that fight ended up going as well as it did, because it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it's been the only weak point for the Winter Dogs is Sybil. And, you know, I don't know if you saying that's a weak point feels a little harsh. I mean, Sleekness has been pouring everything into Sybil. It's a jump in, immediately met with a silence, a stun, a Fields of Love, another stun on the end of that. Oath is likely there. I mean, there's just so much poured into Sybil. But it has paid off for Sleekness up to this point. It's about Winter Dogs being able to rally around that and make use of the abilities that are then on cooldown. Aquarius has been obnoxious on the right side. Has effectively had Chronic push between his Tier 1, Tier 2 tower for the last 5 minutes of game time because BennyQ and Kirmi have been here to help out as well. You see that many on right, you choose to push down left, and that's what Dude Man Bro is doing here. Chronic able to survive, that's important there. Tower goes down, stun onto Wowie. But a Tier 1 tower on left traded out for a Tier 2 on right. Winter Dogs feeling just fine.
Wowie can keep this Tier 2 up. That would be absolutely huge here. They don't have, they do have some archers there. He can't clear the banner. Looks like it just went down there. So it looks like they are going to have to tank this up a bit, but no one's really in range to even stop this at that point. So it is going to be the trade. Wowie doesn't want to risk his life there. If he risks his life there, they probably look for a Phoenix and people have to back. You don't want to see that. But at this point, that Primal Fury is up and they are being big grouped here. These are the big damage you want to see Benny and Kirmi together as they head over to this Primal Fury.
You wondered about magical damage. Aquarius has got plenty of it, top in the game. A lot of that has been poke damage on a Chronic, who's been kept out of lane, out of contention for the last couple of minutes or so. Oracle's started up. Oracle's finished off. Winter Dogs considering a Primal. It's actually Sybil who's furthest extended out here in this fight. Everyone's starting to envelop this side of the map. Gold lead has been back and forth, hovering right around the 3,000 mark right now, and that's a lead that the Winter Dogs happy to play with. This is interesting. You know, we've talked about how if there's a circle of protection on the map, you always take your chances on either stealing away or securing an objective. Sleekness don't concern themselves with the Primal Fury. And they're kind of half doing this Pyromancer. They immediately stop as BennyQ silenced and stunned, and how many times have we seen this? The Somersault Cloud up from BennyQ. That'll sustain him right back up to half HP. Chronic, not slowed down, continues to walk in. Cage on a 2. Phantom gets used, but it does not find its way onto Aquarius. So Chronic can delay out this fight, keep Aquarius right where he is. Kirmi, look out. Loki on the left side of this fight has Assassinate ready to go, and the back line is looking like a great spot for him to engage. Shielding goes out, but Sybil falls. First and foremost overall, Winter Dogs lose their support. This is a big 1v1 between Kirmi and Oath. Right now, Kirmi's winning it. and Aquarius will rotate in, help him out. But can you get another kill onto this Loki? Sleekness sure hope so. And Chronic finishes him off.
That is a beautiful kill. If Kirmi gets out there, that would have been absolutely terrible, but they still have a lot of damage up. They could head over to this Pyromancer. The tier 1 tower is going to be the first point. The fact that Oath even got Kirmi that low in the 1v1 was absolutely crucial here, because Kirmi lives. There's no way you can do anything. Quig tanking up this tower. They're going to go for another tier 2 here, and Nehu is still spilling out damage. And it looks like they're going to have to back off here. They don't have the minions for this.
Yeah, they don't. Sleekness. So back off they will. I mean, despite a rough start to this game for Quig, the silences plus Spirit Balls have been on point. And again, it all falls onto Sybil. Cerberus jumps in, chain CC down, and that gives a one-man advantage to Sleekness throughout the rest of the fight. And finally, the Pyromancer will get taken by the Winter Dogs. You thought it was Sleekness, but Benny Q had something else in mind. Will he get a kill onto Quig as well? And once again, the Somersault Cloud will save the life of the Sun Wukong, and he will take the Pyromancer to go.
Man, that's got to get annoying. Just having a full damage Wukong that's able to live every single time. They just don't have the damage to deal with it right now. I mean, Nehu does have the Soul Reaver finished, but he has no... There it is. He just got a full Obsidian Shard. That is going to help immensely at this point. He must have been holding on to a lot of gold there after that fight. They just really needed these items online. And once these mantles or spirit robes are finished for the tanks as well, Oath and Chronic both building into them, that's going to be a big point as well, because they really need to be tanky. Oath, if he is full damage, I feel like he can fight Kirmi pretty well at that point, because he does have the shield. He has a lot of true damage in that, right? So there's going to be a lot you can do there. It's just these items are really the point where Sleekness needs to get online. Then they can fight, and honestly, they've been going pretty even despite Winter Dog's lead. If they're actually even in gold and builds, I think Sleekness is going to take this.
2,500 gold lead. That's what you're looking at right now. Or 3.5, wow. My math, rare misstep by Dave on the on-cast math. I've been on point here recently. I was off by a full 1,000. Could get closer to 2,500 if this fight goes Sleekness's way. Wowie locked into the cage, but he will get pulled right back in by Oath. The chase is on, and the chase is done. And Oath is the one who wins that race. Circle of Protection is right in the middle of this lane. Quig and Nehu stay alive thanks to it. Kirmi sidestepping his way out of the fight, but Benny Q is full HP, and you cannot say the same for Sleekness. Winter Dogs envelop the red squad of this fight. They will continue to do so, and they'll at least get 3. They'll add a 4th, and Kirmi's got 2 of them.
This Wukong is doing way too much damage. Kirmi, the fact that he even lived through that fight should be criminal. He was invis just juking back and forth, probably getting ticked by the mystical males, and still no one was able to kill him. He lives, he's able to finish one off, and now Chronic V4. He's going to have to try to keep this FG from going down. I don't think he's going to have it. They can just get off and kill him if they want to.
Yeah, reset. Kind of soft reset on the Chronic. Kirmi and Aquarius are just going to chase him down. 5 seconds away from Wowie. And now that you've got Chronic out of the fight, probably feeling just fine. Yeah, to delay this FG, get it on all 5 members of your team, and the Winter Dogs come up big. They are down big in this set. They've got to win 3 straight games, and they've got a great look at a Game 3 win here. After some contentious fighting, they win a big one, and they take the Fire Giant.
I will say that Wowie held his ult super well there. Unfortunately, Oath was able to get the Circuit ult on him, poison ticks him down as he's running off. I think he didn't even have to blink in and finish with the Death Bane, but either way, the fact that Wowie went down that early and they still ended up winning that fight just goes to show how much not only Benny, but Kirmi are really doing. There's so much damage, they didn't even need their tank shred in that regard.
So the Winter Dogs poised here, Trelly, for what looks like a Primal Fury. Still a couple towers to deal with on the left of the map. And so you're starting to consider this Phoenix defense for Sleekness, not something we've had to think about all that often here in this game. 25 minutes in, we've been fighting around the mid of the map, maybe some split pushes here or there. But it looks like Sleekness in this composition they built for themselves are going to have to stand strong underneath their Phoenixes.
Yeah, I would argue that this is going to have to be, they don't have to give it up. They're definitely not going to defend tier 2s, though. At this point, you really don't want to have to try to deal with that. They have way too much dive. I don't think Quig is going to be able to live that long. If you check, he's just got that Sovereignty and Thieves. He does finally have that Chronos pendant online, so maybe that will be able to help them out. But he just doesn't seem like he's able to live that long.
No.
And Dude Man Bro was deleted so quickly. Now he has both relics. That could be a big deal, though. I just think they're going to be able to stay back for a bit. Maybe... No, I think they gave up these tier 2s. There's no way.
So Phoenix does seem like the target line. Kirmi can chase out a couple here, delay those backs. That'll make this Phoenix siege a whole lot easier. Nehu is stuck around, though. Kirmi into the stealth, dodging out the ice shards. is Kiermy. Do you go back in here? Assassinate says yes. And Kiermy's doing such a good job of distracting Nehu, delaying the back. So Sleekness are going to have to get this fight done without their mid laner. Aquarius is massive. Then you need that Ob Shard. You need that Soul Reaver damage onto this Cthulhu, but it's not here and it's not on the map anymore. As Kiermy has won that 1v1 somehow. Stun onto Dude Man Bro. Benny Q, unstoppable so far on this Sun Wukong. Will force out the Aegis, but he'll wait it out. He'll finish off the damage on the other end. The Winter Dogs get the Phoenix on the left side. They've added a few kills here as well. A double kill from Benny Q, and it looks like Trelly, the Winter Dogs, a few kills away from taking the first game in the set.
Wow, he lives that Zerkettle by 1 tick. Kiermy's pushing it down mid. There's no way they have enough to be able to defend at this point. They have so much damage.
Wow.
No traditional mage here, but they do still have plenty. It's going to be up to Oath and Chronic now to try to save this game.
Yeah,
and
no chance.
No,
Winter
no.
Dogs, they get it done. All but a deicide. Oath is the only one who will watch his Titan go down, and there will not be a 3-0 in North America, at least for Game 3. The Winter Dogs are able to stave off defeat, and they'll find themselves their first win here in this best-of-5 set. They've got to do it 2 more times. And so for the first time this weekend, Trelly, we've seen the eclectic picks from Sleekness get punished.
Yeah, I mean, out of everyone, I would have expected to see Oath on something different. The Serket, I feel like they just didn't have that success they were looking for, but Kiermy told us, and I'm going to go back to this interview because he told us they're ready. They've went back to the drawing board. They have some plans, and the Wukong mid might have been one of those plans that ended up working extremely well for them.
Yeah, Sleekness are ready for the Assassin mids. You're ready for the set mids, things like that. I don't know if you're ready for the Sun Wukong mid. Something you got to think about moving into picks and bans for game number 4, which will be coming up right after this break.
That's right, Hi-Rez Showcase and the SMITE World Championships already fast approaching. January 6th through the 9th is where we'll be able to see the best teams in the entire world compete in what's sure to be an incredible SMITE World Championship year, among other things. You know, the cosplay contest, community awards, all that kind of good stuff. So make sure you're getting ready January 6th through the 9th. And you could see either the Winter Dogs or Sleekness there, but they have to go through the placement rounds first. But before they get to that, before they get to the thing that they have to get to, we got to get to this, which is the fact that the Winter Dogs have finally shown that Sleekness can indeed bleed. Mifflin, they are mortal.
Yes, but it is a long journey from here for the Winter Dogs. It's got to be a reverse sweep. They are no longer allowed to drop another
Hey, they
game.
only got to win 2 more games.
Only 2 more, but Sleekness only need 1, and a journey of 1,000 steps begins with just 1. Winter Dogs, they come out ahead.
You know what step is the most important, Miff?
The first one?
The next one.
The second one. Why is that?
No, it's always just the next one.
I see.
That's
wise.
It's a quote from a book I very much like.
Oh,
Benny
like
Q
Doom.
on the Sun Wukong mid, absolutely incredible. Dominant, some would say. The Merlin pick for Nehu just got bullied, as expected. Aqua was absolutely phenomenal on this Cthulhu as well. I mean, the Winter Dogs, they do it with weird picks, but they do it well with these weird picks.
They do. Winter Dogs come out ahead in a very quick fashion in this game, but Sleekness weren't able to go down without fighting back. Do eventually make this an interesting match. I thought maybe we'd be looking at a just clean sweep for a moment there, but the team fight potential of the Winter Dogs, specifically Aqua, stepping up in the mid-game. Kirmi, finding a couple of pure assassinate targets, was able to close this one out. But it was not without falter. There was certainly some points in this one where I thought Sleekness may have been able to make a comeback.
Yeah, they didn't get absolutely blown out, but Kirmi and the rest of the squad were able to just make it happen. I saw Layers tweet, why put Cirquet, why give the hyper carry Cirquet? And I kind of agree with him. Oath has been playing so well on these hyper carry gods. That is not Cirquet's MO. 3-5-3 for him on the other side. 9-2-2 for Kirmi, and 7-1-5 for Benny Q. Very, very big performances out of those mid-jungle.
Yeah, and when you pick something like Sun Wukong mid, it has to pop off. So Benny Q, congratulations on that phenomenal performance. When you're looking at the damage output, you can only talk about exactly one guy, and it's Aqua. Not only is he mitigating 36,000, incredibly impressive in its own right, but he's also putting up 24,000 damage on his own. Phenomenal from this Cthulhu. And it was not as if Aqua was given a free lane. There was a lot of rotations from Oath early on towards solo, but it was not enough to slow down this Cthulhu player.
Yeah, and the Cupid pick for Dude Man Bro does double Wowie's damage. Wowie only clocking 5k in that game, but still didn't feel that same impact from that Cupid pick as we would have liked. And as we've seen from Dude Man Bro this entire LAN, not quite that same carry potential. Sleekness now got to go back to the drawing board a little bit as far as this draft goes. But like you said, even in a game where Winter Dogs got off to a really good lead, Sleekness was still competitive in this game.
They were, and that's got to be a boon for the morale, knowing that you've only got to win one more, knowing that even when the Winter Dogs are finding these games, finding these early leads, you're able to fight back in. Sleekness still comfortable in the lead, but as you said, this game right here might be the most important. When you're up essentially in a reverse sweep situation and they are able, the Winter Dogs that is, to bring it back to an even state. We're not there just yet, but if they do, that can crush your mental. I've been in those positions, and it feels bad, man. It just feels bad.
You don't want to be on the wrong side of momentum, that is. Winter Dogs ban away the Morrigan and Izanami. Oh, hook, line, and sinker for Mifflin. And it's a Loki ban here from Sleekness. Sleekness have triple banned out Sybil so far this set, every single game. This time, they switch it up. They ban away the Loki.
And I think that's a smart ban to go ahead and do. I mean, you know that Sleekness would love to have that Loki, but in the second pick position, and considering how strong the Winter Dogs were with that pick, you got to think that they would have taken it in that first slot. Quick bans this time around for these squads. They seem to have locked in their strategies in the third game in this series. Cthulhu taken first overall. Winter Dogs, I think they can only be happy being able to take that pick yet again.
Are you surprised that Sleekness chose second pick? I kind of am. I think that it changes the way that they're going to have to pick and ban. Like, what are they getting on the back end here that feels super valuable to them?
Well, if it's Sleekness, it could just be like E-set yet again, but instead,
I was going to say, you should top 2 Hachi, I think.
Yeah, with how well Dude Man Bro's been doing, I think that Hachimon certainly a very strong pick and one that does not have a whole lot of counter pick potential. But this is a pick that we had forgotten about, I suppose, because it's been banned out in the first phase both of the last 2 games. Terra selected, so now you've got a late game win condition, and that Earthen Fury is just that good. You've got Hachimon who can play safe in lane or aggressively is able to pull a lead. I think this is about as good as you could have hoped for a top 2 selection.
Still got to deal with Aqua's Cthulhu, which is not necessarily an easy task, but getting your duo lane set up and ready to go. Wow, he loves this pick, man. And it's good into that duo, at the very least, of Hachi Terra. We shall see as it's Cupid locked in and Serket being hovered by the Winter Dogs. The last time the Winter Dogs played the Serket, I believe it was in Kirmi's hands. But I don't know if you want to give that over to him or allow Sybil to pilot it.
I don't know. We'll see if Sybil wants to take that one himself. I think that Serket really has found her role in support. It's just a facilitator pick, and with Jungle Assassins having the entirety of the Mace Tree available to him, if you want to go that Bruiser style like we saw from Oath last time, you're sacrificing a lot of damage. So I'm hedging my bets that the Winter Dogs are likely taking that Serket into the support role, but Cupid selection this high up is interesting to me. I know that Wowie likes this pick. It's something he's gone towards year in and year out. But with the performance that he had last game, not putting up too much damage, do you think that really Sleekness would have banned it in the second phase?
I do. If they're going Terra, Odin, Hachi, those are 3 gods that don't really love to see a Fields of Love on the other side. I think it's just naturally good against those 3 picks. So I think they probably would have banned it. And Wowie, I mean, they win, but you don't want your ADC doing less damage than your support.
Full stop.
That's not what you want ever. If he says, I can do a lot with this Cupid, I think you got to give it to him.
You have to trust your players in a situation like this with your back up against the wall, and trust for the Winter Dogs is second pick Cupid, I suppose. Sleekness in the second phase of bans decide to target out another of those interesting picks. Sun Wukong taken off the table, and Nemesis on the other side. Oath does have a great performance in game 2 of this set with that selection, so now have to go a little bit deeper into the God pool, but I don't think he's feeling too bad about that. There's still certainly some great picks out there. In the regular season, Oath has been amped to pick things like the Thanatos. Thanatos does not necessarily have any bad matchups here. Even Cthulhu, Descent into Madness, 40% execute threshold might be nice.
Might be nice. Susano's been another big pick for him, but you certainly don't want to play that into Cupid. That's something that you really do not feel great playing up against, losing all of your mobility up against the Fields of Love. Is now Sleekness. They picked Nehu's pick in this exact slot last time around, but he doesn't know what he's going up against in mid. And with Benny Q and his flexibility, I would be asking if we could pick something else here besides my god. But Nehu's a braver man than I and locks in Persephone here. Only 1 game played, but has a win.
Persephone banned out in the second phase of bans in the last 2 games, I believe. So Sleekness getting away with a little bit of something saucy here in a game 4 situation. I like this pick. It fits very well up against what the Winter Dogs have. Cupid and Serket going to be limited mightily by that Grasp of Death. You've got a good front line to create space for you between Terra and Odin. You don't need to utilize too much of your peel for Hachimon, considering that mounted cavalry means that you're probably just safe in more situations than just about any other hunter, barring Heimdall or Jingwei. So what's the response from the Winter Dogs? I'm excited to see. We're going to get a reveal here on whether or not this Serket is headed for the jungle or support.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Persephone's capability for killing Cthulhu. That doesn't really
It's
feel...
low.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like a strength.
It's not really ever the mid laner's job to kill the Cthulhu, though.
Well said, Mifflin. Yeah, I don't got to deal with that. Let someone else do it for me. Winter Dogs having to think over what they want to do, just like we're having a joke here on the desk. Feel like Tsukiyomi's still obviously available here for Benny Q if they decide to go for it. I mean, this is always going to be what we're looking at, is what pick Benny Q goes for, because they are willing to do a lot of weird stuff. And you know he's not finding the mage tap, at the very least.
No, so it's Serket support, Camazot's headed towards mid, Kabrakan in the jungle? Hard to say. And that's the common theme here.
I think it's Kabrakan support, Camazot's mid, Serket jungle.
But I don't love Serket jungle. I don't think you love Serket jungle.
I don't, but do you love Kabrakan jungle?
I like it more than Serket jungle. You've got great gank potential, blink and stun. You've got easy targets like Persephone to shut down. She uses that leap after the initial engage. All of a sudden, she's locked in by a couple of giant rocks coming out of the ground. I think that, look, man, Serket better go support. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, or else, according to Mifflin. Who knows? So you might see him in the player cams if things don't go his way. As soon as this game starts, it's Dodgy as the last selection here for Oath. Hyper carry style jungler. Some gods without CC immunity on the other side, the Cupid, the Cabrakan. How do you like the Dodgy here for Oath?
I think Dodgy, and maybe you'll speak to this as well, has the best 1v1 potential of any assassin.
Yep.
If you're taking a 1v1 fight in the late game, Dodgy is winning, bar none, I'd
but
say.
Camazotz can't really lose 1v1 fights late game.
If Camazotz is going to lose a fight to anybody, it's him waiting on Bat Out of Hell.
Well,
to
he
use
doesn't
it
win
first
it
game.
either.
He doesn't win it.
You just ult away. You just swoop.
But she's got
swoop
dot
your way
damage.
out.
Yeah, swoop away. You're bleeding out on the duration afterward. And her burst
Maybe.
potential with Hi-Rez, Heartseeker. I think this Camazotz is going to have to play a little bit safe later on. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of Magi selections from the Winter Dogs as well. I really do like this Sleekness draft. You've got Engage. You've got too much Engage, honestly. I mean, Terra goes in with Earth and Fury. All of a sudden, Winter Dog's going to scatter to the wind. When you're scattered, Ring of Spears can find a couple of straggler targets, burn some beads with the stuns. The ultimate from Persephone just has to slam a wall nearby. Either you're killing that weird what's it, like a bush? Like, what's the thing in like in the Western movies that like rolls through? It's like a tumbleweed stuck to the wall that'll reach out and grab people. You either beads that or kill it.
A tumbleweed's defining factor is that it moves, and Persephone Ultimate doesn't move. When
Well,
it hits
there's
the
no
wall.
wind on the battleground. It's indoor.
What if Kukulkan's Khan's on the field?
How are you not going to call me out on the indoor thing, and then you're going for that instead?
I'd already formed my counter on you before I even listened. I didn't even hear your last few words.
You're just waiting for your turn to speak, man.
I'm a caster, yeah.
So anyway, I really like this Sleekness draft a lot. They've got good bead spreading potential. They've got great ways to utilize it. But I think the main stumbling block for Sleekness is going to be dealing with this Cthulhu throughout the team fight phase. He has been dominant so far on it, and I expect it to continue to do so.
Look, I mean, I think for me it's been two individual battles that have been really fun to watch. It's been Dude Man Bro 429 up against Wowie, and it's been Oath up against Kirmi. And if one side can win both of those individual fights, I really don't think that the rest of the match is going to matter that much, because those two individual sides for each one have been so dominant at times throughout this land that, you know, specifically Dude Man Bro and these junglers, like they have been so good in these carry opportunities. I think Wowie has a lot of weight on his shoulders here with the Cupid.
Completely agree, especially with a Cupid selection this high up in your draft. And when we're talking about Daji, she's got good matchup into the Cupid as well. Fields of Love doesn't work. It just does not work against Daji.
She don't care.
You could use it for chase down, but you're not using it for counter engage. She's going to use the 1,000 cuts to walk her way out of it, or worst case scenario, powwow to chase you down.
Winter Dogs do or die situation now as we head into game number 4. Let's see if we've got our first game 5 here of the LAN. Throw it down to Dave and Trelly to bring us the action.
One game at a time for the Winter Dogs. You've done it once, you got to do it twice more. Here in game 4, the Winter Dogs will look to bring us to a deciding game number 5. Trelly, this looks like the most standard draft we've gotten from Sleekness all weekend long. There's still a little intrigue sprinkled into it, I would say. This Persephone pick, not all of the rage here as of late, but maybe the most interesting pick we see here on this Sleekness draft.
I mean, I'm very surprised that Benny went with the Cabrakan mid, man.
Oh my God, where am I starting? Yeah, what's going on here?
I was wondering where the pick was going to go.
And they have 4 blinks.
We just figured out.
Oh my God, is he just going to... Now he gets first blood! What just happened? What?
Can Oath finish this? He's got blink.
Maybe.
He's got blink still, or
No,
he used it? He
Kirby's
used
here.
it. Yeah, he used it. He can't do it.
I saw Benny Q use blink, and I'm thinking he's just getting to lane or something. No, he was jumping on to Nehu, who is dead. All right, first blood to Benny Q, and only Benny Q. That's a 1v1, not a 2v2. A solo kill for Benny Q on the Cabrakan to start off the game. Maybe level 1 is your PowerPoint here as the Cabrakan.
I mean, Cabrakan's always going to win the 1v1 versus Persephone. We haven't seen it happen pretty much ever, but yeah, that is the case. Dude,
No way,
bro.
no way we're doing this. Is this what we're doing in
Where's
game
that
number 4?
banner?
I guess we are. Quig collapse the walls together onto Sybil, and we go on. There are 2 kills in 1 minute and 20 seconds, and if Sleekness have it their way, they'll add a few more. In goes Oath. Kirmi locked into the back of the purple buff pit, and he will help finish off a kill on a Dude Man Bro. But wow, he's got a double. This is chaos. In game number 4, 2 kills land onto the Cupid. Could be a triple. This is a 1 minute 40-second quad for Wowie. He has missed the
heart bomb.
Unreal. 3 kills on the board for the Cupid. Benny Q's laughing. My brain is fried, and the Winter Dogs have 4 kills in 2 minutes.
I mean, the trembles were huge there. If WoWie got a quadra kill before 2 minutes, I would have jumped up and yelled and screamed. But
then I would have
either way,
loved to have seen it.
Either way, a triple kill is insane. If he hit that heart
Yeah,
bomb,
he'll settle for a triple.
yeah,
right?
yeah, he had to settle for the triple there. Unfortunate for him, but either way, not the start you want to see from Sleekness. There are some high points there. Obviously, your duo lane does get 2 kills, but on the flip side, 3 kills on the Cupid. We were wondering if we should have prioritized this Cupid so much, right? We saw it be picked very early, and already working out for you. But I would argue that Cabrakan set up a lot of this. Benny playing pretty insane. 2 minutes in on this Cabrakan mid pick. It is working out quite well for him so far.
Yeah, not bad at all. 103 will feel just fine for Benny Q. His blink is coming up, I might add. That's not the out of combat timer. That is back on good old-fashioned cooldown, off of cooldown. Got to get that right for Benny Q in the mid lane. So you were able to get it done early in this lane at level 1, level 2. Now you've got a 2-level lead. Nehu at level 3 has died twice. Still likely won't be level 5 by the time Benny Q gets back to lane, depending on how long Nehu sticks around. So there is a small window here for Benny Q in the mid lane. And how about the start for this Cabrakan mid? We've gotten Pythag's piece after the Sands of Time starter.
I just know that Nehu woke up one day and was like, you know, I'm going to play mages. Mages are fun. Oh, they play in the mid lane?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to face other mages, you know? this patch came in, he's like,
Then you
okay.
need Benny Q.
He's like, okay, there's some assassins being played, but, you know, besides that, and then this Cabrakan blinked on him at level 1. Blinked on him again. He's just not, oh no, don't do it to him.
But Oath is here. Oath is here this time. As Benny Q takes a tower shot, he has no beats. No beats. So this will be a stun in, but a nice wall delays Nehu re-entry into the fight, but Sybil joins the mid lane as well. Grasp of Death flies right down Main Street and does not connect with anyone. But that would have been icing on the cake had it hit anyone. Nehu at least able to assist, or he is able to grab a kill. Oath is the one able to assist on a return kill onto Benny Q. Needed to happen. If Benny Q gets another one onto Nehu, then Nehu is 0-3 and Benny Q is 2-0-3. This mid lane is a graveyard, it feels like, for Sleekness.
Absolutely, and one thing, he got the blink
again
into the dodgy. That shows a tremendous amount of either arrogance or confidence, and so it's because it's working, I'm going to say confidence.
Yep.
However, I mean, Oath is going to have his number until level 12, right? You don't even have
That's a good point.
You can use it as peel. You can use it as engage, whatever you want. If Oath is sitting around this mid lane and Benny wants to be as aggressive as he has been, as Sybil goes invis at the red buff here, a little sneaky, he is able to pull Benny under the tower if he's around this area.
Benny here by the red buff. And Benny blinks forward onto Oath. He says, yeah, you killed me a moment ago. I'm going to return it immediately onto you. Sybil, Serket support, strikes some pay dirt for the first time in this game. Nehu dodges out the damage. Tower shots there, but we are trading out in the mid lane. We have 10 kills in 5 minutes. We normally talk about like 1 kill a minute as being pretty fast-paced. That's a fast-paced game. We are doubling that here. Winter Dogs have 6. Sleekness have got 4. It is a bloodbath all over the place. Might happen again, but I'm not sure you want to fight with a 3-0 Cupid at this point in the game. Sybil able to dash out of the root. Stun is there all the sidestep. The stun is not there. But the Fields of Love is Wowie in to peel for his support. And right when Sleekness thought they had one, Wowie wags his finger. And Sleekness duo lane will come up empty-handed.
Yeah, after casting some of those games throughout the week, this is a great breath of fresh air. Lots of action. They are really getting after, trying to find everything they can. Despite being down, Sleekness is still looking for all sorts of invades, all sorts of damage here. But I gotta have my eyes on this Cabrakan in the mid lane, because every time this blink is up, you gotta think he's trying to look for something, and all eyes are gonna have to be on Benny this game. I mean, Kiermi is the jungler, but Benny is going to be doing these ganks.
Yeah, Benny mentioned had the Pythag's piece online. We'll see what that second item goes towards. Charon's coin for Nehu early in this lane, who, thank God for Sleekness and himself, have been able to get his feet underneath. It was 0-2 for a little while, has died again, but also has pulled back a kill. One of those kills landing on the fully purchased Charon's coin, so you've at least got a stack going there. And we haven't seen Persephone at all here as of late. You need to get some gold rolling into those back pockets, but who am I kidding? We have no time to talk about anything but fighting, because that's all we're going to be doing here in game number 4. Nehu engaged on Grasp of Death. shotgun blast into Wowie. Benny Q uses the walls, catches out onto Quig, who is locked into place. Surely a kill for the Winter Dogs. Yes, as Kiermy finishes it off. Benny Q ult down, Sybil ult down, but Nehu has used his in exchange. We're giving up this red buff.
Here comes
Dude, man, what are we doing? Why are we competing for the red buff? He'll gallop away. Heart Bomb will get it done.
Solo laner's
and
on the
Wowie
way.
has got his fourth. Oath is able to answer the call. Then we'll turn at least one kill around. Kiermy takes a tower shot. Chronic will turn another around. A 2-kill swing for both teams here. Mid laner down. Both hunters are down. Kiermy is the jungler. And we'll take the lone death here in this fight in another red buff skirmish, but this one a little bit more even.
Everyone but the solo laners have found a death at some point or another in this game.
Do you think the solo laners are sitting over there like, what is going on?
They got to be bored. That's why they came over to check it out. They made the trek over, just looked at red buff, and they were like, oh, you got, okay, I guess I'll stun this guy in a tower, pick up a kill, head on back. Back to the farm game.
I mean, they're Chronic and Aquarius are just vibing in lane. In every couple of minutes when the red buff comes off, there's just kills streaking across the screen, and I think your point's correct. All right, finally, I want to get involved in some capacity. Chronic, the only one to get something in the kill or assist column in that last fight. Runic shields to pick up for the Odin yet again. Aquarius feeling just fine with where he's at on the Cthulhu with the 1-level lead. Doesn't have a kill, but surely has that 1 level. Feels like we're trickling into triple-double territory for Kiermy here. You're a third of the way there. 3s across the board. And you're playing the dice roll game, it feels like. I'm going to go in, I'm going to find some damage. I'll probably find a kill. But Kiermy's also died for it a few times.
Yeah, right when that bat out of hell comes down, Kiermy seems to be finding himself dead. Oh, no. Oh, Oath. Oath has a lot of options here. Can't really reach the minions. Is going to have to go up into the powwow.
Yep, one of the chains on to Kiermy, who does have bat out of hell, but he'll take the stun just fine. I'm going to save that ultimate for the chase if it's even needed. It is not the 4th kill for Kiermy here in this game. That is huge damage from Benny Q. Oh my god, Nehu, no chance you expected that. Though it's been happening to you all lane long, but now Nehu alive. Grasp of Death finds the back wall immediately into the cage from Chronic. And so this is a good chance to group up some of that damage from Sleekness. So many low health bars for the Winter Dogs, but out and back, Wowie sustaining up his team. And Sleekness, they saw some kills, unable to chase him down.
How many times have you seen a 5v5 at the back camps at 9 minutes? Wowie coming all the way over. Dude, man, bro, 429 also making the rotation. I mean, this is absolutely absurd, the amount of aggression that both of these teams have right now. Especially because the builds are not that far along. Most people only have 1 item built. Kiermy just ticks over that Brawler Speed Stick. Wowie, I know, has a lot of gold in hand right now. He's been working on probably going into the Aussie for quite some time now. Benny looks like he was about to go into a Stone of Fall and then changed his mind and just started building more damage at this point. I mean, who knows where these builds are going to go. This Cabrakan already, the build started off kind of a little bit different than you'd expect. Usually you want to get like that Polynomicon, that one-shot, and he is going to build the Stone of Fall. So he started it, changed off it, and then went back to it. So either way, we just know that Nehu is in for some trouble because this Blink Cabrakan has been on top of him all game, already 4 deaths in, and he has no Sword of Peel at the moment.
No, Nehu was like half-healthed by Benny Q on the last Blink in. It took me by surprise. I said it maybe took Nehu by surprise, and then I corrected myself because it's been happening to Nehu all game long, and so it can't be all that surprising. Benny Q, a bit surprised here, still doesn't have beads, and so this powwow chain will connect immediately into the wall stun as well. But there's a sneaky amount of health on this Cabrakan. He's returning a decent amount of damage into Sleekness, but what he's really done is bought time. The rest of the Winter Dogs surge into the mid lane. Oath trying desperately to escape it. He will not be able to do so. Chronic is rotated in alongside Aquarius. Both solo laners engaged on this fight. Kiermy is sustained up in the back of the engagement as well. Bat out of hell saves his life. Wowie's got his 5th. Then the Winter Dogs come up big in a 3-for-1.
Kiermy living at 1 HP there. Yeah, Benny, I think this lifesteal is coming in super clutch here. They thought they had an easy pick onto this Cabrakan mid off the powwow. He ends up just banging on the ground and healing. And Simple still once more. The Heart Bomb will confirm it, but it misses.
Oh, dude, man, bro. Nearly got the kill onto Sybil. This is relentless. Look, there's fighting and then there's whatever this is. We have kept up the same pace. We're 20 kills, a little over 10 minutes into the game. Chaos is the word I used before, and I might stick with it. Or Game 4 is spiraling in all of the best ways. This is a whole lot of fun to watch. These two teams scrap it out. Unfortunately for It's all been going one way, not the other.
Yeah,
Winter Dogs.
It's been going one way, for sure.
Plenty ahead in this one. 2,000 gold in the lead, pushing on 12 minutes, and we've not been fighting over
objectives
much, right?
No,
I mean, it's been like a
none of
red
those.
buff maybe, but now we've got a Gold Fury standing by, and maybe Trelly, if this game has anything to say about it, we're gonna fight and then worry about the Gold Fury. Yeah, Nehu learning that the hard way. Great wall from BennyQ, but the dash out from Nehu.
He might live. He does live.
Just fine, and Nehu
One
lives
more
on.
tick would have done it. Sibyl's gonna dive
Sybil.
this?
That's a lot of ground to cover,
I was
my
gonna
friend.
say, you
Yeah,
can't
gotta-
blink. You tanked that already, and now
No.
Sybil might be in some trouble here.
He is. Squig uses his ultimate. Nehu
They are
survives back to
pulling the
base.
gold.
Gold Fury pulled. I was wondering if he would like just scrap in the mid lane and then deal with the Gold Fury. No, you're able to get Nehu out of the fight and then go back for the Gold Fury, and then we go back for the scrap. Who am I kidding? No chance we're not fighting. Aquarius has got some knockups on the back, but it looks like the Winter Dog's uninterested in any further engagement.
If you're Dude Man Bro right now, you gotta be furious because every single time Wowie rotates, he gets a kill, and this man is trying his best to stay even. Now, Aquarius might be in some trouble, but the Fields of Love is gonna be huge.
Big from Wowie. Sybil takes one with him. Dude Man Bro able to trade out as Quig is the one who goes down. Big powerhouse from Oath. And Oath will survive as well. Dude Man Bro uses the beads, walks out of the damage from BennyQ, but Aquarius will stop the back and grab the kill himself. As Dude Man Bro aggressively dashes forward, does not have his ultimate. Nehu on the other side of the engagement will take down BennyQ. Aquarius looking for a trade out, won't find it. Kiermi has gotten Nehu on the left. We've gotten kills over on the right, and this one's a 3 for 3.
Kiermi lives there as well. Chronic. If Aqua didn't dive that tower, I don't think there was any chance that he was going to die there either. Dude Man Bro unfortunately loses his life as well. Or I think actually he made it out. He made it out. I can't believe Aqua didn't finish him there. Either way, just trades back and forth. These slugs, these blows keep coming left, right. Nehu keeps dying as well. It is quite unfortunate here.
Hey Doug, are you having fun over there? Can you give me a little camera shake? How is this from your end? We're having some chaos following along with all of these engagements. God bless you, who's following along with everything that's going on. We've had like 9 separate fights within each individual fight, and so you got to give Doug some love in games like this because there's not a single fight that's been happening. There's been 2 or 3 separate fights that have all been happening in one. But look, the Winter Dogs, they're happy with this pace. They're extending up that lead just a little bit further. Nehu has been finding some value in these fights with the Persephone starting to get those wheels spun up a little bit. Only 300 damage or so behind BennyQ. But if this pace continues, hard-pressed to find a world where Winter Dogs don't keep pushing the lead. Dude Man Bro gallops on away. BennyQ just shy on his wall. Phantom gets used by Sybil there. Trying to walk through BennyQ's walls, unable to get that one done, but it's a tier 1 tower on right as Chronic will use his leap, get on away, root out from Aquarius, doesn't connect on the Chronic this time. Oath, are you gonna re-engage? Maybe not once the stun is out. You might be able to find some damage onto Aquarius nonetheless. Thorns are out. Oath does have Pal out, and Oath will use Pal out just to delay off the damage, and out he goes. And even when there's nothing to fight over, we're still fighting.
Nehu's still trying to deal with the dive from Kiermi. No mana when he lands, but Sybil was waiting for him with the blink, finishes that one off. And now they're still chasing. They don't have much here. I think
Don't have much.
I think they're just going to have to let them back off at this point. I will say that the Kabrakan mid, while it did have a lot of success early, is sort of falling off for a bit.
Yeah, what's our power curve here? Look, it was 100 at the beginning, right? We were fully torqued. For BennyQ just walks into lane, crushes it. What are expectations for a Kabrakan mid as the game goes on?
Yeah, I think late game still going to have that one-shot potential, no doubt. The Rod of Tahuti, yeah, see, he went a very expensive item in that 3rd slot, which is why he hasn't been getting all those big kills up until this point now, because he doesn't really have that much damage. Now he does. Now the Rod of Tahuti's finished. His blink is back up. I think we're about to see Benny get a lot more active here. He might even just blink on the first person he sees at this point because he doesn't have beads available, so he does have to be a little bit careful. I mean, there is still a fair bit of CC on the opposition, but either way, he was building a very tanky item there, didn't quite get any kills. He got a lot of assists, just not too much gold there. Now that the Rod of Tahuti's finished, I'm thinking we're going to see the Kabrakan really pump out some more damage numbers, but either way, Winter Dogs, man, they found their stride, and they are about up 4K at the moment, and this Oni Fury is spawning soon. Kiermi's already looking towards this side of the map. Dude Man Bro's going to have to be careful.
I guess the key is out janking Sleekness. Like, you play something more weird than what Sleekness has been playing. It's be a big loss with the Oni Fury spawning soon. Both ultimates from Kiermi and Dude Man Bro used. Dudeman Bro does have both actives. No blink for Kierme.
I was about to say, if they go behind the Phoenix at this point,
right?
At level 16
but that's in the fact that that's in the realm of possibility shows you what type of game we're having here, where we're considering a Phoenix dive. 17 minutes in the game, while all tier 2 towers are still up on this side of the map. NEQ in Oath. Oh my God, he is gone, and that is a massive Fields of Love from Wowie. And he will net 1 kill at the beginning of this fight. Phantom gets used. That'll allow Winter Dogs to waltz on forward through Benny Q's walls. Double stun, though, from the walls of Quig. Is there enough damage still on the map, though, from Sleekness? Winter Dogs don't seem to think so. Chronic will get stunned out here shortly. Kierme there to deal the last bit of damage. Then Sleekness get run down once more. Big fight for the Winter Dogs.
I just want to say this all started as a support buff invade. No matter what you want to call it, they got the support buff. And then they fought here.
Green buff, baby.
Green buff was worth all of this, clearly, because now the Oni Fury is going to be down. The tier 2 is going to be down. You have no real steal potential unless Nehu goes in, which I can't imagine he will. He's just going to go back to clear that mid-wave. Winter Dogs in the driver's seat, and they are just gassing it right now.
Yeah, you think Sybil saying, guys, I really want this green buff. Let's go invade it. And then they walk in behind them. It's all worth it for a green buff. But the actual Oni Fury otherwise is really what you're looking at there. Trelly, it's been a fun game, but it's hard to find a route back into this for Sleekness. None of these fights have felt like they're going their way so far. Cages from Chronic haven't done great as far as separating out these fights. Feels like there just hasn't been a fantastic answer. Maybe your hope is that in some of this chaos, you're able to pull out a sneaky fight win and get this game turned in the other direction.
Yeah, it's definitely looking rough, but there are some high points as Winter Dogs start up the FG. Dudeman Bro did finish the chin size. That could be some help here, and no one's too close.
Yeah, no one's close at all. Quig, I think, knows this is going on. That says something. We're 19 minutes into the game, and we're so far behind in gold that we're not even poking our heads into the Fire Giant. Dudeman Bro will push down the tier 1 tower on the left. All things considered, Wowie is 6-1-5, and the fact that Dudeman Bro is equal in level, at least, a small boon to your point, Trelly, for Sleekness and their cause. This is a quick one, though. Kills have been rolling all throughout, and Winter Dogs one big fight away from ending the game. Blinks, hello Nehu, goodbye Nehu, goodbye Quig. Winter Dogs, they get a quick 2 kills on the back of this fight. Dudeman Bro re-engages with the cavalry or with the horse rather there, up into the air, goes onto the Palau, down he goes, stun, oh my God, from Benny Q. And isn't it fitting, the one tanky target on Sleekness is the last one left alive. We might not touch 20 minutes, but looks like we're headed on to a game number 5. The Winter Dogs have brought it back with a little sprinkle of chaos of their own.
They are just creating their own little perfect drafts, and it is working to their style. Sleekness got this far, like I said, making people adhere to their own style, and now Winter Dogs threw a wrench in the plans, and Sleekness has nothing to deal with it right now. They're going to have to really consider what they're doing in picks and bans.
I'm not sure what I just watched.
I don't know what I watched either.
I watched a 20-minute, 30-something kill game of Smite. That's what I watched.
35 kills at least.
It was fun, though.
It was fun.
Right? And so I say I don't know what I just watched. Fun is the only thing I can use to describe it. Chaos was plenty of what I used to describe it. Game 5, though, on the horizon, I said one game at a time. They took it one game at a time. And now Sleekness, the team without any momentum.
Sleekness is going to have to come up big here. They're going to have to somehow stop this draft or play to this draft, because at this point, 2 games in a row, they've just been shut down by what seems like tanky mid laners and lots of pressure.
Plenty of pressure. We had, 4 kills in the first couple of minutes of this game. That pace continued. Benny Q has been a guy playing a whole lot of weirdness out of the mid lane this weekend. This one, maybe the best look that we've seen. Well, I'm forgetting the Sun Wukong game. Benny Q's been on point so far this set.
Man.
On to game 5 we go. Stick around. Plenty of fun left to be had right after the break.
Well, as we all predicted, we all knew it was going to be Cabrakan mid, and we all knew that he would blink in at level 1 and get a free first blood, and we all knew that the Winter Dogs would win because of exactly that. Like we talked about on the desk. Did you guys miss the last desk segment? I don't know. It's kind of weird if you did. By the way, we all also know that Alienware has the best stuff that you can get on the market for PC gaming, including their 25-inch monitor that you can actually just win. You don't have to buy it at all. You can get this for free if you just head on over to SMITE Pro and check out their pinned tweet, enter the giveaway, and you can be walking away with 25-inch Alienware gaming monitors. Thanks again to Alienware for being our title sponsor for the SPL and for giving us a sweet monitor to give away. Aggro and Mifflin still with you here as we head into game number 5. Mifflin, a swift game 4, headed off by Benny Q on Cabrakan mid.
Look, I've got beef with the Cabrakan mid in that he went blink first relic.
Correct.
Up against a Daji Persephone composition.
Right.
Let me break down how that would have gone if it were anybody else besides Benny Q. He gets Daji pulled in. Persephone doesn't even have to aim her ultimate. I'm not saying the pull in makes it easy to aim. I'm saying just hit the Powwow with it. And all of a sudden he's stuck. But instead, Benny Q got ahead of it. He said, all right, maybe...
That upsets me.
Maybe I get slammed by not having beads, so I'll just go in and slam instead. And he slams the ground, and everybody around him died every single time. I can't predict these guys, man.
And how about a triple kill for Wowie to like start the game as well? So Nehu gets first blooded, then this fight happens where Wowie kills nearly everybody. Narrowly missed a Quadra, as Nehu also came back to get killed, pretty much. This was the start that the Cupid needed, and he got it. And the Cupid ultimates were really big this game for sure.
I love seeing Wowie's perspective on this because I just watched 4 members of Sleekness actually ignore him as he murders them legitimately. Wowie, unfortunate, not able to connect that heart bomb, but fortunately for him, has a great performance on this Cupid that was selected very highly in the draft. Winter Dogs, they said, let's mud fight, but here's the thing, we're mud fighters.
We brought the mud.
Yeah, we brought the mud and the leotards. Let's wrestle. They wear leotards, I think.
I'm not going into that even in a little bit. 3-7 for Nehu, 2-4 for Dude Man and Bro. I mean, we talked about the jungle matchup as well. Oath and Kirmi, 9-3 for Kirmi, 3-6 for Oath. No doubt which jungler was more effective. And we had gone this whole time without talking about the front line here for the Winter Dogs, which is Aqua and Sybil. And Sybil's been eating ban after ban. Looks really good on this Circuit. And Aqua continues to get Cthulhu for some reason. For some reason.
I don't think it's going to happen in Game 5. No shot Aquarius is allowed to play that pick yet again. But you're right to highlight those frontliners. Every single time Kirmi, Benny Q, Wowie got aggressive in mid, it was Aquarius and Sybil already behind Sleekness's Tier 2 tower saying, run away. You're going to come into my waiting arms. And that's exactly how it went down. That was, 36 kills in 20 minutes? That's too many.
It's a lot. It's a lot of kills and not a lot of time. And that's how the NASCC has always done it. And so it shall be for the rest of time, because that is just what this region loves to do, and I got to say I'm a fan. It is something. Kabrak and mid can't work again. Like, legally, it can't happen.
I don't know, man. Those were worst odds possible. Kabrak in mid, no beads against a Daji. If it wasn't going to work, it wasn't going to work there, and it did.
It can't work again.
It just can't.
It just can't. If my mental's going to stay intact even a little bit. I mean, but this, look, you know, we can all sit here and go, oh, haha, Kabrak in mid and all this kind of stuff and ESET support and yada, yada, yada. When there's a lot of pressure on the line and there's a lot of money on the line and you want to win this really badly, it can force you to make some mistakes. And credit to the Winter Dogs for forcing those from Sleekness. And here we are in the deciding Game 5 between Sleekness and the Winter Dogs. Sleekness have taken first pick this time around. And as we discussed in Game 4, I think this is the better call.
This is the first time this set, I believe, they've sat in the first pick position. Morrigan and Geb, the first bans overall, and this is a completely different look, I believe, followed up by the Ares. So Winter Dogs, and specifically Sybil, going to have to, yet again, go a little bit deeper into the God Pool, but it does not seem to be bothering them. Now that this is equal playing field, all the momentum on Winter Dogs' side of the court. I don't know, man. This is going to be tough stuff for Sleekness. Maybe if you can't beat the weird, you just become the weird?
I mean, they've been willing to play weird stuff. There's no doubt about that, but I'm a little surprised by this Cthulhu ban. Aren't you? I mean, can't this easily be Loki? Think of the other top picks that we're seeing right now in the meta, in the SPL and in the EU, SEC, and all that kind of stuff. Ullr is not being prioritized in the set at all.
Nope.
It's
set.
really, it's set not being prioritized at
Where's
all.
Umoja?
Where they could. Umoja, not at all. I think they could have banned Loki or whatever pick they don't like in that spot. Let Winter Dogs ban something, then take Cthulhu with the first pick. Isn't it? I feel like that's the call.
That's what I would have made my call, but I've made a lot of calls so far on this desk, Aggro, and very few of them have been correct. Winter Dogs take the Loki for themselves.
100%
overall.
win rate, by the way.
100% win rate. It's been very, very successful in the North American SCC, and Hachiman taken, the Winter Dogs essentially shooting a shot towards Sleekness, saying, hey, man, yo, go a little bit deeper. But this is a good look for Oath on the side of Sleekness. The last win they got was with this Nemesis out of the jungle.
That's true, and Tiamat has been banned, basically all set, and Nehu finally gets his hands back on this mid lane mage. I think Nehu has really struggled these last few games, and so getting him something like this Tiamat is definitely a good look. But you let Aqua get Cerberus. He's played two gods in the top 3 if you let him. It's been Cthulhu first, then Cerberus. Cthulhu banned. Here we are, Cerberus for Aqua.
Hey, I think I'm happier with that, at least. That Cthulhu has been dominant for Aquarius, so might as well force him down to his second favorite pick now that the ban phase is rolling out yet again. King Arthur is going to be the first target by the Winter Dogs, which makes perfect sense. Soul Lane is the one blank spot for Sleekness so far, assuming that none of these picks are going to go towards the Soul Lane, and I don't think that's a fair assumption to make. These guys are weird.
They are weird, but God help us if we have Serket, Nemesis, or Tiamat in solo lane this game.
Aquarius has played Tiamat solo before. I mean, like, he's not on Sleekness, but
nope.
It might happen.
And now you need power to get your damage mitigation in the grounded stance.
Yes.
That matters.
But you just build power then.
Oh, okay. Look, we saw Kabrak and mid win last game, so I'm not ruling anything out. I'm not allowed. King Arthur is the ban, as you mentioned, here for the Winter Dogs, as they need a mid laner for Benny Q, and Lord knows what that's going to be at any given time. And then we'd assume a support for Sybil. Terra has been banned a lot by Sleekness, and it was picked early last game when it wasn't banned. Maybe they feel like the Serket is enough of a counter, but I find that kind of hard to believe. If you value the Terra and you think Sybil's going to play it, I feel like this has got to be the next ban.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting as well. Heimdall the ban, but it's chalk.
Right.
It's chalk.
Right. Yeah, I know.
It's chalk.
Yeah, chalk.
And it's banned.
Yes.
And Terra's still available.
Yeah.
Cool, so either Sybil does not have Terra in the God Pool, or the Winter Dogs are going to take Terra here, more than likely, because it's chalk.
Benny Q played Wukong mid and dominated.
It's chalk.
Yeah. That's what it's about.
All right, okay, we'll see where the picks go from here. Let's go ahead and get a round out We got Surket, Nemesis, Tiamat on one side. Surket likely headed for support. Nemesis more than likely in the jungle, and Tiamat for mid. On the other side, it's Loki, Hachiman, Cerberus, and Bacchus. Maybe the most standard draft we've seen so far this weekend from this squad.
Well, they haven't picked their mid laner yet.
Oh, no. Well, you know what I know about their mid laner?
What?
It's not going to be Chalk.
Not going to be a Chalk, because that's banned, as we have covered. Almost certainly going to be an assassin or a warrior there in the mid lane. As I was going to say, Odin left available after. I thought it was going to be Arthur Odin as the bans, but Heimdall is the second one against Dude Man Bro 429. So Chronic has an opportunity to go back to this Odin.
I'm gonna try and put myself into Benny Q's shoes for a moment here.
Good luck.
What do I want to play? Give me Sun Wukong. I found it. I just had to put myself in his shoes for just a moment.
I think you misunderstand what the phrase Mickey Mouse means.
In what regard?
I don't have time to explain it to you. We got to talk about the picks and bans. We'll talk after the game. Okay.
Have I done it? Is he the hero that we all needed? I knew it. All I had to put on was the little red pants and the large yellow shoes, and he's going to lock in the Sun Wukong mid. I'm a genius. Lock it in. Go ahead. We know it's going that way. Might as well. You already got your magical damage from Cerberus and Bacchus. You don't need anything from your mid laner. You got aggression from Loki out of the jungle, and a Tiger Stun to set up for it. I can see your face right now, Aggro. You don't seem too happy about it, but I'm just right.
You might be right, but he played Wukong earlier.
Let's go!
It is Wukong mid for Benny Q yet again. Leave the Mickey Mouse impressions to Gore.
He's so much better at it.
He's so much better at it. It is not close. Look, I think there is a major difference here, though. In the last time that Benny Q played Wukong mid in this one, and it's the Tiamat in the mid lane. We talked about how Merlin can really struggle against some of these poke-oriented characters. Wukong mid going to be focusing a lot on diving. Tiamat much better at surviving the dive, has in-lane sustain, tankier.
CC immunity.
CC immunity. I'm liking a lot more of the tools here for Nehu.
But you've got even more dive from the rest of the draft. You're going to be Sun Wukong plus Loki, Assassinate to close that gap. Bacchus, he's going to leap in. Stygian Torment, leap from Cerberus. Even Hachiman going to be able to close that gap. So if the strategy is for the Winter Dogs to dive mid, they've got the pieces for it. Sure, it's going to be a little bit harder this time around because Tiamat has everything that you just listed, but I think it's going to work out just fine. This strategy from the Winter Dogs has been consistent for them in this set, and they've built a team composition that fits their style.
Just the sleekness is all of a sudden now the last 2 games in a row. You were up 2-0 in this set. Now we're sitting at a 2-2 game, game 5. How hard is that as a player to be in this position where you're in danger of being reverse swept?
It's a clear decline in the mental. You're sitting up 2-0. You're like, nice. You lose game 1, or the first game goes the other side. You're like, I don't care. Like they got to do it 2 more times. No shot. They win the second game. You're like, wait, hold on.
20 minutes flat.
In 20 minutes, you're like, well, hold on. Wait, there's a dead even state. Oh, God. And then all the what did you say? You got Mo on your side.
Yeah, my friend Momentum.
Momentum. You don't want that. If I'm Sleekness right now, legitimately, and this is not me just being glib, I'm not having fun, I'm shook to my absolute core.
Against Wukong mid?
Against Mickey Mouse Wukong mid.
You still don't understand what that term means. I'm so sure of it. Look, the dive continues to be there for Winter Dogs. That has been the MO for them the entire tournament. They don't have a backline to dive. And that's, I think, hard as a jungler, right? Where you're like, all right, I'm going to go around the back of the team fight where I'm supposed to be, and no one's home because they're in my back line, including their mid laner, their hunter, their jungler, whatever. No one's to be found a lot of times on these dives.
No. So what is Sleekness' strategy going forward? You've got Nemesis to strip defense from some of these targets. You don't really want to hit Sun Wukong with it because he's going to go up to the Somersault Cloud and heal. You don't really want to hit Bacchus with it because it's a Bacchus. He's got so much mitigation in his own right, so as long as he's holding on to the chug, before, or after rather, the Nemesis ultimate, you're going to get some of that mitigation back regardless. Hachiman might be a decent target. He starts to use that ultimate. You strip away some of that movement speed, some of that defense. You could chase him out easily, but you're right, man. Sleekness, they've got a steep hill to climb here.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Game 5 here in the NA Circuit Playoff Finals. Let's see what happens. Do or die.
The reverse sweep man might beckon us into another reverse sweep here. The Winter Dogs, they win 2 straight, a 3rd straight. We'll give the Winter Dogs the NA crown. Sleekness, they start off this set 2-0 up. Contested game 3. Who knows? Game 4. And now game 5. All bets are off. But I think you do have to have the momentum conversation, Trelly. This Winter Dogs team, I think far and away ahead of that conversation.
Yeah, I like what Aggro touched on. I mean, this Wukong mid did find a lot of success into that Merlin pick, but this is a Tiamat. This character gets 60% mitigation in ground stance. As we've mentioned many times before, this is a very different beast. If this Wukong is going to have success, which if we're being honest, Benny, he knows what to do. He's done it before. This time, starting the beads. He does not like the aggression. He doesn't get that blink this time. He doesn't feel like he can kill the Tiamat. He's going to dial it back a little bit, just a little bit, and he's going to pick up the beads.
Actually worth mentioning, and it's a good point you bring it up, where you get blink, you get aggressive in lane.
Tower shot.
4. Chaotic long set. I'm forgetting what game we're in. Somehow Oath, first blood over to the Winter Dogs. And that is simple. Oath has had a great game already this set on the Nemesis, and that's a forgettable way to start here in Game 5.
Yeah, Aqua making the rotation over, hitting the easy stun. I was just talking about how Benny Q took a tower shot to Tiger stun there, and this shows the pace of this game. All-out aggression, but here we go. The duo lane's rotating over now.
Yeah, the old level 2 duo lane rotation to mid, I guess. Benny Q uses the beads. Has his tier 1 tower right around the corner, but Doomman Bro dashes in. Benny Q, where are you going to go? How are you going to survive? To the grave is the answer, and you will not is also the answer. Doomman Bro backing away. We are 4v4 in mid lane at 1 minute and 45 seconds. Oath back from the grave and grabs a return kill.
I'm surprised that Chronic and Aqua are not heading over right now. Oath coming back. This is the second time he's done this, where he's died early, and then he makes the early aggression, comes right back in, gets that return kill, probably puts himself, I mean, I don't think Kirmi was getting farmed during that time, so yeah, Oath's going to have a small XP advantage right now for sure, and now he's looking over towards the Aquarius. He's going to be okay, though, right near the tower line. Not too big of a deal there. But the duo lane, out of Sleekness, great point to just come over there.
Good dash from Doodman Bro. Avoids the belly flop, and the hard bomb is in. Should be enough damage on a Sybil, and it sure is. It has been a quiet 2-game stretch from Doodman Bro after starting off this set 2-0. And now, Wowie, remember back to Game 4. Wowie started off that game with a triple kill. This one a little bit more drawn out for Doodman Bro. But already 3 affected kills for this Cupid. Might start to be the hunter to watch here in this set. Kirmi sent some damage Nehu's way. Who will back right on up.
You really can't sleep on this Cupid pick. I mean,
I guess not.
We didn't put any respect on the Cupid name. We said, there wasn't too much that it deals with. It's pretty solid into this matchup, to be fair, though. You got, the Bacchus. It can stun out a lot of different things, or cripple out a lot of different things here. But this Cupid pick has been finding a lot of kills early. Maybe it's just because of the overall regression and the fact that the duo lane hasn't been involved until late. They get to last hit as they go over. But I think the only reason they kill Benny there is because there's a clutch heart bomb from Doodman Bro.
Does it look like Doodman Bro is starting Transcendence here in this one? We've seen a variety of starts from hunters here as of late. Would that make some sense to you? I mean, you're off to a good start. You get a couple of kills here. Maybe you can afford to move into that item tree. Well, I'll hold that thought, because the Fields of Love is down, and it's on to Sybil, who also has the heart bomb there. Is there enough stack for a stun? No, there's not. So Sybil will leap away. But again, it's that level 5 advantage. We've seen that a couple of times where one of the 2 lanes hits it first, and you just let the ultimate go. Let's see what happens. This time, Sleekness come up empty-handed.
Yeah, if Quake had his ult there, I think that would definitely been a different story. But as you were saying, I do think that the Transcendence is a bit of a better look as opposed to the Crusher. It only really procs on the Heart Bomb and then on your Fields of Love.
Right.
If you can get it proccing on multiple abilities like Uller, and here, there it is. This is definitely going to be it, I would think.
Level 5 again, and that's on to Sybil, and the Heart Bomb is also on to Sybil. Quig is there, he will set it up, and he will be the one to knock it down as well. This duo lane starting to feel desolate for the Winter Dogs. You got to get something happening elsewhere on the map. Unfortunately, it's also not happening on the right side of the map. Oath tries to dash out of the Stygian Torment. Wouldn't have made much of a difference. You're going to drop your ult there if you're Chronic. Oath holds on to his. Feeling all right about it. If there's a future skirmish, Oath will still have that engage potential. So solo lane for solo lane. Ult exchange on the right, no more kills.
Well, now that we're looking back in this mid lane, Benny is going Transcendence first, as he has been doing. But he's 0-1. This has not been the starts that he's been getting off to with these picks lately. He's been seeing a lot of aggression. He's been seeing that early gold, which has been letting him get these items online. He's now a level down, which in its own right, he's going to have to switch up his play style a little bit, but this has not been the start that they've been getting off to. I'm wondering if that's going to put a wrench in their plans here, as Kirmi and Oath are both circling around this solo lane. I think they both are aware of each other's presence, though, and they're just kind of tossing this Fire Scorpion. Ooh!
Whether a read or reaction, I'm not sure what it was, but it was good. That's for sure from Oath, who will avoid the assassinate from Kirmi, but Scorpion does go down for the Winter Dogs. A grouping now on the right side of the map. Oath, remember, still had his ultimate from last time, still has it here, and there's no chance for Aquarius, not when Quig is over on right as well. One ult used here in the duo lane, that's Wowie galloping away. And so Dude Man Bro has the Transcendence, stacking it up. Feels like he's got the presence in the lane, at least before Wowie was able to go back and complete that item. So a small window of opportunity for Dude Man Bro.
Yeah, I mean, he forced the mounted archery away without even dropping Fields of Love. Dude Man Bro still holding on to that ultimate, still has beads available. Wowie didn't have beads. I'm assuming that's why he had to ult. And now, Quig's coming back over.
Quig has ult.
Don't think Wowie knows about it. He even drops the ward there.
Beads in 5 seconds from Wowie. This could be brutal. He will not have them up in time, and the timing is perfect from Sleekness. Just now, those beads come back up. And Wowie will fall prey to the dual lane of Sleekness. Kirmi, Sybil, they're both here as well. Dude Man Bro avoids a lot of the initial damage from Kirmi. Kirmi close to having that ult back. Blinks exchange. Assassinate used immediately upon coming off of cooldown, but Oath is on the left as well, waiting for the Nemesis ultimate to come back up off of cooldown. Has a lot of damage onto Kirmi, but this one will get repelled, and you got to rewind the clock a little bit to remember the big swing here on left is the dive onto Wowie. That dealt him his first death of the game.
Yeah, the fact that he had to use his ult there, unfortunate. Now at least he's going to have it back up if he needs to. I think he did get that blue buff. Despite the ults being used, he's going to have to use his own ult to make sure he gets out. There's no jungles around, so they're going to be all right over here. But either way.
Yeah, for once, there's no jungle around, right?
Yeah, Dude Man Bro, 3-0 right now. Transcendence is stacking, and Wowie is lacking. 0-1 at the moment. Not too bad. These 3 kills were not on Wowie, just one of them. Either way, it is going to be very difficult to stay alive in this lane or even step up to the wave at this point with how much damage Dude Man Bro 429 is doing.
Yeah, luckily for the Winter Dogs, for personal morale, everyone's died once. Sybil's died twice, but not like one person has been into the meat grinder over and over and over and over again here in Game 5. As a team, though, the Winter Dogs have been. A 2,500 gold lead early into this game, 7 minutes and 45 seconds. And this Sleekness team show no signs of stopping. That's a decent knock-up from BennyQ onto Oath. Actually a great knock-up because it kind of slows down anything further. So BennyQ receives a bit of a dive there, but won't go any further. And so the Sun Wukong now has some time to stack on up. Had seen BennyQ separate the Transcendence from the Soul Eater with, I think, a Jotun, something like that, in the middle of the two. Looks like right into Soul Eater for BennyQ here in Game 5.
Yep, gonna have to go for the Transcendence Soul Eater combo. Big damage out of this pick. Lots of cooldown as well. We've already seen it a few times work out just fine, but again, this is what we're talking about. This Wukong cannot really abuse a Tiamat. I mean, she has a lot of different avenues to have sustain. Chronos Pendant, as Aggro touched on again, there's a lot of healing in this kit if those lizards die. And here we go. Here's a lot of pressure, and the beads are going to be used.
Tough.
Back to the base, and you're going to have to juke another one because that ult's coming right back up.
Yeah, Dude Man Bro happy. I'll drop that every day of the week if you're going to use your beads immediately. Still mounted archery for Wowie, so has one form of CC immunity if need be. But Wowie has not felt comfortable in that lane for some time. Quig has made some big plays here in this game. 2-level lead over in support. 1-level lead effectively everywhere else on the map, but it's really the duo lane that's felt the pressure of the winner, or felt the pressure if you're the Winter Dog so far this game. And if you're Quig, you've got this level lead. Why not do this? I'm taking a stroll through the Winter Dog's jungle. I'm seeing what I can find. Wowie doesn't have beads, does have mounted archery. This is a telegraphed dive if it does end up happening. I think you see Sleekness play this one a bit smart. We have a nice lead here, Trelly. Let's not roll the dice too hard when the Winter Dogs know where we are.
Yeah, I don't think any tower dives need to occur here unless Wowie for some reason wastes his ult. Sybil only level 6 at the moment, 2 levels down, and Quig is kind of lurking behind. I think they know he's there, but Sybil might get caught out here because Nehu.
Good blink. It's a great blink from Sybil to get him out
of
the immediate fray. Intoxicate down from Sybil. Ult from Oath onto Sybil, and that's another death this game for the Bacchus, who has been punished at every turn. Assassinate used defensively yet again. We've seen that a few times so far this game. It's unfortunate, Sybil having a rough game here in Game 5. And needless to say, Trell, you're looking at the duo lane. Quig, 304, 302 for Dude Man Bro. 6 of the 7 kills. All for the Sleekness duo lane. The Gold Fury will be there as well. And Quig playing Command Possessed. He has affected all 7 of the kills that Sleekness have here in Game 5.
Oh yeah, all out aggression, out of Sleekness. They are tired of being kicked around. They're tired of being pushed around for 2 games straight. Despite being up 2-0, they found themselves losing the past 2 because of this aggression that Winter Dogs had, and now they're done with it. Dude Man Bro has been ulting Wowie off cooldown. Wowie has no sort of avenue back into this game at the moment. He can't even exist in this lane because every time he steps up, he gets hit by a Heart Bomb or a Fields of Love combo. He's still staying well farmed. He's only a level down at the moment, but either way, if Wowie is kind of up right now, but it looks like Dude Man Bro just wants his purple, and Benny
narrowly avoids the engage from Quig. Quig did not have his ultimate there either. So a small thing to look out here in the mid lane. Benny has been able to hold on to those beads pretty effectively. After that 1 death, Somersault Cloud hasn't had to be used from what we've seen. Content just to farm up. Have to imagine he'll have enough money to finish off that Soul Eater whenever he goes back next. Red buff is back up, and whether it's Sleekness or the Winter Dogs, that has been the entry into the left side of the map. We've seen a lot of fighting over the red buff so far this set. This time, Sleekness won't look for that same engage. Give this game a little time to breathe. You've gotten a nice lead built up. Now we can start to stabilize that lead, concrete it a little bit, if you will. Not take any unnecessary gambles. Pyromancer's up, and it seems like a pretty safe bet for Sleekness. Grab a little bit more gold, grab a little bit more XP, and get one of the other objectives on the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Sleekness right now, you have no issue just letting this game farm out as is. Your team comp, pretty much in its entirety, just gets better as the game goes on. Not to say that this Winter Dogs roster doesn't have a solid late game, but I mean, Tiamat is only going to get more difficult to kill and more damage. Obviously, this Cupid pick is going to outscale this Hachi because of the fact that his build's online so much quicker. Once you get this Wind Demon online, there's no way Wowie ever outboxes you in that point. And then obviously Nemesis, once you get late game, just becomes a tactical nuke that can pretty much get anywhere on the map. So they have no issues right now just getting all the farm they can, and they're going to keep doing that.
So Benny Q was able to fully finish an item when he went back, but it was not the Soul Eater. Went back, fully finished a Jotuns. That was a first time buy Jotuns. Maybe the idea there, Trelly, off the tier 2 Soul Eater, enough stat stick in that item that you feel okay immediately going into the Jotuns. Wowie's had beads or ultimate pressured on cooldown from Dude Man Bro, and Dude Man Bro has been just fine throwing that out. Quig is here as well. So you're going to have to beads out, the stun from Dude Man Bro, the taunt, the ult from Quig. There's a whole lot of pain heading Wowie's way right now without his ultimate. He's going to walk out of this one, uses the beads, and that's well timed. You got to head towards where the lower of the 2 threats is, and Wowie is able to survive underneath his own tier 2 tower. Should be enough damage to take down the tier 1 here on left. But that's now beads burnt from Wowie, who might not be able to engage here onto this fight. The first big team scrap we've seen
Where did
in a
Kirby
little
go?
while. Yeah, he's gone. Benny Q snags a kill in this fight as well, but he is immediately traded out as Dude Man Bro. The 402 Menace is back into the fight here. And once a Cupid joins the fray, all bets are off. He's got a double now in the mid lane. Stygian Torment will be beadsed out. And he is rampaging in game 5. 5 kills straight for the Hunter of Sleekness.
I'm pretty sure Kirby ulted in there at some point. I saw him disappear. I did not see the Assassinate go off. But Quig, no mana or HP is blinking in.
Massive engage from Sleekness on the other end of it. It ends up being a 4-kill drop here in the mid lane. A couple traded back by the Winter Dogs, but you're going to lose your tier 1 tower here in the mid lane. And needless to say, that's going to give you a nice uptick of golden XP. And those graphs actually, I think, cater to what we were talking about, Trilly, where Sleekness have been happy just to let things farm out. It's one thing if they stabilize and you're saying, all right, Winter Dogs are okay, right? It hasn't gotten worse. There's been a steady incline up in that golden XP chart, even without all this big fighting. Sleekness, whether it's stealing, farming, objectives, whatever it is, have had this slow, steady burn upwards. And then a couple big upticks when the fights happen.
I will say, if that is their plan, the Winter Dogs roster has they've fell back on Aquarius being able to carry them out of these situations where, okay, we'll just chill here until Aquarius rotates. But there is now a level 15, 5-0 Cupid who is holding on to a lot of gold right now.
16 as you're speaking, by the way.
As Aquarius rotates over, he's not going to be tanky in the eyes of Dude Man Bro.
No.
He's going to have the Wind Demon. He's going to have, I mean, I'm assuming he can buy a tier 1 of another item at that point. He's been sitting on a lot of, yep, there it is. He's going to have Dominance finished almost at that point.
Yeah.
And this Cerberus pick is not, all he has is Mystical Mail. That's the only physical defense until this Pridwin is finished. So my point is, and I'll wrap this thought up because I've been rambling.
Oh, please, ramble.
Aquarius is not going to be able to do this big sort of damage and just be unkillable because Dude Man Bro is so far ahead as Benny gets caught.
Yeah, Benny will use the Somersault Cloud. Doesn't have beads, but always has that ultimate ready to go. Kind of reading it, though. Our Sleekness, be careful. Stygian Torment thrown out. Drops down with nobody on the other end. Quig is able to dash away. Chronic re-engages. That's so unfortunate for the Winter Dogs. You thought you've turned around a pick, but instead Sleekness have pulled one over on you. They pulled two as Kirmi dies again. 0-3 now out of the jungle. 1-3 out of the mid lane. Not the same effectiveness from this Sun Wukong mid. And now Sleekness with a Oni Fury on the wings. They're going to rotate, and this is what we've seen this team do plenty. Couple of kills over to an objective. Let's keep this gold rolling. I don't know what Sybil thinks he's going to get done here. Not with the Fields of Love there. A sweet intoxicate because everyone's on top of you. But if nothing else, that just hands over another kill to Sleekness.
Yep, no sort of way for a steal there as long as the Fields of Love up. Bacchus is getting nowhere near that Gold Fury. Obviously, there was no pressure to do it quickly. They could have just dropped that and went for the kill. Now Sleekness is looking completely fine, if they weren't already before, in your eyes, but they definitely were. Now they have all sorts of gold. A 7K gold lead, is that what that is right now?
Yeah, 16 minutes in, 7K gold is fine, I think, in my eyes. Look, I think the player damage chart's actually pretty indicative of the way that this game has gone, where Kirmi has been largely mitigated. Wowie has not had much value here in this game. Sybil has not been able to do Bacchus things. He's at 0-5. Everyone on the left side of the map, plus jungle, is low on those player damage charts right now for the Winter Dogs. I mean, your best hope, maybe, Trelly, is that this game farms out a little bit, as we've mentioned. The problem with farming out right now is that there's still room to grow for Sleekness. Once you get to level 20 in your 6th build, that's when Winter Dogs can maybe catch up. But we're still a little bit of ways from that, especially when Sleekness are playing it as well as they are. It feels like they're getting kills and then converting it into win conditions later on, whether it's towers or objectives. Nice play there from Benny Q. Uses his blink to get out. And then there's a mounted archery used defensively on the left. I mean, everyone's ults are being used to get out. Sybil wishes he had one to help him get out of this. He won't. That's 0-6 now on the Bacchus. And Chronic, yeah, you're a level up.
Chronic
might
just
have been able to kill Kirmi, but Kirmi had some backup.
Chronic just got Loki ulted. That was apparently Chronic getting ganked.
Yes.
No issues there. Would you believe that Loki had a 100% win rate before this game? He still does, to be fair.
This game could.
This game is not over.
Yeah, it's close to over, though. Look, we're in Game 5. Sleekness go down, or they go up. They come in with a game in hand. They win Game 1. We're thinking 3-0. We're getting out of here. Winter Dogs. They make us question things for a little bit. Winter Dogs have won 2 straight games, on to an all-deciding Game 5 for first place in the North American Challenger Circuit. And right now it feels like Sleekness are barreling their way there. And this is a team Sleekness. We've mentioned it a couple of times today. Had not found regular success at all through this phase of the SEC.
No.
They were the 4th seed coming into this event. They had to beat an SOC team in order to qualify. They had not found consistent success at all, but they are just playing a brand of Smite this weekend that has worked out. Didn't in games 3 and 4, but did in the Game 1, 2, and now in Game 5. They can smell the win. They can smell the trophy right on the other end. You just cannot make big mistakes. You can't give the opportunity for the Winter Dogs to make a steal, make a big play. That's how the Winter Dogs get back into this game. Fire Giant is one of those opportunities for the Winter Dogs. You're just checking to see how they reply, and Sleekness don't like their odds on the big one.
Yep, just as you said, they are giving no opportunity for a steal here. Right when they noticed that this was not a free FG, they kind of backed off. The Bracer is placed down, so they do have at least a little bit of damage if they are going to try to pull this once again. Dude Man Bro, though, opting to sell that Tier 1 Morningstar and go for an Executioner.
Sure.
That is going to shred a lot of prots, but here we go. Sybil already caught out.
Man, is it going to be an 0-7 Sybil? I mean, if Sleekness have something to say about it, yes. And they have something to say about it, so yes. There's an answer from no one. Dude Man Bro gets another kill here in this game. 606 on the Cupid. And if the Fire Giant wasn't feeling free enough before, it sure is now. You've got no support, no soul lane, the front line gone from the Winter Dogs, and there's no Gold Fury to trade out on the other side of the map. There's Tiamat minions pushing in on the left, so your Phoenix might get some pressure if you don't head over there. Played perfectly by Sleekness, and it feels like we're in the sunset hours here of game number 5 and of this tournament. Sleekness just need to make it count. And they are making it count when it counts.
Oh, yeah.
Just need to knock down these towers and make their way into the base.
They definitely found their stride, and I think it's largely because I think Winter Dogs thought that they'd be able to run with the same shenanigans, but again, where is your engage? Because it's not on a Tiamat. It used to be on a Merlin. That's a god you can dive easily. This character, Nayu's been playing well. He's only 1-0-10, but it's just he lives.
Yep.
He keeps living. He keeps pumping out the damage. You have no sort of way to blink in, as we've said.
Whoa.
And now the Phoenix Siege is going to begin.
Jumps up to the top of the player damage charts. Does Nahu. Could this be the final fight of the tournament? Sleekness. They sure think so. Everyone has FG. Winter Dogs only have 3. What's the look here from Sleekness? Do you keep walking forward? Quig has taken a decent chunk of damage here, but he's sustained up by the hearts of Dude Man Bro into the Titan room. The Winter Dogs huddle. Sleekness, the 4th seed North American SEC team. They smell blood. They smell the win. They smell being first place in this phase of the North American SEC, but some respawns are coming out. They will back away as Benny Q back into the fight, and this game will live on.
I think that was a little bit crazy of them to try to go for that. It was a 3v5. They are very much ahead, but there are still 2 Phoenixes up. Chronic is going to have to expend the beats here, and the chase ensues, but Dude Man Bro is doing so much damage. He can just back up and auto attack, and no one can chase. Dude Man Bro is effectively being the zoning tank right now, just with how much damage he can output. Remember when I said that Aquarius is not tanky enough to deal with him, and this has just proven it. He died right there at the FG because of Dude Man Bro's autos, and obviously a little bit because of the Nemesis. And now, they do get the right Phoenix, which, if we're trying to be fair here, is the worst one to get in theory, because if you're defending that FG, it's very close to the Fire Giant. You can clear those minions quite well, but they still have the lead. They still do have FG around their belt, and they're looking at this Gold Fury.
They are. That's where the Winter Dogs have to be careful, though. It is the worst Phoenix to be down when you're looking, or to have down on the other team when you're looking for the Fire Giant, because they've got to be over there anyway. You got another minute and a half on this Fire Giant buff. We're engaging. We're going in. Sybil, are you sure about that? He lives, but no longer. Oath is on a rampage. Will this be the final fight? It's a double kill from Nahu, and that'll put a couple members of the Winter Dogs down. 3 now gone from the map. Aquarius under the eyes of Quig. Everyone getting involved. Benny Q, the last one on the map, and Dude Man Bro at 7-0-8 will walk down the mid lane with the rest of Sleekness, and they are eyeing the Titan. They are eyeing first place, and the Winter Dogs don't have much gas left in the tank.
Their one shining hope is that Sybil is level 10 and already respawned. We just saw him die, and he is back. But they do not care. They're 5
Look
strong.
At him, he's standing up. Dude Man Bro is standing in his chair while he finishes this game. Do it to him, baby. Sleekness walk into the Titan room of the Winter Dogs. They will take game 5. There will be no reverse sweep. And Sleekness, your 4th seed, will stand atop North America.
They just didn't want to 3-0 him. They were fine with the 3-2. They gave him a little bit of hope, and they snatched it away. Sleekness looked unstoppable this tournament. Just a small little road bump on their map to success, and they are going to take these finals.
Sleekness dropped 2 individual games all tournament long, and that was today. The only 2 games they lost were today. Sleekness, your 4th seed North American team, they 2-0'd this Winter Dogs team earlier on in the weekend. They 2-0'd other top North American teams here this weekend. You make your way to the grand finals. They were close to 3-0ing this finals. I think you got to give some love and some praise to the Winter Dogs, their fight back. They made this set very interesting. But Sleekness, they felt too sleek here this weekend, Trilly. I don't know, man. Their game plan was just something fierce. Looks like Coach Renjaru had these guys on the right track. A deserved first place.
I would say so. I mean, they looked sleek, as you just said. The Winter Dogs did give some pushback. They gave us some fun, exciting smite. But at the end of the day, Dude Man Goat 429, Goatsy, these nicknames, they are not given, they're earned, and they certainly earned them.
They did. God, this whole team.
An
incredible weekend. Sleekness deservedly on top of the North American Challenger circuit. Congrats to them. That's it for Trelly and I. We'll take a break. The desk will take us home.
Peace through tyranny. Pathetic fools! There's no escape! Transformers! More than you and I. I will not ring the bell to strike. Let's roll out.
All those Sleekness doubters in the chat, you can sit down after that one. Sleekness roar back after losing 2 in a row to the Winter Dogs in order to claim the title of the best team in the North American SCC here at the FaZe Circuit Playoffs. Unbelievable performance by the number 4 seed. Mifflin, look, it was the whole team effort. It always is for a winning effort, but that dual lane once again really separated themselves. Dudeman Bro and Quig went absolutely off.
Every time I got to give credit to someone that isn't a jungler, a little piece of my soul dies. But this game was massive duo chasm. Diff, gap,
canyon,
yep. Ravine, trench. I don't know, dude. Other synonyms for things that are far apart. Because the dual lane this time around, and specifically Dudeman Bro, pops off. I mean, I give credit to Quig. He was like 6 levels up the entire game. Unfortunate match for Sybil there, but I have never seen fear like I saw in Wowie's eyes in the player cam. Every single time this man walked out of base, he had a heart bomb on his chest, he had a Fields of Love dropped on his dome, and he was not having a good time whatsoever. Dudeman Bro makes early rotations, makes them work. He makes late rotations, makes them work. My man doesn't even need to be sitting down to complete these games. Cupid is just good? Question mark?
I guess so. I mean, look, only in the NASCC do you have a 4v4 in minute 2. Like, only here. This is action you can only find at the NASCC, and I'm here for it, man. I love it. The Winter Dogs, I mean, they come in with their game plan. You know they're going to do something weird. The Wukong mid worked last time around, but I think that Tiamat for Nehu so much better at playing into the Warrior in the mid lane than the Merlin, and it got out of hand quickly, and it really was through that duo lane.
Yeah, and speaking of mid laners, it seems like the strangeness of Benny Q can only work so many times, right? This Sun Wukong survived a good deal of the early game, but 1-3-0, not exactly the slash line you're looking for with an unorthodox pick, but 7-0, 8, 4-1, 17, 3-0, 14. This whole match was just a highlight reel for Sleekness.
Yeah, it really was, man. I mean, only 3 deaths, 2 of those 3 going over to Aqua on the other side. But the duo lane, we talked about it, 4-1 and 17 for Quig, 7-0-8 for Dudeman Bro, up against the combined 0-12 for the Winter Dogs duo lane. That's a tough scene right there for sure.
Yeah, not exactly what you're hoping to see if you're a Winter Dogs fan, but if you're a Sleekness fan, well, rest your hat on the fact that it doesn't always have to be Oath, because the duo lane stepped up.
No, Oath, hey, still did his part, man. 14K, nearly 15,000 player damage, nearly tripled what Kiermy's able to put out on that Loki. This Nemesis pick really coming in clutch, and the way that Oath and Kiermy work together, or Oath and Quig, work together on some of those frontline dives was impressive.
Not only frontline dives, backline dives, they were just diving. But it's kind of easy to dive when you're like 6 levels up, like Quig was throughout the duration of that game, or when your ADC is legitimately jamming it down the long lane for 20 uninterrupted minutes on his own.
Yeah, that's when you get a lead like that, teams usually do not let it slip, and Sleekness certainly did not. And we've been singing his praises all week long. It's Mr. 429 himself, Dudeman Bro, standing right next to Dolson for the postgame.
Nah, get it right, Aggro. Dudeman Goat, right?
Dudeman Throat Goat.
That's right. We're going with that. We're leading into it. Minute 1 of the interview. Look, you've been sitting here, you've been laughing, you've been feeling good after the game 5 goes your way. You go up 2-0 early in the set. You lose 2 straight. Were you ever concerned going into game 5?
I was feeling it because in the post game I was like, "Oh my God, you guys suck. You have to win 3 games. Just think about it." And then it was coming on. We lost 2, and then we picked Circuit support, and then we just win.
You're not giving yourself any credit. It's all Quig. You got to look the Cupid. You lock it in. You look unstoppable.
The Dupid is disgusting, right? It is literally top 5 in the galaxy.
Gross.
But,
agreed.
Like, jungle support is just so OP. That's all. That's the end of the day.
And you had a couple good ones here this weekend. Was there an underdog mentality for you guys coming into this weekend? You're the 4th seed SEC team. You end up beating the top seeds in North America. Did you come in with an underdog mentality, or did you know you had what it took to win here?
I didn't think we'd drop a map legitimately, just because these teams just didn't prepare. They just don't really care that much.
Sure.
You could see it. But like once we went to the upper bracket and like we were just winning, I was like, maybe we're not the underdog anymore. But
that's right.
We battled back, and yeah.
Here's what matters. Look, the journey to get here was fun, but you won. No matter how you got there, you won. Yep. You win this big tournament. Congrats, Dudeman Bro. An incredible way to end it there towards the end. That's it for Dudeman Goat. We'll leave it at that.
Goat.
We'll do it twice. Back to the decks we go.
Wow, he has arthritis.
Dave, that is your fault 100%. We're all on the same page on that. Mifflin, here's the craziest thing that I'm going to actually choose to focus on about that interview. We actually, before he was Dudeman Bro, he was Waffles from the console scene.
No, that's Waffles?
That's that dude.
You sucked. You were awful. What changed, man?
Oh, brutal. Listen, that's the champ of NA right now. That is where we are. Absolutely unbelievable performance from Dude Man Bro. There he is, the absolute king, no doubt about it. Look, this Sleekness team, we knew they were going to the world placement stages. We knew they were going to be competing for even more, but to be able to finish as the top seed, get that 30K for them across the board, truly a great way for them to end their weekend.
Just confidence through and through, man. He said, I did not expect to drop a map. I've never felt that.
As a 4th seed.
I've never once felt that in my life.
Wow. Well, hey, Dude Man Bro, the one person on Earth with more confidence than Mifflin. We've actually found him, I suppose. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see the entirety of the week. That was absolutely phenomenal. It was a great time here at the Circuit Playoffs. And it started with Sleekness beating the Winter Dogs, and it ends with Sleekness beating the Winter Dogs. It was a really fun week, though. I mean, we really thought Sturdy Artisans and Herculean Hoofs, they have the most SPL experience by a country mile. Surely they would come out on top at a big event like this.
And they surely did not, Aggro. The 4th seed swept through literally everybody. Not only did they have to play in the wild cards, but they also had to go through both 1st and 2nd seed. They had potentially the hardest path to grand finals, and they still didn't drop a single set. If you guys are Sleekness doubters still, you shouldn't be. Maybe you're just dumb.
Maybe you are. I don't know. Sleekness 3-2. In a brand of Smite that is unhinged. That's the only way. Between them and the Winter Dogs, I can't wait to see these two teams play against the other SPL teams in the placement
So
round.
degenerative.
They have to be ready. Like, they have to be ready for it, right?
Do you think they adapt to the SPL meta?
No.
No.
And they shouldn't, right?
Why would you?
Why would you? Look, these SPL teams, they're so good at doing what they're doing, you know, the calculated brand of Smite. If you can get them to brawl you 4v4 at 2 minutes into the game,
they don't have that experience.
They aren't ready for that.
No.
They've only been in the mud a little bit. These guys bring their own mud.
Yeah, occasionally the Scarabs will track you down in the mud, but they merely adapted to it.
That's right. They were born in it.
Yeah.
Sleekness is born in it. I got your back. Mifflin,
Thanks,
it's been a long week for Mifflin, okay, everyone? He's doing his best to close it out strong here. Listen, we're done with the SCC for now. These two teams, and then, of course, the two teams over in Europe that qualified, Kazakhs Fan Club and Elysium. We will see them again at the SWC placement stages. But we've got groups to play, man. SPL going to the group stage format starting on Friday. We're going to be starting at 11 a.m. That's key to note because SPL up until this point has been starting at 1 p.m. So you got to wake up a little bit earlier and tune in a little bit earlier to catch that broadcast. But it'll be well worth it because we're going to the best of 5 format.
Every single one of these matches is going to be highly competitive, and best of 5 may be the best format to figure out who legitimately is better than their opposition. I've only got high expectations going into this weekend.
And it's Halloween next weekend.
Oh, boy.
Have you gotten your costume started there, Mifflin?
It's done. It's ready. It's real bad.
Can you help with mine? I haven't started.
That's awful, man. We planned the
weeks
group
ago.
Costume.
Yes.
Not even months even.
I'm going to go with weeks ago. And I haven't started.
True.
I haven't started, and hopefully it will be done in time. So it should be a fun broadcast next Sunday. We're going as a group costume as we usually do. So it should be fun. Make sure you're tuning in as you celebrate your wonderful Halloween. But again, 11 a.m. starting on Friday for the group stages of the SPL to kick off. But what a fun land this was, having the SEC players, meeting a whole bunch of new faces. The next generation of Smite is in good hands, it seems like. The SCC has been a lot of fun. So thank you to everyone who watched the entire weekend. Big shout out to Trelly Relly for coming in and guest starring here on the cast. It was a lot of fun having him. We had a blast giving you this excellent land, and we'll see you Friday for the SPL when it returns. Until then, you can peach it.